Oh my goodness. Where's the guide? Okay, so this guy right here. What's talk? Come here. How do I talk? Okay, so you gotta come here and talk to this guy here. Where'd you go? Get chopped. Oh no,
Passed the
fast forward.
Save America Act. The United States is continuing to bombard Iran amidst an intensifying standoff over the Strait of Hormuz. On Sunday, U.S. Central Command said the U.S. had struck 140 targets in Iran. In retaliation, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they had targeted U.S. military facilities in Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, and Jordan. The escalating attacks come after Iran announced the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and President Trump declared the ceasefire was over. On Sunday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said he was, quote, deeply concerned by the serious escalation, unquote. He urged Iran and the United States to, quote, urgently resume negotiations and to address outstanding issues through diplomacy. We'll have more on Iran after headlines with Dropsite News' Jeremy Scahill. In the occupied West Bank, armed Israeli settlers have carried out a number of attacks in recent days, targeting local Palestinians as well as foreign journalists and even a U.S. Congress member. On Wednesday, armed settlers carrying U.S.-made M4 rifles surrounded a van carrying Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna, who was visiting a Palestinian village destroyed by settlers. Khanna said his delegation was blocked for about 90 minutes.
I'm certainly probably the first American politician who's been detained by the IDF and Israeli settlers. I mean, we were at a village that Israeli settlers had destroyed. They had destroyed the school. They had destroyed that village, and we were just looking at it. And these hoodlums come in with machine guns, an M4, an American-made machine gun, and they detain us. They block off the road. And then they call the IDF, and the IDF is on their side, not on the side of the Americans.
Are you surprised?
We'll
Are you
speak with
that
Ro Khanna
unaware,
on
or are you
Democracy
just
Now!
like politicking?
It's Ro
In a
Khanna.
separate incident Saturday, Israeli settlers armed with clubs, rocks, and a knife attacked a group of journalists, including CNN's Jeremy Diamond. One of the journalists posted video of the attack on Instagram.
Go, drive, drive, move, 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 get the out of the way, move, go, watch out,
Israel reportedly arrested 4 individuals in the attack on the journalists. The incident occurred at the same location where a mob of settlers beat U.S. citizen 20-year-old Saif Musalet to death exactly a year ago. To date, no one has been arrested for the death of Musalet. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina has died at the age of 71 after what his office called
I was just about to say, do we
brief
have
and
that
sudden
sound?
illness, unquote. For decades, Graham had been one of the most vocal supporters of war in Washington. Graham died just after returning from a
I
visit
saw
to
the
Ukraine,
Amagi
where he met
post
with the Ukrainian
about
President
this,
Volodymyr Zelensky.
and
During the
it
trip,
was
Graham
glowing
pushed for
praise.
increased U.S. military support
Who?
for Ukraine.
The Kurdish
We have a magic
outfit.
moment in time here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
In the
That's what I
coming
said
months,
on my thing.
if we
I
do
was
this
like,
right,
Lindsey
increase
Graham doesn't
Ukraine's
give a fuck about
lethality,
Kurdistan. He gives a
Well,
fuck about American
Yeah,
imperialism.
pause it.
get
pause it,
people
pause it.
to help us
Right.
with
Like-
Putin.
He doesn't care about human beings.
Yeah, and this is what I said. Like, I replied to the page. I'm like, come on, man. Like, he's one of the biggest proponents of genocide in Gaza, right? And
Oh,
some...
they don't.
Oh,
they're-
man.
Those Kurdish pages are fucking. Might as well be Israeli ops. They don't care about Gaza.
Yeah. So, well, this page is a
They'll
little
be like,
different.
Arafat shook hands with Saddam.
Yeah. But, like, this page doesn't seem to be like that. But I did have somebody reply to me like that. And going through the replies in the comments section, she was very prominent in that comment section, telling everyone that no genocide outside of Kurdistan exists, which is very interesting. So I listed off the 7 current genocides that are happening. Did you know that Tigray is at threat of another genocide? Mm-hmm. Pretty awesome. Another one, even though, you know, people didn't fucking know about the last one. So, you know, they're fucked. Get away
Bro,
from me,
let
you
the
stupid zombie.
in.
Huh?
Said, bro, let a zombie in.
I'm dead.
Okay.
It's just fucking incredible. Like, I understand the argument. Like, you're being like, oh, Lindsey Graham was pro-Kurdish, like the Save the Kurds Act or whatever the fuck he was about. I'm like, he doesn't care. He does not care about you. He would literally, like, the Americans only give a fuck about the Kurdish Peshmerga because they're a weapon that they can use. That's literally all they care about. They will give you guns because you ask in exchange for using you as a weapon, a blunt tool against anyone that America wants to attack. They don't care about you. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about anyone but Israel and the United States. Lindsey Graham is not your friend. Was not. Was not your friend. Can we please stop this? Like, I get it. I get why Kurds would be defensive about Lindsey Graham. I get it. There's very limited support as there is. Taking what you can get, I get it. This ain't it. He ain't it. He is not your saving grace. He just isn't.
The no genocide outside of Kurdistan thing is very funny.
I guess I left.
Star!
But yeah, I thought that was quite funny as well. Yeah. I had a good little chuckle. Especially because it's, like, so prominent. Like, we know exactly what's happening and where. Sudan is happening. Like, to say that they're... Like, just because you don't like the Palestinians, to deny the genocide that is happening to them is fucking crazy. Especially when, if Israel wanted territory that was Kurdish land, they would take it. They would take it and you wouldn't get a fucking choice. And there's nothing that you can fucking do about it. Like, it's a really, like, I couldn't imagine.
Okay, now just don't let the zombies in.
Like, I couldn't imagine, I don't know how. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Just, you know, the guide is the one who keeps letting them in.
So like, I get like not having allies, no friends but the mountains kind of shit, you know? I get that. But like, is backing Israel really your best choice of action?
The ones who like are pro-Israel and stuff are like the ones who are more in the Barzani clan. And like lobbyists here.
Yeah. So it's more Iraqi Kurdistan rather than Rojava.
No, it's only a specific section of Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay, interesting. So at least it's good to know that
But they're
it's
like
not...
the loudest, most annoying Kurds on
Yeah.
life.
At least it's good to know that it's not like a widespread thing. But it's also not going to help...
I mean, there's an entire... The other party in Kurdistan, Iraq, is like pro-Iran.
Well, yeah. Fucking hell. Did you see the flotilla leader in Iran?
No.
Pretty cool. Being taught how to put on a hijab properly. Did I retweet it? Maybe not.
Rather than propping him up, we can end this war.
Lindsey Graham was a leading backer of the U.S.-Israeli war
Who
on
is,
Iran,
sorry,
as
pause
well
it.
as a vocal supporter of...
Who is this? Give me a second. This one? No. I know what the problem is. Not that one. This one. Good. This chick. This one. Do you know who she is?
Nope.
Never seen her either. But she posted... Now I have to find it again. Fuck. Give me a second.
Why'd you do blackface?
I'm a ninja. I have purple hair, and I am in all black. And I think it's a dark blue cloak.
I got big honking tits. But isn't the mohawk great in this game?
It does look good.
One of the few mohawks I think that I've liked in a game.
So she posted this. Says, this is a flotilla leader, Lisi Proenza, in Iran, getting educated on proper hijab, headscarf, and shador, laughing giddily. Meanwhile, Iranian women are getting killed, beaten, imprisoned, harassed for refusing to wear it. Westerners are exhausting. Is pretty embarrassing being a part of the flotilla, talking about human rights and anti-genocide, and then, like, you know, attending the femicidal fascist state as a diplomatic guest, I'm assuming. Even though Iran doesn't allow Palestinians into the country. But let's not talk about that.
Do we need arrows? Or do they just go?
I'm not sure. My little guy is doing speech bubbles.
It says 0 arrows. Yeah, right click the guide who's underneath you. And he'll tell you what to do next. Where's arrows? Star!
What did you do?
No, the star. It became daylight, so it disappeared. Okay. Is this your house now? Underground rare crystal hearts.
Okay, so I had to fact check myself.
Okay,
make
hang
sure-
on. Let me tell you all the objectives. Okay,
one
we have to
second.
find a crystal heart,
Great.
5 fallen stars,
Great.
build more homes.
I have rope. Can I kill myself?
Get 50 coins to attract merchant. Get a gun.
Then eat it.
Kill a boss. Get a bomb. Find the stylus underground. Catch a fish. Okay. And then there's a table here. You can use it to make a bow and a rod, but I don't know how to make arrows yet. Oof. Fuck off, slime. The first thing we need is fucking better weapons, for real though.
The 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq. He also pushed for a permanent occupation of Afghanistan and once called for a preemptive attack on North Korea. After Israel was accused of committing genocide in Gaza, Graham told the head of the International Criminal Court, quote, "This court is for Africa and thugs like Putin. It is not for democracies like Israel and the United States," unquote. Graham became a close ally of President Trump, but during his unsuccessful failed presidential run in 2016, Graham had this to say about Donald Trump.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party. He doesn't represent the values that the men and women who wear the uniform
Yeah, I
are
got
fighting
it.
for. And you know how you make America great again?
back out.
Tell Donald Trump
I
to go
got
to hell.
copper.
South Carolina's Republican governor will now pick a replacement to serve out the rest of Senator Graham's term, which ends in
It's gonna
January.
be like his daughter or something.
Republicans will hold a special primary in August to pick a candidate to run in November. In other news from the Senate, Kentucky Republican Mitch McConnell has finally revealed details about why he's been hospitalized for the past month.
He said he had
In a
pneumonia or
statement, the
some shit.
84-year-old McConnell said he fell on June 14th at
Just
home.
die.
Became, quote, briefly unconscious. He later developed what
Should
he
have been
described as a mild
permanently.
case of pneumonia. McConnell also released a photograph from his hospital bed with his wife, Elaine Chao. McConnell's planning to retire at the end of his current term in January. With McConnell's absence and the death of
Retire
Lindsey
from
Graham,
life.
the Republicans have just 51 votes in the Senate for now. The Justice Department has subpoenaed 4 journalists at the New York Times after they reported President Trump's new Air Force One lacked key security features, including advanced anti-missile capabilities.
No way.
The Boeing aircraft had been donated to Trump by Qatar and then refurbished.
Am I
Trump
doing
flew
anything?
on the plane last week
You
to
have
the
to
NATO
click
summit in Turkey,
where you wanna
but then
hit.
took the old Air Force One home due to security concerns. The Times reported subpoenas were issued to the reporters Julian Barnes, Eric Lipton, who just won the Pulitzer Prize, Tyler Pager, and Eric Schmidt. The subpoenas were issued by Jay Clayton, the U.S. attorney in Manhattan, who was recently nominated by Trump to serve as director of national intelligence. Clayton's confirmation hearing is set for Wednesday. A lawyer for the New York Times said, quote, "This brazen act should be seen as nothing more than an attempt to prevent the public from knowing what is happening in their country by intimidating journalists from doing their jobs," unquote. The Committee to Protect
Look, a
Journalists
squirrel.
head, Jody Ginsburg, said, quote, "The subpoenas are an extraordinary escalation in President Trump's efforts to threaten and intimidate independent news organizations and have a chilling effect on the work of journalists across the country," unquote.
That's the point.
The New York Times has revealed U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has become the de facto viceroy of Venezuela, effectively controlling Venezuela's finances, the distribution of its natural resources, and its government. Rubio's informal role
think there's, like,
began after U.S. forces
It's on a
attacked
controller, you
Venezuela in
just kind of
January and
dig in front of
abducted the
you.
Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. Maduro's former vice president, Elsie Rodriguez, has since served as Venezuela's acting president, but the Times reports Rubio has essentially been running Venezuela from afar, even controlling Rodriguez's public appearances and statements as well as her governmental
Wow,
appointments.
legit vassal state.
The Times likened Rubio's role to that of Paul Bremer, who was installed by George W. Bush to run Iraq after the 2003 U.S. invasion. In Europe, a group of scientists warned extreme heat led to 10,000 excess deaths in the last month. Germany recorded nearly 100 deaths by drowning. Over the weekend, wildfires raged in Spain, killing at least 12 people. It's one of the deadliest wildfires in the country's history. In Greece, authorities have urged residents in Greece's second-largest city, Thessaloniki, to stay indoors and secure their windows and doors because of toxic smoke caused by a recycling plant engulfed by a wildfire. Meanwhile, in France, hundreds of firefighters are battling a wildfire south of Paris.
How the fuck are you digging so quickly?
A Trump-appointed federal judge has approved a request by the Justice Department to dismiss seditious conspiracy charges against 5 members of the far-right group, the Proud Boys, in connection with the January 6th insurrection. In his order, Judge Timothy Kelly said he did not agree with President Trump granting clemency to the rioters, but that he had no choice but to comply. After taking office, President Trump pardoned all of the nearly 1,600 rioters for taking part in the attack on the Capitol,
What a cunt.
which injured more than 100 police officers. Protests are continuing in Houston, Texas, after
Shouldn't have been
an
standing
ICE
there.
agent fatally shot Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a 52-year-old Mexican father who'd lived in the United States for decades. He was shot
Clearly
after
illegal.
being stopped while driving to a construction site with 3 other men who were detained. Houston
telling me
Police Chief
they
Diaz is
stopped
expected
workers?
to
Crazy.
meet with the FBI on Tuesday in an attempt to access evidence gathered by federal investigators. On Friday, the family of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo and lawmakers gathered to call for an independent investigation after eyewitnesses disputed claims made by ICE agents. Hugo Valdera Ibarra is a lawyer for the family.
After speaking with these men, I have no doubt that what they're saying is the truth. I know that these agents, the agency is going to try to cover it up. This is not the first time that it happens. This has become a pattern where ICE agents claim that they use their vehicle as a deadly weapon, that they tried to run over the agents and the agents shot in self-defense. But all 3 of my clients reiterated that at no point was there ever an agent standing in front of the vehicle,
Yeah, if you
nor
use a
was an
controller, it
agent
just
ever
puts the
placed
cursor in
in
front
the
of you,
line of
actually.
danger. That is simply false, and
And then
I
think
believe
you
my
can
clients
still,
are
yeah, you
telling
can
the
still use
truth.
the hotkeys.
We'll have more on this story later in the week. There have been protests of hundreds of people over the weekend in Houston. The Justice Department's investigating Yale's admissions practices for its medical school, law school, and undergraduate college. Now, Yale Law School's dean, Christina Rodriguez, and several other law school faculty members are urging Yale's leadership not to settle with the Trump administration, saying it would be damaging to the rule of law and would compromise Yale University's reputation. According to the
care.
Yale Daily News, the university's first settlement
don't
offer
care.
was rejected by the Trump administration.
Like, this is
Yale
literally
has
the
since
goal.
offered
Stop
a second
complaining
proposal.
and start
Democratic Senator
refusing.
Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut said, quote, "As I've
Like,
told top Yale officials, Trump's word
the government
means
literally
nothing. An
derives
agreement with these
authority
corrupt
from
bullies is only
obedience.
an invitation to more
Stop
law-breaking
listening.
abuse," Senator Blumenthal said. In election news, a federal judge in Atlanta has rejected the Justice Department's subpoena seeking the names of election workers in Fulton County, Georgia, from the 2020 election. Judge William Ray wrote in his order, quote, "Such a large disclosure of information threatens to chill participation in future elections, which will surely impact Fulton County," unquote. President Trump continues to repeat the false claim he won the state of Georgia in the 2020 election, accusing Fulton County officials of so-called ballot fraud. It comes as President Trump is pushing Congress to pass the Save America Act, which would require proof of citizenship to register to vote and identification at the polls. Meanwhile, in Texas, the state's attorney general, Ken Paxton, has reportedly listed an address where he did not reside while voting in several elections during the last 2 years. This comes as Paxton has warned voters about misrepresenting their residence on election records. The president of PEN America, the novelist Danoa Mengistu, has resigned from his position in part because of an article published by the organization about Israeli and Jewish writers denouncing cultural boycotts. Mengistu said in an interview with the New York Times he didn't agree with the publication of the article because it could cast the Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions, BDS movement, as discrimination instead of protected political speech. Mengistu said, quote, "We have the responsibility to be conscious and aware of how our work can impact and influence those debates, and especially if that means producing work that might actually restrict or limit or suppress what is constitutionally protected speech," unquote. In the email to the New York Times, PEN America said, quote, "PEN America has long opposed cultural and academic boycotts, but we have always drawn a clear line between disagreeing with a tactic and defending the right to use it," unquote. And civil
maybe
rights
read the
leaders are
room.
backing an independent investigation
Yeah, it's kind of a genocide.
into the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, an 18-year-old black college athlete whose
Lol.
body was found last week on a barrier island in Mississippi.
I guess there's
Wells
fall
had
damage.
taken a boat to the island with
Oh,
a
yeah.
group of white friends to
okay.
celebrate
You only
the July
lose money
4th
if you die.
holiday. The friends say Wells chose to stay on the island
If
when
anything,
they
that's
returned home.
the way to go, because it's
Authorities
gonna
say
get you to the-
Wells may have accidentally drowned, but his
Turn your
family
iron
has
into shit
questioned
faster.
the official
What is this
story.
thing, and why is it
In
unstoppable?
part because Wells' cell phone was found not with his body, but in the possession of one of his friends who returned home. Wells' mother spoke at a news conference Friday.
Gotta
Nolan
dig me a
was-
hole.
Is the kindest soul. He never met a stranger. He loved everybody. He didn't care if you were black, white, purple, green.
Nobody's
looked like a
purple or green.
marshmallow. Like, he just wanted everyone to be in peace with one another. He loved life, and God gave him this big heart, which always scared us. Me and his dad had conversations with him all the time, not just about the importance of understanding our history as black people, but also the importance of how you have to move in certain spaces.
The family of Nolan Wells is being represented by civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who also spoke at Friday's news conference.
It is because the family has distrust of the Mississippi law enforcement officials giving them a fair investigation where their black son ended up dead after going out on a boat with 3 young white men. The history of Mississippi is something that they don't just read about in books, but it's a lived experience for many Black Americans.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss
It's
a video.
dangerous to go out at night. No shit, Seth.
Zombie ain't dying.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to make iron stuff. I don't know.
I'm
Do you
dead.
have iron on you?
No, I'm dead.
Yeah, you'll respawn here with whatever you have, though.
I have no idea what I have.
Star!
Senate, at least temporarily, by his sister, Darlene. South Carolina
star.
Governor Henry McMaster announced the appointment this afternoon, and the newly designated senator said she's ready to continue the work of her brother.
I think this is what Lindsey would have wanted, and I plan to honor him in this way. Now, to Lindsey, I miss you more than I can even put into words, but I'm going to do this. I got it.
Star!
Lindsey Graham died Saturday of an aortic dissection and cardiovascular disease. He had served more than 30 years in Congress, becoming one of the nation's most prominent voices on foreign policy and later one of President Trump's top allies. Our congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins has more on Lindsey Graham's life and impact.
Please welcome the United States Senator from South Carolina, the Honorable Lindsey Graham.
Star!
Senator and security hawk Lindsey Graham was a
Security
powerful
hawk.
study
That's a
in
nice
contrast,
way of putting fucking
often unshakable,
warmonger
yet repeatedly
bitch.
capable of reversal. Known for his humble beginnings,
Lindsey Graham was the first in his family to go to college.
Graham's parents both died while he was a student,
Okay.
leaving him to run their family business, a local bar, and raise his younger sister, Darlene. He spoke with Judy Woodruff about it in 2015.
Most people, Judy, are one car wreck away from needing somebody's help. So I don't take anything for granted much anymore.
After law school, he joined the Air Force, serving as a prosecutor and defense attorney, including in Iraq and Afghanistan. His 33-year career brought him a Bronze Star and a belief in military
Hey,
power to
the stars
deter.
will kill stuff.
In 1994, as Newt Gingrich swept into control of the House, Graham won his first seat in Congress. The 39-year-old displayed moxie, taking the mic on his first day in office.
You got moxie,
What the
kid.
American people need to know, and what I want you to know at home, is that what we're talking about doing the first day is to change the way this
This
institution
house
operates.
is missing a chair.
Gibbs Knotts is a political scientist and provost of Coastal Carolina University.
Lindsey Graham was a great campaigner, but he also really kind of, dug into public policy and got to know all the ins and outs of a particular issue. And I think that resonated really well here in South Carolina.
Okay.
In a moment that would regain attention decades later, Graham made a national name for
Chair.
himself as a sharp, plain-spoken manager in the 1999 impeachment trial of Bill Clinton. Then, when Senator
hobo
Strom Thurmond
achievement.
retired at
Okay,
the
that's
age
a
of
little
101,
offensive. That's
Graham
funny.
became his successor, cementing his defense hawk identity. As support of President George W. Bush's war in Iraq dropped, Graham tripled down his backing.
This speech is for the troops.
That's so unexpected.
By every measure, the surge of the troops into Iraq has worked.
Then in 2013, Graham and his close friend, Arizona Senator John McCain, tackled another politically perilous but critical issue, immigration. As one of the so-called Gang of Eight, Graham helped push immigration reform through the Senate, aiming to block illegal immigration with more border agents, while offering a path to citizenship for those already in the country. The bill died in the House and hovered above Graham at a key moment, as he joined a near platoon running for president in 2015, and especially came out swinging against Donald Trump.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic,
Can you right-click the
religious
table
bigot.
in there and make a
He
door?
doesn't represent my party. He doesn't represent the
You
values
make the door and then
that the men and
left-click
women
where
who
you
wear
want
the
it on the
uniform
hotbar.
are fighting for.
Graham would drop out before the first 2016 vote was cast. And when Trump entered the White House, Graham reversed, reaching out and ultimately becoming one of his closest allies and golf buddies. Graham also rose, becoming Senate Judiciary Chairman, overseeing contentious, bold print fights as Democrats relentlessly opposed Trump's Supreme Court nominees. None more than Brett Kavanaugh, whom Graham fiercely defended after he was accused of a brutal sexual assault.
This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics.
Graham's embrace was critical to Trump and reflected the base.
Here's an anvil.
But he did break with Trump on January 6th after the Capitol was attacked by a pro-Trump mob.
Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it.
Shut
My
up.
point of view, he's been a consequential
Can't we
brother.
just kill him?
But today,
Oh, wait.
first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
But another flip, as Graham soon would actively campaign with and earn praise from Trump in 2024.
I think Lindsey Graham had some of his famous shifts, in part to continue to be relevant. I mean, he wanted to be an effective senator when there was a Democratic president and also when there was a Republican president.
Graham remained his own man on foreign policy, one of the loudest Republican supporters of Israel, including the U.S. decision to attack Iran this year. Critics saw him as a warmonger, but Graham didn't change.
The day this regime no longer can wreak terror and havoc is a good day, and we're close to that.
And while others wavered, Graham remained a fiery advocate for U.S. aid to Ukraine. Graham visited the country just prior to his passing. At home in June, Graham won an expensive primary and saw himself as entering a fifth term, thanks in part to Trump's backing. In the past 2 days, Trump and others paid tribute to Graham.
I don't know how you find anybody like him. He was so intense.
He was confident
Intensely
that the United
gay.
States could be a force for good. And he gave
Look out,
everything he had
faggot!
to ensure
Exactly.
that we would.
Israel has lost one of the great champions of the American-Israeli
See?
alliance.
Fuck him.
And frankly, I lost a beloved friend who...
Yeah, if Benjamin
I've had for many
Netanyahu is praising you when you die,
Graham
you know
ended what
you've
would
done
be his
something
final
fucked up.
victory speech last
Hail
month
Satan.
with one thought, and it was for his state.
I'm going to enjoy tonight
Lindsay is
as a
crying,
gift from
looking
God
up at
and
us
the
all.
people of South Carolina.
Satan is
I'm
his
going
father,
to
not
be
God.
the most grateful person on the planet.
Lindsey Graham was 71.
And
Isn't
Lisa
he the
joins
cunt
us now.
who
Lindsey
tried so
Graham's
hard to
death
keep the
came as a
Confederate
shock,
flag
a
on the
surprise
South
to all of
Carolina
Washington
Capitol?
circles.
Couldn't tell
What
you.
have you been hearing in response?
That's right. Those who agreed or disagreed with him, this was a shock for all of them. You know, Graham, one in South Carolina, had particular hold. One South Carolinian I was texting with today said, you know, they had hope that maybe Graham would end up in the cabinet or that another GOP president would raise him up into the cabinet. Would Graham have said yes? Unclear. But one Democrat who
you
did not
right-click
agree
to
with Graham said he was a
make the
force. There was no
object, and
ignoring
then
him
you
in the
can
Senate, and also
left-click to
added
put
that
it
he
in
had
your
a devilish
inventory.
sense of humor,
Mhm.
which came out a lot. I noticed, I've covered him for decades, including in South Carolina, and I noticed in the past few years he'd become increasingly frustrated. He seemed more prone to sort of lash out at the press in particular. But the last time I talked to him just a couple weeks ago, he was a very happy warrior.
That's a house.
And I think that he definitely leaves a big legacy, but this is a problem for Ukraine. He's one of their biggest advocates. There is some push to get through the sanctions bill for Russia that he wanted in tribute to him.
So his sister fills his seat temporarily, and then what happens?
Right. Now, she begins
What?
tomorrow. That's good news for Senate Republicans. But after that,
No,
South
fucking
Carolina
isn't.
will move quickly
Special
to
election.
find a
Vacant
new
seat. Fuck
Republican
this
nominee.
asshole.
Let's look at the dates
Fuck the
here in
Republicans.
particular. She will serve.
Special election
what's going to
in a
happen
week,
here is that
vacant
they will vote
seat. Nothing's
in
going to fucking
less than
happen.
a month for their new nominee.
If
and
the
then there will
Democrats
be
take
a
this spot,
runoff if
oh
they need
my
one
God.
on August 25th. So this is going to move within just
you
weeks
fucking
to figure out who will
imagine
be the new nominee, and
if
likely
Lindsey
in this
Graham
Republican
dying
senator, in this
gives the
Republican state, they'll have
Democrats
an
another
advantage,
Senate seat
likely to become the
in
next
South
Senate.
Carolina,
There are many people in South
of all
Carolina who would like a
places.
chance at this job.
That would be
and
crazy.
These are four of them right here. That's
For
Lieutenant
them
Governor
to
Pamela
take it
Abbott,
and do
Congressman
absolutely
Nancy Mace,
fucking nothing
Governor
with it.
Henry McMaster, and Congressman Ralph Norman. Interestingly, Jeff, all four of those, what do they have in common other than just ambitious? All of them are leaving their current jobs and may be interested in
Hey,
this
don't break
Senate
my house.
opening.
I gave you
And
armor.
this happened, this all unfolded as the nation was watching and focused on the
All right, I
health
gotta
of another
continue my
Republican senator, Mitch
exploration.
McConnell.
I gave you
Made some
armor.
news over the weekend.
Come
Bring us up
back
to
and get
speed.
the last
That's right. We
piece.
talked about this
Or is
last
it?
week. McConnell was admitted to a
in
hospital,
your
as our
inventory,
viewers
but come
know,
here.
on June 14th. And over the weekend, his office posted this statement. I want to read some of it to you. Last
He
month,
did.
I
What do you-
took a fall, which landed me in the
What do you have
hospital.
on you?
My doctors have confirmed that I
Nothing.
didn't break any bones or suffer a concussion.
I
I
got
didn't have a heart attack
seeds.
or a stroke. I don't have any
Press
tumors or
escape.
hemorrhages, but I was briefly unconscious
full
and was
inventory?
taken to the
Hold on.
hospital. While receiving excellent care over the past several weeks, I've also had to deal with a mild case of pneumonia.
Did I
His
put
staff
it on?
also posted this photo of him
Looks
with a
like it.
newspaper
What do you-
in the
what are you
corner to
missing?
show
Yeah,
that
got
it
it.
was a current photo.
You missing boots?
That's in
With
rehab.
helmet.
We do not know
Hey.
when he's going to return,
Do you
and
need
it's
boots?
possible he may not know yet either, depending
Don't
on
need
how
'em.
his
Here you go.
recovery goes.
Come here.
So what's this all mean for Senate votes going forward, since Republicans have a slim majority?
Senate designate Nordone, as she is right now,
I am a walking
does
tree.
help Republicans a lot. Texting
Whoops,
with
made
my
2 wooden
leadership
greaves.
sources, they're very happy that she'll be sworn
Now I need
in,
more wood.
we believe, tomorrow. However, they still have the problem of Mitch McConnell being absent indefinitely. So this leaves the
Good.
Senate with a ratio of 52 Republicans to 47 Democrats at a very critical time. The Senate's only supposed to be in session for another 7 weeks or so. And
They
in
should
that time,
never
they've
have
got
breaks.
to fund government, runs
I
out
agree.
again.
We don't get to have breaks.
They still have a defense
couldn't
bill.
agree more.
They still have the issue of the
The only
SAVE Act over
reason
them
they
for
could they
Republicans.
should have breaks
Nordone
is when
comes
they need
into
to
all
go
of
do
that
their
as someone who
constituents,
doesn't have
which
any
is when they
political
organize the
office
No
in
Kings
past. She has
protest.
been a
Mhm.
campaigner. We know
And
she's
stuff
worked
like
with the
that, but-
disabled, but she's going to be someone who actually will be in a very
Oh my God.
tense,
The slime
fast-moving
is killing
Senate,
bugs
potentially.
and bug
Lisa
parts are
Desjardins,
flying
Lisa,
at
thank
me.
you.
Welcome.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even
how'd
better,
you equip
start a
that?
monthly contribution today.
Equip what?
The armor.
I right-clicked it.
And then what?
And just put it on.
It's not working.
I know what to tell you.
Just gotta learn the controls.
Did you ever think you could make it? God damn it.
What's that? We're on. Great.
Oh, amazing.
Emotes.
Great, guys.
Well, it's summertime, the time when everyone catches a cold. The most normal and standard time to catch a cold and flu season, right in the middle of summer. But anyway, that's exactly what I did. But you know what makes me feel better?
I don't even
That's
know where
right,
the-
watching
Okay, there.
Paul Bet Davidson. I love Paul. I love Paul Bet Davidson. He's uploaded an amazing thing. It's a video on how to what is it? How to be a father. Dead. How to be a dead.
Last week, 2 weeks ago, my son had a tournament at IMG. We're at IMG on the way back.
Okay, get a drink. That's a huge drink, Paul.
I'm having a conversation with one of my kids about his career on he should consider wanting to go to an Ivy League school. And all of a sudden he's like, Ivy League school? I said, yeah, why not?
Okay.
He says, are you just doing it because you didn't go to college? I said, you think I'm doing it just because I want you to go? Yeah, I think. Oh my God. What would make you say that? I wrote a book called Drop Out and Get School. I made a video called College is a Scam. Then why would you say I should go to school? I said, okay, we got a 2-hour drive left. We're leaving from Naples.
Right.
And we're at this restaurant, Milano Cafe, incredible food, incredible burrata cheese salad, phenomenal.
Go into
balsamic
more
glaze,
detail on
great
that,
place.
please. PB. Go into excruciating detail about the food. What the hell is the place called? What the hell is the place called?
Milano Cafe, incredible food.
Oh,
incredible
Milano
burrata
Cafe,
cheese
okay.
salad, phenomenal
Go
balsamic.
more into details into the cheese salad, please. Go into more details on that salad, please. We were actually at this restaurant. You're not going to believe the name of it. It was called Toilets Cafe. Bad name.
Bad name.
Very bad name, Rob, but good. So there he is. That's the king of content right there. He go by the name
Paul Bet Davidson. Paul Bet Davidson.
Valuetained. Yes, he is. And, ooh, not great views on this one. Oh. Oh. It's not just Paul Bet Davidson. It's like all this kind of content is in trouble. We'll look at that in a second, but this is my favorite. I think this is my favorite part of this, like, how to be a dad.
What is the goddamn thing called?
Fatherhood. Dad! Masterclass with Paul Bet Davidson. This is my favorite. This is my favorite part because I guess he's recounting an argument that he lost with his kid. Like, what the hell happened? And then he started talking about what the hell is the place called?
Milano Cafe, incredible food, incredible
Milano
cheese
Cafe.
salad.
I mean, this is the funny thing. I watched this whole thing. It's an hour.
Cheese
and like,
salad.
you know, advice like this that you can find a million books on this with anything, any how-to. There's like 400 bazillion books, courses, you know, how to be a parent, but billion books, courses. So PBD is giving a lot of standard advice on how to be a parent, but it's through the PBDizer. And with this one, he's like, yeah, my son, I told him you should go to an Ivy League school. How about that? I asked him, what's up with you going to an Ivy League school? And then my son was like, I don't know about that. And then I was like, yeah, I wrote all these books. I wrote all these books that say you shouldn't go to college. But now I'm
Your mom goes
suggesting
to
you,
college.
my son, go to Maximum College, Ivy League schools. And then my son's like, yeah, that seems like it doesn't make any sense.
And that seems like a contradiction, Dad.
And then PBD is like, oh, and then we ate a cheese. So he goes through all this, that PBD, basically his son, I don't know, owned him in a debate. And then the ending of the story is we ate a cheese salad. So there you go. Go take care of a kid with that information. Like, that's the great thing about PBD. This is why I love PB. You know, actually, the advice at the end of the story is not, you know, the worst. He's basically just like, oh, I write some stuff down. Me and my kid, we write down our concerns, and then we, I don't know, compare them or something. Yeah, it's fine. It's not bad advice, well, whatever. But you gotta go through this whole, like, look, I made all these videos that say don't go to college, it sucks. But I want you to go to the best college. That seems weird.
I guess it's like 'cause I have all this money, Rob.
I named all my sons and daughters Rob, by the way. I know I was like lying about all that I do actually value education, but just not for you, not for your kids. You go to hell, you know.
You go to hell, you know.
To get to the very basic advice, you gotta go through poor Paul. Poor Paul just absolutely doing what he is. Just absolutely stepping in.
And our calling is to be able to develop leaders. And by the way, that picture right there, that's supposed to be Dylan.
Yeah.
If my son sees that picture, he won't
It's
be too happy with it
interesting, I
because that's
can't
what
see
AI
the
did
map
right there.
you
But it is what it
reveal,
is. Let's
only what I
continue.
reveal.
What
So
happened?
this is for all types of fathers.
Explain that.
Some of
Whoa,
you get-
whoa. What the hell did AI do to your kid? Go into detail on that. What happened, A? And then B, why did you just leave it? What the hell? This ain't your kid you're talking about. I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it, whatever. Oh, goddammit, that's PB doing his best, man. I'm sure, like, if any one of us, and, like, probably, like, half or a third of PBD's viewers, if they were gonna do some, like, something about being a dad, they would at least try to be careful about, like, their kids' privacy. Sort of, you know? Like, if I was doing this, it would be all, you know, generic advice. PBD has no... I mean, I do think it's completely inappropriate, and it's the 1 hour masterclass kind of turning on itself, you know, disproving its thesis. But PBD just does not have any of this. He's like, you know, giving all these details about his kids and like specific arguments they had, and then he's like, and I AI'd my kid's
And
face.
then I bought an unironic
wouldn't like
Mr.
it.
Brainwash painting.
Who cares? Hey, look stupid in that picture. And this will be on the internet probably forever. Who
Oh,
cares?
I found a cave.
Who cares? Anyway, that's how to
I
be a
found an
dad.
open
Hope
land.
you liked it. And if you have
Yep.
any questions about it, you can call me at... I honestly think I'm going to Minect. I think I'm going to Minect with each of them. I'm definitely going to Minect with Tom because I have some
out of
stuff to
torches,
correct
though,
his
so-
little butt on. I have to ask him where he gets his haircut, Tom. I want to ask Tom where he gets his haircut and his golf shirts. But I want to ask PPT about that because it's like baffling. Because this is what you do. If you're doing something like this, you're doing a PowerPoint. Just put generic images in. Oh, a dad and a baby in a wheat field, I guess.
My
They're
hole is
lost. They're
superior
looking
to
for
Jack's
food.
hole.
A plane crashed, and he's just happy that his son made it.
I have a
And now they're
tunnel.
looking for food. The sun's going down, and that's when
built
all the
my wife to be on
predators
the
come
area.
out. I don't know the whole story. But you know, this is exactly what I would do. Just a bunch of generic images. For some reason, PBD just covers this thing with these AI things of him and his kids. And like in the thing, he has to apologize for them. Sorry that I did this. Oh, my kids look terrible in this. To the point where if they saw it, they'd be pissed about it. Anyway, back to being a good dad.
and the other one's going to be weird when it happens. Let me tell you what it's all about. Oh my God, this thing just got awkward. If you think this is awkward, imagine a stranger having a conversation with your son. Oh my God. What awkward? Awkward is not having this conversation.
Right.
I never understand when fathers have a hard time having this conversation with their kids.
Give me a break.
Have
I
a
didn't do
flipping
it. I didn't do anything. Why are you yelling at me for?
Basically, enough coins for, because it's 100 copper for 1 silver, 100 silver for 1 gold. But he's got the merchant that just came, he's got a mining helmet, and it makes it so it puts on a light while you're mining.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of this is just like, I'm sure there's some parenting book that's like, hey, you can't be nervous or shy about talking about important stuff. You know, it's not that big a deal. Just do it, you know, whatever. I'm sure that's in like every parenting book, you know, you gotta talk about stuff. You gotta talk about stuff with these little brats, you know. It says that exactly. You gotta teach these little pendejo. So I'm sure like every parenting book says the basic premise of what PBD's saying here. You know, like, oh, you gotta tell them stuff. Can't be nervous about crap. But he goes into some stuff all around
the
this
number one tip in the
where
book,
it's like,
don't
did you
diddle them.
run some of this? Did you run some of what you're
Make
saying
sure,
by
whatever you do, do
some
not
of the
diddle the
people
kid.
you're talking about? Like, naming, you know, specifically? Did you... Because you could speak abstractly about this. Hey, you gotta talk about this and that. You know, you gotta teach kids everything. They don't know anything. But he goes into like some stuff that's like just like literally private. Maybe his audience wants this. They're like, oh, he's being open. He's like relating to me. But you know, I think most people would not be like putting their unvaluetainment starring in family members on blast like this. I'm not even gonna play it. I mean, I cannot wrap my head around this. He's talking about you gotta spend time with your kids. Why not spend time with them doing a photo shoot? Look, what the hell is this? What the hell is this goddamn AI thing? What is this supposed to say right here? How did this kid get in this situation, and why are you wearing a suit climbing a mountain? You know what I mean? If you're a father, you gotta be dressed for every occasion, Rob. Like, if you go mountain climbing, you need a bright blue suit. And make sure that your kid, you're not really watching what he's doing, so he's on a rickety ladder. And hey, you're still down there. Oh, okay, I'll help you up. Can't get my suit dirty, though. I mean, why? Why did no one tell him that this was the AI images were a bad idea, man? He said it during this thing, that they're bad.
Very quickly. So who is actually raising our kids? Who's
Mr.
raising
Beast.
them? Right?
I don't
Who's
know.
raising them
Our
when we
objective is
see
to
this?
find a crystal
Okay.
heart.
Give me a second.
You'll need a hammer to
go
break
ahead.
it, though.
Give me a second. Okay, watch this.
I got a hammer.
Even when a father is
Okay.
present at home, the average school-age my boy God. spends only this much time with their dad. Look at the numbers. How many
Okay. Oh
hours is a TV, video, and social media?
It's the smallest
A ton.
one.
Oh my God. How many is with school instruction hours in school? A ton. How many is it with peers and social time? A ton. How many is it with father?
A
You ready?
ton.
You want to know the time?
A ton.
30 minutes of one-on-one
A ton.
time with dad per week.
Right.
That's the average time.
Oh my
8
god.
30 Oh minutes. my God.
This is funny because probably like the most revealing part of this is the little Ivy League thing, where he kind of accidentally reveals, where he kind of accidentally reveals like, of course I want these little pendejos to get the best possible education, you know, higher education. Even though I go on my channel and I say that sucks, I'm talking about me in that case. You know what I mean? That's probably the most revealing thing because, you know, a lot of this stuff, like, we all get it, you know? Yeah, parents should have time to take care of the kids. Yeah, we agree. We get that. They shouldn't just shove them in front of a
Paul Bet Davidson
video. You know, they should have the time, etc., etc.
Hey,
to
Pops.
give these little rats, these little pukes, people call them, which I
Healing
think is
potion.
wrong. That's bad parenting.
Sure,
I was
kid.
doing an example of, you know, the time and resources, all this crap to give them a good life, good education, yada yada. Paul just has nothing for this. He's just like, oh yeah, that sucks. People aren't spending all the time. That sucks. They should fix that. Okay, there we go. Fixed. This would be fine if it were like, yeah, look, we got to figure out a way to automate a lot of this stuff. whatever, like paid time
You
off,
can turn
paid
your wood
leave.
into wooden
They're trying to do
platforms,
some of this stuff in New
and
York.
then you can place them and
Childcare
use them. You
better
can jump on them.
education and all this crap. But Paul Bet-Davidson is just like, hey, look, on average, I found a statistic, on average, people don't spend that much time with the kids. I wonder why that is. I wonder what's up with that.
I just
Could
found
it
a
be
bomb.
because they're doing this?
And we've had, I don't know, 6 to 9 months of ridiculous stories and accusations.
No,
when
they're
the truth
not.
will come out, and
Okay.
the people who have been spouting
Thank you.
lies, you're going to get everything
go
you
to hell.
deserve eventually.
Adam, so
Right.
this is the third
Shut up,
day of the
Vinny.
trial, and you've already wrapped up everything. That it was just him.
I said that
and-
that's my opinion, Vinny.
No, you
Just
said
like
no.
you gave, you're going to get every.
Adam
Oh,
looking
it's a little
extremely
minecart.
weird in this
Oh,
shot.
and there's a track.
Looks like he's about to be
Whee!
like launched out of that chair or something. Okay, anyway.
Everything you deserve eventually.
Hey,
Adam,
Copper.
so this is the third day of the trial, and you've already wrapped up everything. That it was just him.
I said that
and-
that's
Hey,
my
give him
opinion.
a break,
No,
Vinny.
you said,
Jesus.
no, you
Just
said
gave like
no,
you
no,
gave an opinion
No,
about George
you
Zinn.
you
Shut
said
up.
closed
Talking
case.
about Tyler
No,
Robinson.
You gotta shut
hold
up.
on.
Shut the hell up.
You
That it's an
said
open
Or
and
go to
closed
hell.
case.
What is
okay.
this?
You're
Okay, so we already completely figured out how to be parents
Some
entirely, in its entirety, in ad
I think I'm
turnum.
safe here.
Just from that hour thing with those AI generated images, I think I could raise
Tungsten.
the kid to like what, 40? I think I could probably do till like 40.
Wee.
So let's look at some of the other value-taining. They are suffering on views. There is like a serious problem
Wee.
with
Ooh,
this kind
big
of
copper, big
content.
copper.
Like I don't know if there's a future that looks bright for this stuff. But they do this
How
a
do I
lot
get
where
out
they
of
get
this
into
thing?
this like kind of conservative content war. And Adam is basically the resident Ben
Booty hole waxed you down.
guy. I found something kind of crazy about this guy.
Booty hole waxed you down.
I mean, people have been kind of making fun of his numbers and that he's boosting his channel and the amount of comments don't really match the views. I saw somebody talking about this. This is the route some of these guys are going, including my man Adam, the most beloved character. I saw somebody talking about this. I did not believe this was true. This is a PragerU video.
1.8 million views.
150 comments. Wait, what was that again? 1.8 million views, 150 comments. And here's one of the top comments right here, which they just left. 1.2 million views and 745 likes. Looks like y'all forgot to buy the likes.
There's another
Because we can
little
just put
cave
this thing
down
in this
here.
story, disgusting situation to rest
Hey!
what happened. TPUSA, Erica Kirk, Charlie's Legacy, and The Truth are all going to be the big winners here. The big losers here
more tungsten.
are the conspiracy theorists, the people who, I don't know if you know, but you know,
Why is he
you know
so
what I'm talking
sassy about it?
The
Yeah,
people
I don't
watch the
know.
attitude, man.
But if you know,
of
you
Charlie's
know.
death, telling lies,
Check
telling
the dude.
nonsensical
Oh my
God. Slime!
truths.
I
You know
can't
what
see.
I'm talking about.
No, I do not.
The big
Put the
loser
torch
will
down.
be
What I know.
America,
Come on, idiot,
because
put
we
the
lost one of
torch
our
down.
greatest leaders.
People that just take something and you just believe in its end of story.
Give
There
that
is
guy a break.
trial. You
That's
don't
what I'm
know
doing.
nothing
He's doing his
about
best.
Adam. You just know
I
what
dug a
blending
cave
in the
background.
and I'm safe.
Let the trial go out.
Oh!
Adam, because
The
you
I'm
don't
safe
care.
now that the
Shut up.
slime
Adam,
fell down a
damn
hole.
you.
This is what you defend. You have to talk over.
Both
Which you
shut up.
constantly do because
How
you
about
can't
that?
stop talking and listen for 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
Do you have
This seems like a moment where PBD should bring some of those parenting skills. Hey, look, both of you shut up. Time out. Double time out. No ice cream. We usually get ice cream after the podcast. Not this time. You're bad boys. These are bad boys, actually. This is proof Paul Bet-Davidson is a bad parent. His two sons are out of control. His two sons, I believe these are his sons, are absolutely out of control. Okay, so anyway, PBD's two sons here. These are his two sons that I think he AI'd. I think he AI'd these two boys, these two little boys, into his PowerPoint. And they're like, Dad, we look ridiculous, But anyway, PBD's two sons here are going off about this, case, the Chuck Kirk case that's,
Damn.
In court right now.
I almost killed
And,
one.
honestly, everything I've heard from
Do you
these
have
kind of
iron and
channels
stuff?
is mostly these people, going after each other and mostly going after Candace Owens, who's, totally... She has totally escalated this whole thing. Okay?
She says, I clocked that Ben was too invested in this. His energy on
Right.
stage demanding that Megyn Kelly call me evil.
Okay, anyway, what is this? A candy post. Whoa! I love those.
I'm going to haunt you.
She's probably keeping it reasonable, right?
This. Ben Shapiro is satanic. Everything in my soul tells me he worships Satan. Literally.
That's true.
Look at his demeanor in this clip.
Hail Satan!
We need to find out exactly who on Charlie's team betrayed him.
Satan is his father, not
immediate
God.
Updates to this parasite.
The devil, probably.
Okay. Here's Clint Russell.
That's it?
For those that haven't followed...
Yeah, they're
Clint
still
Russell?
doing this on these channels.
Clint
They're still doing this,
Fuckface?
man. They're going to do this forever, I think. You know,
We
I think
interviewed
Candace
him
knows that she's telling
on
a...
that
you know,
other
she's telling
show
a
that we
story,
did before we started this.
and I think she knows it has
He's
to
blocked
keep
me on everything.
escalating to keep people interested. So now she's like, Ben Shapiro
He doesn't like being
is in on
challenged.
it, probably.
Ben Shapiro's the devil.
Liberty
That's pretty good.
lockdown.
Ben Shapiro's actually the devil. This guy, Ben,
I'm out in Miami, ho.
he's definitely going to upload a video. I'm not the devil.
I can prove it.
I can prove it. I'll
that a
show you
snail?
my...
Booty hole waxed down.
But yeah, they keep like responding to this and she just keeps escalating it. Eventually she's gonna be like, Ben Shapiro doesn't exist. He's like James Bond. There are like hundreds of Ben Shapiros.
And it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars.
Okay.
They make a deal.
Yeah.
And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal, and he goes out and he talks.
If I make a deal, then...
It's weird.
And then I go, bye-bye.
There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Funny. By the way, if you can find the other clip as well, a person then asks and he says, what happened? I thought you said they're good people. How did they all of a sudden go from being good people to being bad people? And he explains that. He addresses that. I don't know if you have that one or not. When you see his position here, Adam, with the way he went from one side being, hey, let's make a deal, memorandum of this, understanding, and then all of a sudden, nah, bomb them. These guys are not good people. They're scum.
Yeah, seems
How do
weird.
you process that?
Well, thank you for coming to your senses, Mr. President. Nobody wants to tell the president, well, we told you so, sir. But now's your chance if you want.
Okay, the PBD show, they just kind of do whatever Trump says or does, it's good. Let's read the comments. Remember when y'all said
you can
this
literally
conflict
make
will be
copper
over
coins
a
out
month
of the
ago,
copper.
and
Yeah, I
people will
saw.
stop talking about it in time for midterms, okay? What's this? And then the first
Hey, there's an
reply to
owl.
this, yep, remember PBD is a number guy. Hey, are you talking about
Paul Davidson?
these guys are clowns? That guy says, hey, a lot of this in the comments. Rob got offered a higher
Star.
paying job on a different podcast platform. His
Ooh, lots of
future
stars.
looks bright. They lost Rob. Oh, it's going Daily Wire over at the PBD show. Things are coming up
Booty hole waxed down.
over at Valuetainment. Rob's out.
For one day.
Rob's out. Where'd he go?
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Okay, so
Stars.
PBD's views are getting worse
Oh my God,
too.
so many
It
stars.
looks like, and I do see this kind of thing on a lot of his videos. I still don't think I've heard PBD talk about that scammer they hosted. This is really rude what this guy replied. Yeah, PBD didn't talk about hosting himself. Hey, shut the hell up, damn you.
So what he's doing, Vinny, this is kind of funny. What do the Democrats do? What do liberals do?
I don't know.
Accuse you of doing something they're already doing.
Projecting.
So yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So, we're going to accuse
my
you of
God.
fraud or do it. Wait a minute. If they're trying to arrest us, maybe we could arrest them first.
Ouch.
It's the same
Oh,
playbook. And
I
it's,
will
it's
arrest you.
basic,
I'll
this
arrest
is the
that
playbook
haircut.
of deflection.
Pick up my money
It's
there.
that same old
Where?
saw. And
Right in
so,
front of you.
You all right?
interfering with our elections seems like
Right,
there's
now
some
come
evil force
right-click
out there,
this
Pat,
guy.
that's interfering with California. No, that's not what it's about.
Okay.
It's basically
Case closed.
It's like I'll tell you,
How
there's a
much
joke
silver you
made
got?
about the World Cup that says, wait a minute. Even though the game's
okay.
over, shouldn't we wait till California counts
Like,
all the
I have
goals?
nothing.
Maybe you didn't lose.
Anything you're going to ask me to
And
do,
so-
I can't do.
That's
Okay.
kind of the.
Just
I have
checking.
no
See-
fucking clue what's
Okay,
going on.
Adam laughed at
I'm
that.
just checking.
Let's see
It's
that.
more expensive
Tom
than
is
I thought.
absolutely
I'm
destroying it.
digging holes.
Tony Hinchcliffe
keep
style
digging
with the
holes.
jokes lately. See that joke again.
Even though the game's over, shouldn't we wait till California counts all the goals? Maybe you didn't lose.
I'm building a fob.
And so that's
Oh,
kind of the what we
huge
see here.
response.
And so we see Gavin
Huge
Newsom.
response. What the hell were those two guys doing? What the? Actually, now I'm on Tom's side. That old man is talking. What are you guys typing? 100% PBD is searching where to eat after this. I do feel sorry for anybody who seriously watches the PBD show. It's probably older people living in Florida. But every once in a
How
while,
many
I'm like
times do we have to
slogging
teach you
through
this
this
lesson,
crap.
old
I'm
man?
just like watching through the. trying to stay awake. And then it's just, there's like the funniest moment, like Tom trying to get some attention, trying to do a joke. Tom gets zero respect on this show. Tom tries to do a joke, and they're on camera, on screen, just typing, not listening to his butt. Come on.
Paul Bet Davidson?
I know.
This is another
feel,
one
Tom.
of Paul's sons, by the way. I consider Tom one of Paul Bet Davidson's sons. And he's not giving him the, remember? Paul was talking about 30 minutes a day or whatever. He's giving this guy 0.
He's giving his elderly son 0.
Okay, and we're going to address that as well with data.
Well, I got, that was just 2.
Go for it. Yeah, shut up a second, Pete.
Here's the last one.
Okay.
The last one, you don't need a history book. You don't need a time machine.
I have
both. The last
both.
one is happening right now.
Wow.
There is a movement in our country.
Oh my God, there is?
Themselves democratic socialists.
Yeah.
But
You ever
let's
hear
call them what they
FDR?
really are.
Okay.
They are communists.
You know, the guy who like killed Hitler.
Okay, this is great. As a PB fan, I heard him talking
I know he
about
didn't
this. And I was
actually
like,
kill
that's-
Hitler, but
that
you know,
seems
it's funny.
crazy, even for Florida, that he's gonna host like a governor of Florida debate. Like PBD's gonna be the host. I was like, that's odd, but this is kind of funny. This is like standard PBD wackiness. 3 guys showed up. These guys are all like in the single-digit % likelihood of winning. The guy who's in the 90s of percents. What the hell is this stupid guy's name? Byron Donalds. That's the guy who it looks like now statistically betting
The water
markets,
physics are
all
really
the
cool.
crap that I
Like
looked
when you
at.
find water, you can like basically dig it to channel it down your mine shafts, and it will like slowly drain over time.
He's like the way favorite to win. He couldn't show up. He didn't make it.
The slime
So,
just goes through walls.
What's the point of this, huh? It's having a goof. Having a good time. They're basically having a
Paul Bet Davidson
of a time.
More
Paul,
iron.
you're a genius.
James?
Look at this.
320.
320.
What is this, Paul?
Jay?
You go with 265.
265. This one goes to Jay Collins, 250. There you go.
Paul Bet
Collins
Davidson?
picked one up.
So he's getting these, kook Florida governor candidates to guess grocery prices. And a young woman with no shoes is walking around like a ring girl with like bread and eggs. He has lost his mind. Okay, this is interesting though because you accidentally through these kooks doing their whatever comedy show or whatever this is, you kind of learn some interesting stuff about Florida. Check this out.
So since affordability was number 1 for all of you, let's get right into affordability. And we're going to have some fun here as well. Important issues. But let's start off with affordability. And James, I'll come to you first here. Let's talk about homeowners insurance, which is a big issue. Between 2020 and 2024, more than 12 insurance companies cut back coverage in Florida or left completely, including State Farm, Allstate Farmers, and Progressive. Now Florida has the highest property insurance rates in America. As governor, what specific immediate steps will you take to lower insurance rates and make housing affordable?
This is kind of interesting, man. I'm from Florida, dude.
I'm from freaking Florida, dude, and I have pride of such.
So I kind of heard a little bit about this, like, oh man, all the insurance companies are pissed off or whatever.
All the insurance companies are leaving.
But I didn't know how bad it was that it's like, they say over and over again in this stupid thing.
I mean,
and these are
we
goofy
knew
guys.
for a
They're
long
having good- God only knows what they're doing. But they say
we knew for a long time that Florida insurance companies
are evil,
going to leave because Florida is like at sea level. I'm pretty sure, is it not?
Something like that.
So like, yeah, it would because America is the way it is. It makes it a little interesting when it comes to a hurricane destroying your entire fucking being. And an insurance company which has the goal of profit, not helping you, tells you to go fuck yourself. Why would they stay? If they're not going to offer support, why even offer the fucking service in the country, in the state? Just pull out of the state. And that's exactly what was always going to happen. And when people lose everything and the US state does nothing to help them, it's a good way for people to start coming to some extreme conclusions to solve their problems. Hey, buddy. He's been sneezing like a motherfucker. It's not good. Oh, he's okay. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay.
Over and over again, oh, everybody's leaving. Everybody's leaving all those other places and coming to our great place, Florida. And then they're kind of implying, oh, but then your house gets blown away. Oh, but then your house sinks. I mean, it's kind of true, you know. Oh, everybody's moving here. Oh, everybody's moving here. They love it here. And then the weather does one of these on their home. And they have no recourse. But anyway, it's kind of interesting. But check out this guy's answer. These are all the single-digit percenters. The no-hope crew, people are calling them currently. Okay, so pretty huge issue. People get insurance to have a place to live when the weather in Florida inevitably blows their house away. What do you plan to do about that? Here we go.
Again. Patrick, it's a great question.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. Is it took me forever to learn what it meant by wood walls.
If you're the only Dairy Queen in the middle of a...
In your crafting menu, there's
table.
You have to go to the table itself, the crafting table, the workbench, and then there's a thing that's wood walls in there that you make from wood, and you put them in the background layer.
Sure. Whatever that means.
Well, you gotta find wherever the table is first.
I got dirt and stone. Does that work?
You can make dirt walls.
Well, I tried stone and it didn't work.
Yeah, you have to... I don't know if you can make stone walls. I know you can make dirt.
You're telling me that the three little pigs lied?
I don't think any of them made a house out of dirt.
Stone. It was brick, wasn't it? Whatever.
It was hay,
hay,
wood, and brick,
stone.
I believe.
Yeah. Masonry. If you want to be specific about it. The zombies can't huff and puff. Can't blow our house down.
desert, you can charge whatever you want for soft serve.
Yep.
What we have to do is bring in a Baskin Robbins, bring in a...
Get in a Blizzard. Throw some Reese's cups in that Blizzard. Ah, this is this guy. This is whoever this guy is. Hey, how about this? Look under your seat. Hey, look under your seat, dudes. Oh, they melted. Damn it. I should have figured that out. Sorry, guys. That's the kind of thing that won't happen when I'm mayor. What is it? Governor. Whatever.
Carvel, bring in a Cold Stone. You might even bring in a McDonald's.
Yeah, that's
Jay,
the problem.
If the ice cream machine were working that day.
Right?
What does that competition do?
Don't do jokes,
it brings
man.
down prices. The fact that 12 insurance companies have cut or left the state entirely is exactly why insurance rates have gone up. As a business guy, I'm going to call those CEOs myself.
A business
and ask them,
guy.
What is it going to take for you to come
I'm
back
a
to
business
our state?
guy.
How can we reform these laws? But here's the thing.
So, in other words, nothing. Okay, so there we go, man. There it is. Quite possibly the worst political event, I guess you could call it, in the history of the world, maybe. Anyway, before we get the hell out of here, guys. Oh, there's that guy.
Remember when PBD was going to be president of Iran?
It's not just a win for one nation or Pauline.
The year is 2028. Pauline Hanson just won the election.
She has a vision for this country,
I have a vision for this country.
and she's had 30 years to prepare for this exact moment. What is going to happen to Australia? To work this out, I had to dig through secret leaked documents, 3-year-long undercover investigations,
the testicles of the government in our hand at every given stage.
and have found 5 key policies Pauline would enact. Starting with migration, of course, it's migration. Pauline's first job would be deporting 75,000 people. In Victorian terms, that's 3/4 of the MCG. That's every single illegal immigrant. So it would undoubtedly require an ICE-style mass deportation. But we're not the US. We don't exactly have people hopping the border. It's mainly people who have overstayed their visas, so it's a floating number that tends to resolve itself. But the details don't really matter here anyway, because Pauline is going to give them no recourse to appeal. All of the illegal immigrants are now out. What's next? Pauline wants to refuse entry to migrants from nations known to have extremist ideologies. This has been criticised as
no
one
Americans.
nation's version of the Trump Muslim ban, especially given Pauline's no good Muslims comments, wearing a burqa in the Senate twice, and being found guilty of racial discrimination for telling another senator to piss.
I just want to point out, she's owned a burqa for over 10 years.
But it was for sure the same burqa, right?
It's 100% the same one.
Where do you think she bought it from?
Her local Muslim burqa shop, probably.
What do you think the store was called? Because I have an idea what it was called.
Go on.
Burqa Muhammad Jihad.
Fucking hell. Okay, so 2017. Okay, so this is from 2017. Right? Cool. Now, we go find Pauline Hanson 2025 burqa stunned. $7 months ago. That looks right. Oh, there's a whole statement. That's great. We can watch that too. Hold on. Okay, so burqa 1, 2017. Burqa 2, 2025. Same burqa, baby. It is the same one. She has, see the thing around the head? The headband bit?
Yeah, you know, it's...
Right.
I don't know why she went with black. Like, blue is the more traditional burqa color.
Yeah, exactly. It's very strange. It's like she's trying to, like, pick on Iran while thinking about Afghanistan. Which is very entertaining. But it is 100% the same one. See the silky edge? I bet you she paid...
Oh, no, I don't doubt it's the same.
I bet you she paid a pretty penny for this. And she probably claimed it on tax. Now that would be funny. If this burqa was claimed on tax expenses for work, that would be very entertaining. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Alright, I think you know what happened in the Senate. I just want to open with a comment. It was what can I say? I didn't know it was going to happen. It was only about 2 minutes beforehand. I didn't even have a time to read it. And this is not unusual what happens in the Senate, what they actually do. I was a bit upset that I wasn't given time to respond properly to it.
What do you have to say of value?
Yesterday on the floor of Parliament to actually speak to it. Again, today I felt that. Senator Wong made sure
It's probably
it was only
something like
30 minutes. I wasn't aware of that.
I imagine.
That's why I let other people get up to have their say. then I could have counteracted that, but they cut it off. Gallagher got up and cut it off.
Yeah,
And this
because
is
you're
what
an
happens to me all the time.
awful racist human.
5 minutes
and nobody
was
likes
not long
you.
enough for me to respond to it.
It really is
and,
pretty much that.
But anyway, I tried to explain to the Australian people how I feel about it and why I've stood my ground with regards to this. And that's what I'm saying now. It's about the Australian people. I have the utmost respect for the heart of our democracy, which is that Parliament. I do respect the Australian people. I have the utmost respect for people that have come here for a new way of life. But those people that actually come and pull me up
How do I
and
make
say,
doors?
Pauline, we're a
Crafting
migrant that have
table.
come here. Please
Or
stand,
workbench, whatever it's called.
strong and tall in what you believe in.
Where?
Because we love Australia
I don't
and
see
we
door.
don't want it to become like the place we've left. So I do have a lot of migrants that do support me.
You right-click the table.
My position on banning the
Yes.
burqa, and I still
you
stand
have
strong
wood?
by that.
No idea.
If they really
You gotta
believed in
go
what they were
use your
saying,
axe
they
on a tree.
didn't want to ban the burqa, yep, they denied me the right to wear it on the floor of Parliament.
Oh my god, shut
There
up.
is no dress code on the floor of Parliament, yet I'm not allowed to wear it. So, to me, it's been hypocritical.
She really thinks she's doing
I've,
something. Like she's
I'm not
genuinely
gonna answer to
this
the
dumb.
Parliament or the members in there, because to tell you the truth, I don't have respect for most of them. I think they say one thing.
So
do
quit your
another.
job, cunt.
That was the heart of democracy, to allow
Or is
me
your
to
free
move
ride
private
too
minister
valuable,
to debate
you
the issue
fucking
and put it to
parasite?
the vote. They have denied me that right, not on this one occasion, but previously.
You
as
attend
well.
17%
And
of
I think
Senate
that's-
seatings,
Needs to be questioned.
getting
also.
paid over $300,000 a year. Go fuck
I'm
yourself.
censured. Does it really worry me? No, it doesn't.
Wow,
For
you're
7
so
days,
tough.
not
She's
at
really
all.
doing something here.
I'll stand my ground on what I believe in. I will continue to do so.
It's insane to me
And
that this obstinate
you know,
stupidity
it will be the people that will judge
actually
me.
gets
I will be
people on her
standing
side.
for the next
Like that just
election
shows you
in
just how
Queensland.
dumb people are.
And I will let the people of Queensland judge me whether I have earned my place to be re-elected again.
You've
or
literally
not.
done
I will
nothing
not let
in your entire 30 fucking
these
years.
people here.
So this is the guy
Senator
that's going to
Henry,
lose
can
to
you just
Count
explain what the
Binface.
point of all of this was? You've worn the burqa in there twice now over a course of 8 years. You've been kicked out for 7 days. Your bill's not even going to be debated at this point. So what's the point? What have you achieved by doing all this?
Great
It was
question.
never, they were never intending to debate the bill. And the first time I wore it was about, there was no dress code in the chamber. And what I wanted to do was set a precedent there that let's decide on it. They threw it
Okay.
out. They wouldn't even vote on it.
If there is
Nothing
no
about it,
dress
they threw it
code
out.
in the Senate chamber,
If they had done
and
that
if
7
I
years
ever
ago, I would never have
happen
been
to
able
run
wear
for
the burqa.
Senate and I get
When
elected,
introduced
I
my
will be
bill yesterday
wearing
straight away without
pajamas.
even getting through introduction of the bill. They shut it down. One voice. That's all it takes. There
I'll
was
wear
two. Tammy Tyrrell
the junkie coat.
from Tasmania denied me that right, and so did a Greens. So without
What is
allowing
that?
me to introduce the bill,
What is
they
a junkie
denied me
coat?
that right. Why?
An hoodie.
If you think that the
You probably
Australian
don't
people
know
are
what
on
that is
their
either.
side, debate the bill, let it go to the vote.
I don't know what
And
Americans
then
would call them.
the decision's made, but they denied me that right. And when they denied me that right to ban the burqa, well, if you don't want
Shut up. One of these things.
Oh, like a Snuggie.
Yeah. Is that what you guys call them?
That's just the telemercial original branding of it.
Okay.
Because it was originally as seen on TV. Look at these slimes that are stuck that I'm just juggling. Ah,
Okay.
they got out. They're fighting back.
I think I know what the Snuggie is. Ah, yes, it's the reverse one. Yes. This is like a hoodie that you put over the top rather than sitting into. Because this, I'm pretty sure that the Snuggies are like a straight jacket. Kind of, yeah.
A straight jacket.
Am I
yeah,
wrong?
Yeah, you know what? Yes. I see what you mean, and yes.
Where the hoodie is literally just a like a throw over the top oversized hoodie kind of thing that's just with wool. Good value. $50. But Yuki calls them the junkie coat because all the junkies in my local town rock around in hoodies. It's fucking cold, but they got to get their shit, you know? So it's the junkie coat. She's just, she's assimilating into the culture. She is the good one.
There, I made a chest and put wood in it for you.
I like chests. Whoop. What happened? It's trying to convince me to play.
Want to ban the burqa, then I'll go and put it on. And that's exactly what I did. And that even upset them more.
Yeah, she just
So
goes
you
and
don't want to
pulls
ban
it out from her.
but you don't want me wearing it.
So just
Pulls it out
I
from
just
her
understand
closet.
why you're putting this on the agenda. Are you aware of any incident in Australia where somebody has
it's
worn a
not
burqa
about,
to
you know, it's not
commit a
about
crime?
incidents. It's the same thing as what I put up about climate change, or I've put up about immigration policies, and I've spoken against multiculturalism. It's having a vision for the future, where the country's headed. These buggers in here have no idea about that whatsoever. So what it's about is having vision and seeing what's going to happen in the future. That's why I've spoken about multiculturalism. And now, I was ridiculed for it at the time.
As
Now,
you should be, you fucking
have,
clown.
Even John Howard's come
Look
out
at
and
you,
said
you even
it
got
hasn't
hair
worked.
colour like a
Other
clown.
leaders of other nations said it hasn't worked. We are multiracial, people from all different cultural backgrounds, but we must be Australians, all treated equally under one law.
Hey, dickhead,
That's why
what does
I
that
have
mean?
brought this about with many things, even with climate change. I've been the one who opposed even
What is
COVID-19,
Australian?
You know,
Tell me,
I've
please.
opposed the Voice based on it wasn't equal rights for all Australians.
You know what I found out recently about Australian history? Is that roughly 5 or 6 colonial European empires came to the land that is called Australia now, and basically saw that the indigenous had nothing shiny, deemed it valueless, and moved on. Isn't that great?
Pretty funny.
Isn't that awesome? And then the British come, and they're like, actually, where is it? Fuck. Hold on. I wonder if I can recover it on my phone. Because I've been reading this book, and there was a quote from one of the early, essentially like a Mayflower ship, but it was full of scientists. They went on this scientific expedition to Australia to look at the flora and fauna and so on, and even brought back an indigenous person with them, which is real cool. Hopefully my highlights have stayed. They have. That's great. Let me find. Just play the video. I'll look for it.
Piss off back to Pakistan. Despite the obvious issues with this ban, I wonder how our neighbour, the largest Muslim majority country in the world, would feel about it. How many migrants would Pauline actually accept going forward? Here's where a lot of politicians like Pauline trip people up, because there's a lot of similar sounding numbers that get thrown around. To start with, we have net overseas migration, the big headline figure that you always hear about. This recent spike was largely caused by the post-COVID visa backlog, and it's now down 40% to around 300k. This is a number that even One Nation MP David Farley agrees with.
Is 306 I gave you a sword.
It's
Yeah,
probably
I saw
not.
it.
But this isn't the full migration picture. This includes Aussies returning home, students, temporary visa holders, Kiwis. The number that really matters is here. Permanent visas issued. This isn't just us
I'm gonna
waiting
come
people in.
explore your
Most of
hole.
the permanent visas are temporary visas that turn permanent.
Welcome.
In this list are around 130k skilled workers, the people that Australia desperately needs. Engineers, nurses, tradies, and 50k of those are family visas. You can't get rid of these without hurting the skills visas. Separately, there's the humanitarian program, which Pauline also wants to cut, around 20,000 people. So what would actually happen under Pauline's plan? She says she wants to get net overseas migration to negative 100k. The housing crisis we have would get worse due to construction worker shortages. Our fourth biggest export category, education, would be hit hard, and ironically, the most vulnerable places are going to be one nation territory, country Australia. Half of Australia's doctors were born overseas, but in rural areas,
Oh, look,
this
there's
number
gold
is even
coins up
higher.
there.
Let's not forget, we tried this experiment in COVID. We shut down the country entirely, and fruit rotted in the fields. Farmers couldn't get workers. Yes, there are problems with the migration system. We've all met an Uber driver with 2
Oh, there's a
PhDs
chest
that
here
can't
too.
find a job.
Did you open
But the
this?
government is fixing it.
Maybe.
We've made huge progress in this
No.
area. I wrote
There's
a
a
whole
f-
article here if you want to learn more.
But
don't just take my word for it. I
Item
think
in
this
here.
is best summed up by our Home Affairs Minister,
These are the
Tony
areas
Burke.
where people want to
Huh?
cut. Then they need to explain which hospitals they're going to say don't have to fill every shift, which education providers won't be teaching the full range of subjects anymore, which construction projects they are willing to wait longer for, including housing projects, if we're not going to have the labour we need to get them built. But to have the argument about total numbers without
Is this
saying
your hole?
where you want to cut
Yeah.
is spin without
That's my
any
tunnel there.
substance at all.
Look, I can
Oh, there's
yap
more
all day
coins
about
over there.
numbers, but the truth
How the
is,
fuck
shit is
do I put
expensive.
shit in the
People
background?
just want house prices to go down. So would this actually
it
help?
is
Well,
in
the
the
Grattan
background.
Institute modelled Peter Dutton's plan, which is more moderate than
Why can't I
Pauline's,
cut
but
down the
stricter than
trees?
Labour's. And found that it only put a
click the base of the
2.5%
tree with the
downward
axe.
pressure on rents after a decade, and it would hurt the economy and
Oh,
blow
with
out
an
government debt in the process. But those are Dutton's numbers. How about Pauline's? The closest thing to Pauline's numbers was done by this guy, KPMG's chief economist. He modelled zero migration and found that it would result in higher house prices, actually 2.3% higher than they would be under Labour's migration plan, and it would also mean a smaller economy and $500 billion more debt. So why would Pauline advocate for a policy that would screw over her electorate, crash the agriculture industry, gut our fourth largest export, exacerbate existing doctor shortages, all to make housing more expensive and kill the economy? Well, that's because it's not serious policy. It's a campaign strategy popular across the world right now due to far-right populist movements. Drumming up fear about immigration works. It wins votes. But is it worth it? Turning Australians against each other for a policy that doesn't even work?
We want to slash about approximately $19 billion from government waste and spending. Any questions?
Okay, so go like this. We get our stone.
Right. No one has a question.
Cutting government spending is a popular election promise on all sides of politics. No one likes inefficiency
Go
and we
away,
all want to
swines.
save money. This is one of Pauline's flagship policies, $90 billion in savings. So I expected to see something pretty well thought out. I mean, it's a $90 billion policy. It was 367 words.
What's this, motherfucker?
So what would One Nation cut to get to $90
I'm
billion in
definitely gonna
savings?
die.
First, the Department of Climate Change. This is the only time Pauline will have a real number. There is $30 billion spent here. However, that conveniently ignores this $26 billion under special accounts. That's the CEFC. Basically, they're a bank who hands out free checks to companies who want to run new initiatives to cut emissions. Except not really, they take that shit back. The CEFC is basically just a bank with good interest rate loans to encourage green investments where they would otherwise not be super profitable. It makes us money. Things like the safeguard mechanism and vehicle efficiency standard schemes don't cost us much at all to run. Unless she wants to touch Future Made in Australia. The government's plan to turn us into a high-skilled manufacturing powerhouse, processing critical minerals onshore rather than just shipping them off raw. She's not going to be able to find much savings here. Although she does have a mixed record on supporting Australian industry. Let's just be generous and use the Institute
Can't
of
we
Public
just
Affairs
kill her?
numbers, the climate denial think tank funded by Gina Reinhardt. Even they put it at $9 billion. So to be fair, I'll give her all of that. And in that same budget, we'll lose $13 billion to climate disasters. The next one has been topical recently, thanks to our own Timu Nick Shirley, which, geez, that's a low bar. Cuts to the NDIS. To be fair, there's also been a parliamentary inquiry which has put the cost overruns of the NDIS right in the spotlight. Pauline wants to return the NDIS to its original purpose, but work is already underway to cut the NDIS. These cuts are projected to save $22 billion. And to her credit, Hanson has supported Labour's cuts before. Maybe she does want to see the NDIS thrive and be a great system. Maybe Pauline really does care about people with disabilities. Except she wants to remove disability requirements for new homes. Okay, fine, let's say Pauline is able to get in there, go line by line, crack down on all the fraud and get every dollar back. Well, the parliamentary inquiry put this at $3.7 billion in savings. And that's just not pure fraud, but also broader misuse and non-compliance. So we'll be generous and say Pauline gets the job done. $3.7 billion added to the tally. We still have a lot of ground to cover, so it's time for a rapid fire. She wants to withdraw us from the UN and the World Health Organization. She wants to cut cultural funding and multicultural grants. We'll be generous and round this all up.
Yeah.
She wants to review PBS medications, which is terrifying. If you take any sort of medication, you know how insane these PBS discounts can be. She also wants to abolish the Therapeutic Goods Administration, which doesn't cost us much at all, given it's 90% paid for by big pharma membership fees. I was going to shit on Pauline for proposing a plan to move people from one building to another until I went on the TGA website and they're already part of the Department of Health. I don't even know what happened with this one. The next one is reduce and redirect foreign aid. Now, most of our foreign aid goes to the Pacific. These aren't just our neighbours. This is an important relationship. Not just strategically, but honestly, I think this is something we should be proud of. In the 2024 DFAT summary, it said, Australians see the Pacific as family. And at a time when even Peter Dutton recognises the imminent climate crisis, you don't turn your back on family. Also, David Foley supports this one too. To her credit, Pauline doesn't just say we should cut all foreign aid. She does say,
this is what we needed right here.
The next one is the most cooked by far. First Nations cuts.
This is
Despite
huge
being
for
Indigenous
us.
herself.
I'm Indigenous. I was born here. I'm native to the land.
She's Indigenous.
Shut up.
Yes, I am.
Pauline
Shut
wants
up.
to make $12.5 billion worth of cuts and abolish the NIAA.
She's literally a
But This
hag.
number is pulled out of thin air. Pauline said a few different numbers over the years.
Then we've got the Aboriginal industry, another $30 billion a year. That's going into it. What have we got? Sexual abuse, domestic violence, alcoholism that's going on. No jobs, no productivity, absolutely nothing.
The real government spending on Indigenous-specific programs is $5.3 billion, less than 1% of the budget.
Just
Pauline
a
likely
right
got this number from a
fucking
debunked
cunt.
source, because to actually reach these numbers,
There's
you're
a few
including
more
Aboriginal
pieces.
people's
There's
per
like two
capita
more
share
below
of
you there.
regular government funding, including Centrelink, hospitals, and defence.
Imagine being
we're allocating
a
4% of
right-winger.
these submarines to Indigenous people. But let's just stop and think here. Despite all of this funding, we're still way behind on many of the closing the gap metrics. This really is one of our most vulnerable groups in society, and arguably need a lot more funding. Pauline's been on this talk track for decades. It's what kicked off her political
I don't know
career
how
in the
you
first
dig
place
so
and got her
fast.
disendorsed by John Howard. From the rapid fire round, we have $5 billion in cuts. Plus, let's say she does cut all First Nations specific spending. That's another $5.3 billion. We still have a huge gap.
Son of a bitch.
When I first put this video together, Pauline's gas policy was to build a domestic reserve, but Labor's already announced that. So she's since gone on stage to announce she would implement an export tax. But this has been covered to death. Anyway, I don't know how she can call this a budget cut. This is like selling your couch and saying that you've saved money. Will be nice and add it as a budget cut, because even with all of this, we still have a Lebanon-sized gap of trust me, bro. So what cuts would actually happen if Pauline was elected? Well, the bad news is she's essentially copying from the Trump and Elon playbook. But the good news is this gives us a great indication as to how things might go here. Musk started very similar to Pauline, promising ridiculous savings.
We can do at least $2 trillion.
Months later, he scaled back that projection.
Our goal is to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion.
Months later again, they claim to have only saved
Alright, you can smelt your
$175 billion.
copper up here.
In the end, Doge
Or
was
your
estimated
iron.
to have cost the government $20 to
And then
$130
make
billion,
better
with
tools.
the IRS projecting over $500 billion in revenue loss due to Doge cuts.
How
And
do
that's
you
before
dig
even
so
mentioning the
quickly?
nearly 1 million deaths caused by the cuts
Just
to
gotta click
USAID.
the block
And
you
this
want
is
to hit.
America.
That's
with
what
a
I've been
program ran
doing,
by
but
the
you
richest
clear
guy in
like
the world.
4 blocks at a time.
Ours will be run by Pauline
Are you holding it
Hanson
down or?
and Gina Reinhart.
Yeah.
And much like Musk, this will probably end in the most vulnerable people being harmed. Government budget cuts are a bit of a myth anyway. They're a sugar hit policy that sounds good ahead of elections. Most of the time, the real cuts come from expanding the public service and cutting expensive consultants. To really cover the gap and get to $90 billion, you'd have to cut essential services that Australians rely on. But that doesn't sell well as an
So you
election
smelt
pitch.
the iron in the furnace, and then you can make the tools on the anvil.
So far, we've been focused on Pauline, but we cannot forget the nightmare blunt rotation that is the rest of One Nation.
Vampire.
Vampire. Patriot.
A scared man. Really? Retard. Retard.
Traitor.
Despite allegations that she runs the party like a dictator, with her chief of staff exerting control by keeping dirt files on people as a way of intimidating and silencing them, there are other people in the party too. There's one guy who's been around for a long time, Malcolm Roberts. This guy was elected with the lowest number of first
I
preference
fucking
votes
hate
in
this
federal
guy.
history. 77.
This cunt is worse
A quick YouTube search
than
shows that he's a
Pauline.
level 100 climate change cooker.
Hey,
He's
this
most
hole
famous for
goes
this
into my
interaction with
hole.
Brian Cox.
A fantastic scientist who believes in empirical evidence.
The graph, right? I mean,
Saying two things. First of all, that the data has been corrupted, and we know that the 1930s
what do you
were
mean by
longer than
corrupted?
today.
Yeah, corrupted. What do you mean corrupted?
Been manipulated
By who?
by NASA. By the
NASA?
yes. As far as I'm
What?
concerned, politics should be based on empirical.
I don't know,
evidence.
man.
Hang on.
The guy's brain is broken.
So yeah, if Pauline wins,
He
our
is-
climate change
pause it.
policy might be written by a cooker. But
So he is a lifelong employee of the coal industry. And I really hope he gets into this because it runs real fucking deep. One Nation's policies largely revolve around bringing coal back. Most of which is mates of this guy. Isn't that funny? How convenient that their policies just happen to enrich the people who are friends with these people, like Gina Reinhardt and the coal industry with this guy. Adam Giles is another name that was one of these people that's connected to Gina Reinhardt, who was flying Pauline Hanson around before they gave her a plane to kind of get around that. Not sure how bribing somebody with a plane instead of bribing them with flights is any different, but you know, that's the logic of an Australian fascist, I guess. This is a relative first, maybe, where we have fucktard fascists doing fucktard shit. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. Because so far these people do not seem smart, yet they continue to gain. However, I will say, they are losing. After a few things that have happened recently, they are losing a lot of support, which is great.
Can you behave if I let you out? Huh? Battery is running low. It is plugged in. Left.
Uh-oh, it's night time.
Huh?
Night time. Ooh.
You better behave.
that's just one cooker in the party, right?
Bottom-dwelling, mud-sucking creatures. I don't want the government anymore in my life. I'm sick of the government being in my life.
The former Deputy Prime Minister lying on his back on a busy Canberra street.
No! What's the member for Shortland do? Phil Shorten is definitely going to win, and you can trust me.
You're a flash bit of kit in this chamber, there's no doubt about you.
Sure, there's a standing order somewhere, Senator.
Please, get rid of your climate change department. Look at this. It's a drought. I want my money back. Didn't work.
There'll be no climate change department. There'll be no climate change policy.
With Barnaby and the party, the exodia of climate change cookers is complete, and One Nation are ready to take us into the Wall-E future. So what would be their policies? First, they want to abolish net zero. They go on about this constantly. They call it a vehicle for creating a socialist Australia in which citizens are forced under government control. But again, it's a myth that net zero costs us money. It's actually a huge economic opportunity, projected to grow our economy by 85 billion. 85 billion! That's pretty much the 90 billion in cuts that we just covered. Treasury projections say that a disorderly approach, which is definitely what we would have with these blokes in charge, would have adverse consequences costing us up to 2 trillion. We stand to make lots of money out of this. The EU, our third biggest trading partner that we just signed a free trade deal with, cares about this shit. And if we cut net zero, we'd essentially have to pay a tariff to the EU as a result. Not to mention all the countries that would be pissed off at us damn near denouncing us.
Oh,
Bro, 2
alcoholism,
trillion, I
Barnaby
swear.
Joyce?
If
Yeah.
One Nation get in and fuck up the future
Bro
economy
thought
for
that
us,
China
and
launching
not to mention we'd be handing
a
over the
missile
strategic
into the
relationship
Pacific
straight to China.
caused
These guys care about
a telecom outage and decided that instead of keeping this to himself, that he would go on national news and say, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but this missile that was launched into the Pacific took out Telstra because China. Like, that's an impressive level of dumb. I have no words to describe this fucking mouth-breathing midwit.
As you use words to describe him.
Like, that's not adequate enough. There are no adequate words to describe how much of a fuckwit Barnaby Joyce is. There really isn't. He is a uniquely moronic person. And it's a miracle that he's still in politics, let alone a leader of a party. Like, if I was in politics and in a party where he was the leader of it, I would leave. Like, that is a black mark. This guy should have been kicked out of politics 15 years ago. Yet somehow he is still here. Same with Pauline Hanson, actually. Same with a lot of people, to be honest. And it's mostly because there's, like, a massive gatekeep in Australian politics. Like, if you want to go for a seat, you have to run in one of the major parties. Like, you have to. There's no other choice.
But they're not a major party.
One Nation?
Yeah.
Barnaby Joyce was a part of the Liberal Nationals coalition. And One Nation now will probably just take over the spot as the opposition. So, might as well be.
Are you already trying to escape? What happened to being a good boy? He's like, I never promised anything, wanker. Hey! What are you doing? We talked about this. Come here. That's the opposite of being a good boy.
about climate too. One Nation would also abolish the Department of Climate Change, who are key for modelling and prevention for climate-related natural disasters, which cost us billions. To be honest, there's a case to be made that we're underspending here. We should be spending a lot more on prevention rather than response. So what would these guys do instead? Nuclear, the $700 billion policy that cost Dutton the election. And more coal.
We strongly support building new coal-fired power stations.
I had high hopes for Pauline's education policy. After all, Conservatives have a vested interest in education policy. The lower the education, the higher the votes.
I'm going to close the Department of Education.
So I was disappointed to see that this was it. Restore critical thinking in the classroom and reinstate the cornerstone of education with reading, writing, arithmetic, and discipline. Okay, this is getting repetitive. You open a policy, it's super light with no detail, rinse and repeat. So let's do a speed
welcome
run.
to One Nation.
One Nation wants a COVID Royal Commission, bringing the anti-vax slop into 2026. They're also pro-life, which has been getting them a lot of negative press recently. She's pro-Israel. Like I mentioned earlier, she wants to remove us from the UN and withdraw us from the WHO, our original. She wants to give us constitutional freedom of speech. Yes, the woman who sued a musician for doing a parody of her wants constitutional free speech. She has a family tax policy where couples with kids can split their income tax, which sounds fine until you realise a doctor with a stay-at-home partner can save $15,000.
Turns out,
but two working nurses
the
can
chick
save
that
zero.
found us
She
through
wants to
the
remove beer
Anarch
tax.
episode,
She's weirdly pro-medical cannabis.
her teacher at university.
She wants to increase defence spending with some rumours of conscription. One of her most fleshed out policies is fishing.
This is for the girls, this one. This is something the greenies don't want us doing.
But digging through it, she pretty much wants to remove environmental conservation laws, industrial relations laws, and open the Great Barrier Reef for fishing.
Amazing.
For her housing policy, she wants
What
to
does that
remove
even
GST
mean?
on construction materials, which sounds fine, until you realise it's just handing money to construction companies with no guarantee that they'll pass it on. She wants to abolish the ABC.
I would pull their funding, but I'd only fund the ABC radio in rural and regional areas, but these other wankers out there, as far as I'm concerned, they're not worth the money that they're getting paid.
And abolish the
It doesn't
SBS.
matter, fuckhead.
She wants to get rid of compulsory preferential voting, which is probably the best feature of this country.
Mhm.
She wants to introduce
Well,
biological sex
no.
laws and increase the voting age to 21. But look, most of this is just talk. It's hard to trust her promises when she's
Seppo
voted in the
policies.
total opposite direction. She has a housing affordability policy, but votes against it. Policies in support of families, but votes against them. It's hard to know with Pauline exactly where she stands. But sometimes, you get exactly what you expect. When I was doing research for this video, it just felt like things weren't quite adding up. Between the huge donations, suspicious fundraisers, and massive spike in support, it feels like something is off. Most suspicious of all is her sudden rise in support timed perfectly after her trip to Mar-a-Lago. It just feels like this isn't all grassroots. Like there must be
I'm
something
so
bigger
happy.
beneath the surface. Al Jazeera
While
sent a
sad
man
at the same
undercover
time
into the NRA
that I
for
didn't
3
act
years, and what he found
on
may be
my
the closest
inklings,
we'll ever
like,
get to seeing how this
8
machine
months
works
ago.
behind the
The
scenes.
nation said it was prepared to soften strict
Oh,
gun
well.
control legislation in Australia.
We want to get funding. That is really the nuts and bolts because we can change everything in this country. If they threw $10 million at us, we could fucking win a heap of seats, plus loads of seats in the Senate, mate. You make this shit happen, mate. I'll make sure we open any fucking door you need open.
If one nation could get $10 million, you'd pick up eight Senate seats.
That guarantees you balance of power. I mean,
Out of how many?
the whole government on board.
For 10 million, you'd have the government by the balls. This was 7 years ago. Since then, this machine has grown in sophistication. Trump is now president for the second time. Musk has bought Twitter and turned it into a right-wing bot farm, and the worst people ever are running the United States.
Bot farm?
And Gina and Pauline's connection to it all has grown deeper and
What's
deeper.
a butt farm?
Imagine you are Gina Reinhart. You want your interests represented in Parliament. What are your interests?
What's mine is mine. What's yours is also mine.
Politics is a pure
Was that really
weird,
her?
otherwise
No,
the
no,
fun
no,
would
that
be in
was
charge. To really
Magda
have influence, you
Stabansky.
need to plug into a machine. That's exactly what Gina did.
That's very funny.
She's donated millions to the Institute of Public Affairs, a right-wing
I've never
think tank,
seen that
at
before.
one point making
That's
half of
awesome.
their income for the year. The IPA is a part of the Atlas Network, a group of over 500 think tanks with the explicit goal of influencing the public and government agendas through research, media interviews, drafting policies, and large-scale campaigns. And the IPA does a lot of research. One of their key topics is climate change, such as the work from this bloke, a guy who recently donated $500,000 to One Nation. Then comes the media layer.
New polling from the Institute of Public Affairs.
New report today from the Institute of Public Affairs.
Institute of Public Affairs.
Institute of Public Affairs.
These platforms give conservative think tanks uncritical exposure. The IPA has had its members appear on Sky News over 1,000 times. Viewers hear them as experts, not lobbyists.
Affordable and they want reliable energy. And the way we get there is by investing in 24/7 baseload power, such as coal and gas.
This might
Fuck
sound
off.
crazy, but it works. Don't believe me? Look at this graph. This is The Voice, a cause which had over 65% support before the machine chose it
Hell yeah.
as a target campaign. This time it wasn't the IPA. It was another lobby group funded by Gina Reinhart.
Advance, yep.
Advance. This is when Advance started their campaign, and they proudly take credit for flipping this from a 65% yes into a 60% no through an extensive multi-million-dollar on-the-ground and social media campaign, including dodgy tactics like allegedly running a Facebook group called Referendum News but pushing only vote no content, and allegedly misrepresenting First Nations people in video clips and ads without their permission. This
Epic.
machine worked, and thanks to Gina and other donors just like her, the voice lost. The will of the people was changed, I'd argue, undemocratically. And we only know about Gina's involvement through subpoenas and investigative journalists. Remember, that NRA sting took 3 years of being deep undercover. Imagine what we don't know. Imagine what we'll never see. All of this explains why the policies are so light. Most of them aren't serious policies. They're reasons to vote for one nation. You have the vote winners, immigration, a tried and true wedge issue that keeps the money flowing into the party, keeps the base angry and motivated. And you've got budget cuts, campaign on ridiculous numbers you could never seriously hit, and if you do win, cut the regulations and taxes of your billionaire backers. In the case of Pauline, this means cutting the Department of Climate Change. The policies are so light because the only one that really matters is climate policy.
Does she give policy advice?
She puts forward some
Oh my
policies
God.
like everyone
I have
else.
a mine
I had the
cart.
gas industry
Yeah.
here today as well.
There's
Why
a mine
wouldn't I
cart.
listen to Gina Reinhardt?
And there's a
Now, am
whole
I saying
track there.
Gina's been pulling the strings this whole time? No.
Hell yeah,
This
downhill
machine has
bits.
already been successful without her, taking climate from our top issue as a country to not even in the top
Hell
5.
yeah.
Gina just likely saw the anti-immigration
Ah, you
winds
can
of
jump the
change
tracks
and
too.
decided to latch
Hell
on
yeah.
to the OG.
Yeah, you can
of
even mine
anti-immigration.
and fight in it.
Now, I'm not the first to point this out.
Pauline Hanson's a wholly owned subsidiary of Gina Rinehart. We know this because whenever Pauline Hanson is asked to vote in the interests of Australian workers, she instead votes in the interests of Gina Rinehart.
I think he was close, but a bit off the mark.
No one changes my vision, what I have for Australia.
Pauline isn't owned by Gina. They've just made a deal. Pauline needs to be plugged into this machine, flown out to the US to meet Trump and the forces that got him into power, and to be signal boosted by the media ecosystem that worked for him.
This is not your average cruise ship. It's exclusively for multi-millionaires. Pauline Hanson and Barnaby Joyce attended an event with Gina Rinehart. That's where Rinehart auctioned off a Mar-a-Lago dinner with US President Donald Trump and bejeweled Trump bags to fundraise $300,000 for One Nation.
For 30 years, Pauline has been seen as a joke,
Yeah,
as a leader of a
keep
fringe
in mind-
party.
Broadsword.
But things have changed. Now there is an
keep in mind-
infrastructure to bring these parties into power.
Gina
First,
Reinhardt
you have
is
the
a
think
part
tank
of
layer,
a
web
group
of
called the
well-funded global
Trumpettes,
research institute,
which is
to
like a
work out what
sycophant
conservative
group,
policies poll well,
which is
You
real
can even
cool.
hone in on fringe issues to manufacture outrage. Then these ideas are platformed by friendly media outlets, normalizing them through lobbyists disguised as experts. Next, you have the pundit layer. Social media channels, often foreign-backed and amplified by bots, who spread the message far and wide. The astroturfing helps normalize the ideas, and the influencers bring those ideas firmly into the zeitgeist. Then all you have to do is pump the message over and over again, do whatever it takes to win, and once you're in, give your backers a return on their investment. This machine is working all around the world. It worked here in 2019, when Clive Palmer spent millions on ads to funnel votes to the Liberals, directed by Trump's campaign manager Steve Bannon, as revealed in the Epstein files. It worked again with The Voice, the first real test run of this machine in full force in Australia. With all the pieces in place, the machine just needed to find an orange anti-immigration populist, once dismissed as a joke, comfortable using public office for personal enrichment, to cut a deal with. The deal is, Pauline gets to run her dictatorship, gets filthy rich, gets to fly around in a private jet, gets international legitimacy, a stage at CPAC, a footnote in the global culture war, and a serious shot at Prime Minister. And in exchange, Gina gets whatever she wants.
Copper. Fuck off, slimes.
And I am sick of being run over, and everybody that's declared war on us, I'm saying, okay, then.
When you have enough iron
broadsword.
broadsword,
I don't care if you're Israel. I don't care if you're a Muslim. I don't care if
It's,
you're a Chicon.
really
I don't
good.
care who you are. You want to fight? You fucking got one.
Okay, so you're
The fucking games are over.
You can't stop me. I'm coming.
I know. Then tell me.
Coming.
I'm coming. Durka Durka Muhammad.
Allahu Akbar.
Allah.
Takbir.
The women.
What is happening?
Okay, you're blowing out the mic, Alex.
Assalamu alaikum.
What
Marry
is
your
fucking
cousin.
happening?
It's so much fun.
You really have like.
You are the bad Islami. Bad Abraham say. You are not the chosen. No good, Sneaky. Bye, Sneaky. I love you.
Hey,
I'll see you tomorrow.
stop killing white kids. No more abortions, huh?
Dude, I agree.
No more
I
abortions.
apologize for it.
All right, so we have Alex Jones going to war with Sneeko. I guess this is what a religious war in America looks like. Sneeko and a bunch of people have been using the World Cup to stoke tensions between religions and races. During and after games with Muslim countries, Sneeko, who LARPs as a Muslim, he always tries to clip farm while celebrating by yelling about how Islam will dominate America and how it's already taken over New York City. Also, he'll start yelling Allah Akbar while making this deranged face, and sometimes even does throat slit motions. Like you can tell he's just trying to look unhinged. So he gives people a ton of Muslim rage bait content, which he knows people are looking for. I mean, this stuff is like red meat for people that are always warning about the Islamification of the West, like Alex Jones and Elon Musk. Alex reposted this viral clip of Sneeko where he's yelling about how New York is an Islamic republic and Islam will take over the world. And Alex said, "Deport him now," to which Elon agreed. Then Sneeko started complaining about how he's being attacked by the Matrix and blamed it on the Jews because they want to pit Christians and Muslims against each other or something like that. But if that's the case, then you'd think Sneeko is getting paid by them to do this shit because he knows this content is going to be used to rile people up against Muslims. I mean, he's an agitator, but then when people get agitated, he plays the victim and blames the Jews, even though he kind of admits he's playing into their hands. You know, he gives them so much content to use for fear-mongering. Like, they should just be paying him, not deporting him.
He's a sleepy boy.
Never kiss the wall. This is the Islamic Republic of New Yorkistan. Welcome to Mamdani's New York. Inshallah, the whole world is Muslim. We already got New York City. Jaisha Muhammad Sabayun! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Oh no! Fuck you! This is the Islamic Republic of New Yorkistan. Islam will be in every household. Inshallah, the whole world is Muslim. Welcome to Mamdani's New York.
Also, apparently the reason Sneeko converted to Islam is because Andrew Tate did. I guess Sneeko was obsessed with him and started copying everything he was doing and even tried to hook up with him, according to Tate.
Cuck behavior.
Which sounds about right. I mean, Sneeko is really desperate for approval and is the most confused person ever. Like, this guy's all over the place. I mean, he went from being a Black Lives Matter activist to being a giant Trump and MAGA fan. And he went from being a cuck and promoting cucking to trying to be a red-pilled manosphere alpha male. Also, he grew up Catholic. Now he's LARPing as a Muslim because he fell in love with Andrew Tate. So this guy's a total mess. And now him and Tate hate each other, and they go back and forth calling each other out for being fake Muslims.
Tried to be me, literally be me. He was obsessed with me. And I thought he just wanted to be famous, and that turned out to be a homosexual obsession. He came to Romania. He came there and started acting really fruity and really weird. He started telling me that he had this cuck thing that was exposed. He had this big cuck scandal, and he asked me what I think about cucking and if it's normal to explore your sexuality and if I've ever tried it. And I said, look, I'm older than you, bro, and I've never tried that. I don't think that's normal. And then he started saying, isn't it normal just to try new things? Don't you think it's normal to be curious? How do you know if you're really gay or not unless you've tried being gay? And then I realized he was coming on to me. And when I realized he was coming on to me, I thought the best thing I can do is just not talk to him.
Suck his dick.
Because I don't like this gossip girl stuff. I don't want to be a drama merchant like he is. My brand isn't sitting online and constantly insulting other people like his is. Since then,
No,
he
it's
has
getting
mentioned
topped.
me every single day in every single stream he does. Andrew Tate wore a gambling t-shirt. Andrew Tate drove a car. Andrew Tate drunk coffee. Andrew Tate this. Andrew Tate that. He is obsessed with me. And if you see the way he talks about me, you can see in his eyes. It's not because he is morally superior. It's not because he just wants clicks. It's a homosexual rage which is suppressed. Guys, watch him do it and look in his eyes while he does it. It is a suppressed homosexual rage. He is enraged. Now he's Muslim LARPing. He's Islam LARPing. Constantly LARPing about Islam while being gay in private and taking drugs in private. As opposed to me, who keeps my faith private and my internet. He keeps his faith on the internet, and in his private life is completely haram. So we can discuss which one of us is the real Muslim if we want to have that conversation. But I live in an Islamic country. I live in Dubai. He lives in New York. You know, he walks around during Pride Month in New York. Guys, I really didn't want to do this video.
So people like to warn parents about Andrew Tate's influence on the youth and how he makes kids hate women.
Valid.
But if you really want to scare conservative parents, tell them Tate's influencing his fans into becoming gay Muslims. Now that will really freak them out. Just show them Sneeko and say that's a product of Andrew Tate, which is embarrassing for Tate. I mean, I'm surprised he'd even want to talk about this stuff, but he hates Sneeko, along with Alex Jones, who reposted that video, and a picture of himself with a Hitler mustache gassing Sneeko. But he clarified he doesn't wish Sneeko any harm.
Whatever.
He said he just sees those videos of Sneeko acting like a lunatic, and he goes into self-defense mode. Like when he has to kill a deadly spider in his house, he compares that to deporting Sneeko. But then he realizes, unfortunately, Sneeko is actually from the Islamic Republic of New Yorkistan.
And when it's a snake or a spider, I never miss because it's defensive. I click into the mode. You think normally I could throw a weight 10 feet, perfectly splat the head? You think normally I could throw a
Look
rock
at Mr.
perfectly and
Misbehave.
splat the head?
I tell him,
It's
be
the
good, don't
defender,
escape.
and
He'd do
you
it
have
3
instinct, too,
times.
that you can turn on.
And now
you
he
can
says,
hone.
do not hold on to me.
And Sneeko, I'm not calling for
You should have
splatting
thought
his
about
head,
that before you
but
were a naughty
culturally,
boy.
I'm calling for putting him nonviolently in an airplane like a cannon, a clown in a cannon, and shooting him out of it back to the Middle East with all of his other little compatriots. Bye-bye. Sneeko was born in New York City in a family with Haitian and Filipino ancestry. I heard he's a foreigner and speaks French fluently. He moved to Miami, Florida, and converted to Islam. I heard he's a foreigner. Well, whatever.
So then Sneeko said Alex is trying to get him killed, but they agreed to do a debate, which, as you saw, went completely off the rails. Alex, of course, was fired up. You know, he's always ready to go to war with people. Every month there's someone new he's declaring war on. And he always wants to fight people, too. It's like he's just bored and wants some action. I mean, earlier this year when he went on Tim Pool's podcast, he showed up wasted and started going off about how he wants to fight everyone there. And he kept ranting about Joe Rogan's vagina. It was really bizarre.
You guys are fucking tough. You guys, you're pretty tough. How about we just fucking fight right now? You're fucking real men. All of you. Come on,
You fucking
let's go.
real man.
Every one of you. Let's go.
You're
Let's prove
fucking
how
real,
fucking
man.
badass you are. Slug, let's go. You think you can fucking take me? Let's see what fucking happens.
I don't think I can take you.
No,
You've
you
been-
can.
you've been
Why don't you
working out.
fucking do it right now? Every fucking man in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go. 8. Let's go.
Robbie will fight you.
I'm ready.
Robbie.
I'm ready. That's a big motherfucker over there. I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm ready to fucking live in Joe Rogan's vagina.
Let's
And I think later during that podcast, Alex had a stroke. He tried to power through it, though, to prove how tough he
The
is,
fuck?
but he had to leave the podcast early. He has more energy than ever, though. He's still crashing out, like, every week, and he's always ready to go to war with people. Like Sneeko, who's the perfect target for him, because Alex is always ranting about how Muslims want to take over. So to have a popular Muslim streamer talking about how Islam is going to dominate the West and acting like a maniac, that's great content for Alex to react to. So he was fired up, and Sneeko invited him on his stream, and this had to be the best content Sneeko's ever produced. Like, he really knows how to provoke Alex. But then when Alex starts losing his shit on him and declaring war, Sneeko's like, good job, you're playing into Jewish supremacy. So I don't know if he really wants to go to war with Alex. I don't know if he can handle how unhinged Alex is. I mean, Sneeko tries to be polarizing. Then when people start going off on him, he's like, can't we all just get along? Come on, this is what the
he's a
Jews want. They
bitch.
want us fighting. So I don't know if he really wants that smoke from Alex Jones. But the rage baiting from Sneeko definitely paid off, because having Alex on his stream crashing out made for some hilarious clips that have been going really viral.
What does Sharia mean?
Sharia is the Islamic law.
It means law. Sharia means law.
That's what I just
in,
said.
in Sharia law, if you're a Muslim
You
and you
keep
live,
trying to act like I don't know about Islam. I know all
you
about
don't.
it.
You first off, let me explain.
I nailed every one of your little factoids.
No, you didn't, because Sharia means law, and
What
under
I said it's the Islamic law. You just
Okay.
said, Sneeko,
Sharia-
when I said it's Islamic law, then I'm wrong.
Why don't you
And
just
I am
preach it?
sick of being run over.
Okay.
And everybody that's declared war on us, I'm saying, okay then.
You think I declared
want a
war on you?
And you want to declare
You think
war?
I
don't care
declared
if you're
war?
Israel. I don't care if you're a Muslim. I don't care if you're a Chi-Com. I don't care who you are.
Well,
you want to fight?
Chi-Com.
You fucking got
Okay,
one.
so
The
you're
fucking games are over.
you want a war, you want a crusade. Now
Yeah,
you're
don't worry. You're gonna get one, pal.
gonna okay. Then well done. You just played into the hands of the Jewish
That's right.
supremacists
No,
controlling
don't
our
worry.
country.
It ain't gonna
Well
be.
done.
No.
That's what Elon Musk wants you to do.
It's going to be
Alex.
cultural, so you can sit over there and f your daughters, and you can sit over there and
You're
marry
chimping out.
7-year-olds,
You're chimping out.
and you can sit over there and f little boys.
You're chimping
We
out.
want your shit out of here. Done.
Cool.
And if you want a
Nice.
war, you got one.
Nobody wants a war. They want you to start a race war so that they can continue justifying their war. In the American government, people like Randy Fine are saying ban Islam. Laura Loomer, Jigsaw, this lady is saying ban Islam.
I heard you and Lauren Loomer might be dating soon.
There's no way you're even a serious person. Like, would you?
Oh, I'm not a serious person?
You do it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Look, I don't know if Laura Loomer's... That has aura. That has aura. Become Muslim. Abdul Alex Jones. We're not that Christians and Muslims, we're not that different, Alex. We have a common objective. We want Jesus to return.
Yes.
We do.
Lower your defenses. We mean you no harm. Don't. It's like
We
Mars
don't.
attacks. Don't run. We are your friends. And like, wait.
You're the one.
Particle
You're the one
meaning-
calling for me to get deported. What? I never
I
called.
told you that was rhetorical.
It was more. It was retarded.
Wooden yo-yo.
Retardedal. I'm not being mean to the Muslims. It's fun. Hey, how about I become a Shiite with
Here,
you?
This is
We
embarrassing.
take swords and cut our
Here,
heads.
take this.
And for 8 hours, I just marching like.
That's wrong.
Ugh.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Throw it
Or
on the
I could be a
table.
megachurch Christian
That's
with
a
Kenneth
weapon.
Copeland drinking my blood. I could be
Okay.
with Erica Kirk shooting fireworks off my ass and
Put it
twerking.
in your
You want me
hot
to do
fun.
that? You want me to drink blood with Kenneth Copeland on a stage, fly around with like Louboutin
No, I mean,
shoes?
I get it. You got sects of Islam that are crazier than others, just like you got Christians, you know, with rattlesnakes.
Yeah, so don't use the small minority to
Sneak
demonize 2 billion people.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weasel from Connecticut, the mighty Mongol, the amazing, all-powerful, sneaky
Allahu Akbar!
Nico.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! I'm
I
coming.
know. Then tell me.
Coming.
I'm coming.
He's so cringe.
Allahu Akbar!
Takbir!
Takbir!
Takbir! The slavery that we take the women as sex slaves and then
And
I turn
inshallah,
over and pay
inshallah,
the
you
tax.
become Abdul Alex Jones.
Take care, Sneeko. We'll see you.
Salam alaikum, Alex.
Live.com is where we begins.
Salam alaikum, Alex.
Assalamu alaikum. Marry your cousin. It's so much fun.
You really have like.
He's crashing out so
I'll see you
hard.
tomorrow.
You
It's
comes
fucking
from Abraham.
hilarious.
You are the bad son. You are the bad Islami. Bad, bad, bad. Abraham say, you are not the chosen. No good. No good, Sneaky. You are cursed, Sneaky. You are cursed to wear nightgown and marry cousin. Bye-bye, Sneaky. I love you.
So when it comes to acting like a maniac, it's impossible to beat Alex Jones, and I don't think Sneeko was prepared. He didn't seem to be ready for
No,
how
he
unhinged
looked
Alex is.
genuinely
like he was
shocked.
supposed to go on Alex's show the day after the stream, but now Sneeko's ghosting him. So I think Alex scared him away. But let me know what you guys think, and check out the Patreon account if you enjoyed this video. I'm always covering Alex's crash outs on there. Like, he's even getting fed up with conspiracy theories now because they're too low IQ. I also covered Theo Vaughn exposing Tucker Carlson, the depravity of Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne, Matt McCusker's wife punch and kill Tony comedian Timmy No Breaks, Joe Rogan exposing Mossad agent Candace Owens versus Laura Loomer, and there are over 200 other exclusive videos that are each over 20 minutes, so if you enjoy the channel and want extra content, it's definitely worth checking out. There'll be a link in the description.
Here's a video.
September 11th, 2001, a Tuesday morning in late summer. The sky over the northeastern United States is cloudless, visibility unlimited, the kind of day pilots call severe clear. 19 men have spent months in preparation. They've taken flight lessons in
I send
Florida
video.
and
Yeah,
Arizona.
Sneeko is a
They've
cuck.
studied airport layouts, memorized gate
What?
procedures.
I send video. I'm happy
Okay.
with this one first if you want. Yeah, Sneeko is a pathetic person. But then again, most of these kick streamers are
How do you swim?
kind of like a
How do you swim?
prerequisite. An ass crack? Where?
Time security rotations, they've purchased tickets on 4 separate flights departing within 40 minutes of each other from Boston, Newark, and Washington. The plan is not complicated. It relies on a single assumption, that the men with the box cutters will be the most dangerous thing aboard any of those aircraft. On that morning, the assumption holds. The cockpit doors are unlocked. The hijackers know this. The passengers do not yet know what is happening, and the course of the world will change before morning is over. But let's change one thing. The year is now. The attacks are being planned again. The same ideology, the same objective, the same basic operational model. 19 men, 4 aircraft, 1 morning. Everything the planners intend is structurally identical to 2001. What has changed is everything around them. And what changed is the result of spending 23 years and roughly $100 billion building a system specifically designed to stop this exact scenario from working a second time. The question's not whether the plot is real, the question is where it breaks. Because it breaks. The only uncertainty is at which layer. The morning begins before the airport. This is where it starts now. The National Counterterrorism Center operates around the clock, processing intelligence from 17 separate agencies. The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces, which now number more than 200 across the country, run human source networks and digital surveillance programs.
I wonder if it would at all be possible to, like, design a plane that you could, in theory, ram into another plane and the plane be fine to, like, redirect it. I don't know if that's even possible in the air.
I'm sure there's been, like, mad war designers.
Sure, but, like, surely
I
that
mean,
would be
they
an
kind of
interesting...
do that with the drones.
Yeah, but it doesn't really,
That was
like...
Aiden Ross who sniffed his chair.
Oh. Because I'm thinking, like, you know how tugboats maneuver massive ships through tight channels and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I'm thinking here, is, like, instead of... Because I'm kind of thinking, well, if it happens again, surely... And it's, like, a almost guaranteed this is what's going to happen. What's the loss in shooting down the plane, other than, like, a PR loss? But if you were able to have sort of a tugboat plane, if you would, let's call it that, that could bump
like
a
in
plane.
Dark Knight when they tie the planes together.
Sure. Yeah, it's something along those lines where it's like, I don't even know if that's even physically possible. I don't know if you could design a plane that could take an impact and continue flying. I feel like that kind of defeats the whole purpose of flying. Even in the animal kingdom, when Peregrine
that's
Falcon,
the thing is planes are so light.
That's exactly right. That's where my train of thought goes, and it's like even with in nature, the Peregrine Falcon, right? Even if it's flying horizontal, when it stops flying, it's dropping. There's nothing. Yeah, it's dropping. It might be dropping towards a pigeon, but it's still dropping. Anytime I see Indian miners bullying crows, it's always a drop in altitude, then they regain altitude, right? Because they stop flapping their wings, they stop generating lift. So surely a plane would have the same problem, but also the unique issue where you can't regain lift that quickly. Unless you had some Dune helicopters that were designed like fucking dragonflies, which would be cool. But I feel like it's physically impossible. A giant magnet? That could work. That could work. You would need to somehow shield the plane from above from being impacted, though. I don't know how that would work. Unless you positively magnetize the plane so that you could attach it. Maybe have a jumbo jet with big claws. Yeah, like the space shuttle launching ship, except the reverse. Yeah, you fly that plane underneath, and your big claws go whoop, and just grab it, and then off you go. Yeah,
Didn't
maybe that could
China
work.
just do a big claw ship or a claw thing? They stole Elon's design and were able to land something.
Not sure. Haven't seen anything. That's interesting. Cool if true. Yeah, I reckon Looney Tune engineering. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. I just think that, like, realistically, I think people should just get over the idea
Speaking about
of
Looney Tunes,
being able
you've
to
seen
stop
the
it.
video coming out of Russia, right?
Huh?
With the gun turret.
Oh, yes. Hysterical.
Under FISA court authorization, the NSA's communications collection capabilities flag specific keyword patterns and known contact networks. In 2001, the CIA and FBI possessed fragments of information about the plot that were never combined. That structural failure produced the 9/11 Commission. What it produced after the commission was the Director of National Intelligence position, mandatory information sharing protocols, and a unified terrorism watch list that did not exist before 2001. Any of the 19 men whose names appear in that system do not reach the airport. No prior contact with known networks, no flagged travel history, no names in any database. The first layer does not catch them. They arrive at the airport. Terminal check-in in 2001 required a government-issued ID that was rarely scrutinized beyond a visual glance from an airline employee with no law enforcement authority. Today, that interaction looks different. The TSA's secure flight program runs every passenger name against the terrorist screening database and the no-fly list before a boarding pass is issued. Not at the checkpoint, before it. The check-in agent works from a system that has already cleared or flagged the name. The no-fly list contains roughly 64,000 names. The selectee list, which triggers
a lot of
enhanced
names.
screening, contains an additional tens of thousands. These lists draw from watch list
These
data
lists.
continuously
These
updated by law
nuts.
enforcement, intelligence agencies, and foreign partners through arrangements like the Five Eyes
Get the fuck away
Intelligence
from me,
Alliance. The
Glob.
men check in. Their names return clean. Boarding passes are issued. The first layer did not stop them. The second did not either. They move toward the security checkpoint. This is where the physical architecture of the airport becomes the next barrier. In 2001, airport security was operated by private contractors hired by individual airlines. Screeners earned near minimum wage. Turnover was over 100% annually, and training averaged
Nice.
11 hours. The checkpoint itself used magnetometers that detected large metal objects. Box cutters, which were legal to carry, passed through without issue. That system no longer exists. The Transportation Security Administration was created in November 2001 and federalized the entire airport security workforce within a year. Every TSA officer now undergoes at minimum 160 hours of classroom and on-the-job training.
That's a
The
lot.
checkpoint uses advanced imaging technology, millimeter wave scanners that produce a generic body outline and flag anomalies regardless of material composition. Ceramic blades, non-metallic weapons, liquid explosives. The scanner sees density and shape, not metal alone. Assume the scanner operator has a medical emergency. Assume the checkpoint is short-staffed. Assume for some reason the imaging unit is down for calibration and a magnetometer is substituted. The men pass through. Their carry-on bags move through the X-ray system. Modern airport X-ray units are dual-energy systems that distinguish organic from inorganic material by measuring how differently objects absorb two separate X-ray frequencies. Explosives, for example, have a characteristic organic density signature distinct from clothing or electronics. CT-based baggage scanners, now deployed in hundreds of airports under the TSA's ongoing modernization program, produce full three-dimensional cross-sections of every bag at every angle. The system flags anomalies automatically and sends them to a human operator for review. Bags pass through. The men are now airside.
Finding
They board
plenty
the
of
aircraft.
copper.
This is where the world of 2001 and the world of today diverge most sharply. The first and most significant structural change after 9/11 was not a scanner or a database, it was a door. Reinforced cockpit doors capable of
Fuck you,
withstanding
dumb
small
bird.
arms fire and grenade blast became mandatory on all commercial aircraft operating in the United States airspace by April 2003. The door weighs
If you
significantly
build up
more
really
than its
high
predecessor.
dragons
It locks
attack
from
you.
the inside using a deadbolt controlled by the flight crew.
Harpy!
It cannot be opened from the cabin under any circumstance while the crew has activated the lock. In 2001, a determined hijacker with a box cutter could walk into the cockpit within 60 seconds of breaching the first class curtain. Today, that door does not open. The hijackers move through the cabin, they threaten passengers, they move toward the cockpit, the door does not
I
open.
got
The
ambushed.
flight crew has already activated the emergency protocol. The crew has reached the transponder. In 2001, the hijacker hijackers on all 4 flights disabled the aircraft transponders shortly after taking control. When it goes dark, the aircraft disappears from secondary radar. In 2001, this was not an immediate alarm. Controllers assumed radio failure. Today, a transponder going dark on a domestic flight triggers an immediate response protocol coordinated between the FAA and NORAD. The North American
What is a
Aerospace
gem
Defense
coin?
Command, which on the morning of September 11th had 4 fighters on alert along the entire eastern seaboard, now maintains a significantly expanded quick reaction alert posture. 14 alert sites across the continental United States keep armed fighter aircraft on strip alert, fueled and ready to launch within minutes of an order. The moment the transponder goes dark and radio contact fails simultaneously, the FAA notifies the NORAD Battle Management Center at Peterson Space Force Base in Colorado. The call takes under 2 minutes. The scramble order follows immediately. F-16s from the nearest alert site are airborne before the aircraft have traveled another 50 miles. In 2001, the fighters that launched on the morning of the attacks were sent in the wrong direction because of communication failures and confusion about which aircraft were hijacked. The 9/11 Commission documented every one of those breakdowns in detail. The response architecture was rebuilt around the specific failure points the Commission identified. Direct communication channels now connect FAA facilities to NORAD in real time. The alert fighters know the target aircraft's last known position, heading, speed, and altitude from primary radar return alone. They do not need the transponder. They already are airborne and climbing. The aircraft is still in the
How do I
air.
build a
Inside
roof?
the cabin, something's different from 2001. On the morning of September 11th, the passengers on the first 3 aircraft did not know what was happening.
Look.
They followed the historical script
Just
for a
look what I'm
hijacking,
doing.
which said to stay calm, comply, and the situation
Right.
would resolve on the ground. The passengers on Flight 93, the 4th aircraft,
See?
learned through cell phone
Just
calls
build
what
up,
had already happened in New
then
York.
build
They knew
over.
the planes were being used as missiles. They
This is-
voted. They
what the
acted.
fuck?
The
I don't
cockpit
see
was not
this.
reached in
None-
time,
none of
but the
this is
intended
how
target
mine
was
looks.
never struck. That information is now part of public
Share
consciousness
your
in a
screen.
way.
I
it was
literally
not
have
at
none of
9:03
this.
on
Like
a
you're
September
telling me to
morning
do
in
things that I
2001.
have no
Any
fucking
passenger-
clue
Share
what
your
to do.
screen.
I've never. I
Share
it's not gonna
your
work.
screen.
It's not
Share
gonna
your
fucking
screen.
work.
Stop talking and just share the screen so I can see what yours looks like.
It just puts these fat fucking blocks, and I can't do anything with them.
Hang on. Well, those are walls.
Isn't that what I'm supposed to be putting up?
You got to put the you got to put the walls in the background. You put the regular stone first.
Okay. How?
Okay, so you got to select your stone blocks.
Like this is literally what I've been
That's a
trying to
wall.
figure out. What
Stone
blocks?
block is in the
The
bottom.
fuck?
Bottom bar. You're almost there.
I don't care. I'm using clay.
That's fine.
Okay, now what?
I mean, the cactus is in the way, so just knock it down. Yeah, yours is like running really slow. See, there you go. And then you just fill it in with background walls. Why is yours so slow?
I don't fucking know.
It's like running at like 2 frames a second. It's
Yeah,
been like
that's
that the whole time.
What I was fucking telling you. Did you not
That's
hear
crazy.
me asking you how the fuck you're digging so quickly?
Well, how am I supposed to know that yours is running at 2 frames a second? That's crazy.
Passenger on any aircraft who understands that a hijacking is in progress will not sit and wait. They know. The fighter aircraft reach visual range. The crew aboard the military aircraft is operating under rules of engagement that did not exist in codified form on September 11, 2001. The Secretary of Defense now holds authority to order a shootdown of a commercial aircraft that has been confirmed as a hijacked weapon. The authority was contested on the morning of the attacks, with Vice President Cheney issuing an order that had no clear chain of authorization and that the fighters never received in time. That legal and procedural ambiguity has been resolved. The authorization chain, the communication protocol, and the criteria for employment of force are documented and trained. The fighters have the aircraft in sight. They have attempted to make radio contact. They have rocked their wings in the universal military signal. Nothing changes aboard the target aircraft. The Air Marshals. On September 11, 2001, the Federal Air Marshal Service had 33 agents covering the entire national airspace. Funding had been cut repeatedly through the 1990s. The program was a bureaucratic afterthought. Within weeks of the attacks, Congress authorized a massive expansion. The current Federal Air Marshal Service deploys thousands of agents on domestic and international routes. Marshals sit in civilian clothing on randomly assigned flights, armed with specialized fragile ammunition designed to incapacitate without penetrating the aircraft's hull. On a domestic flight carrying any of the 19 men, the probability that at least one Federal Air Marshal is aboard is not certain, but it is not negligible either. If one is aboard this aircraft, the scenario ends here. The plot continues. The passengers act. In the forward cabin, a group of passengers has collectively identified what's happening. Several have attempted to call family members. One has a satellite-capable phone. The information spreading through the rear of the aircraft is the same information that reached the passengers of Flight 93. The decision process is faster than it was in 2001 because the cultural...
Press escape, and in the lower right-hand corner, click settings. Go to video in the settings, and then turn on frame skip, and see if that helps you run faster.
Hold on. I have so much stone, goddamn.
Memory is universal now. Every American adult who boards a commercial aircraft knows what the passengers of Flight 93 did and why. The men at the front of the cabin have weapons, but they're outnumbered 100 to 1 and the cockpit door is still locked. The fighters are in position. They've received updated authorization. The aircraft is tracked on primary radar, its altitude and speed consistent with an aircraft no longer under normal pilot control. The intercept crew has completed every required step in the protocol. A weapons-free authorization is transmitted from the Battle Management Center. The crew acknowledges. At this point, the scenario constructed here, the one in which every single layer of security from intelligence collection through passenger intervention has failed simultaneously, is reaching its terminus. Every system that was rebuilt after...
Did frame skipping help?
I haven't changed it.
Okay. There's a smart cursor with left control. Interesting.
September 11th was rebuilt because of a specific documented failure. The cockpit door exists because cockpits were accessible. The Air Marshal expansion exists because coverage was near zero. The NORAD posture exists because 4 fighters were inadequate. The secure flight program exists because passenger names were never checked against intelligence databases. The reinforced transponder protocols exist because going dark triggered no immediate alarm. Each of those changes addresses one failure point. The scenario described here requires all of them to fail on the same morning simultaneously across multiple flights. The redundancy is not an accident. It's the architectural lesson of 19 men and a clear September sky. Any single layer catching any single operative on any single flight breaks the chain. The reinforced door alone breaks the chain. The Air Marshal alone breaks the chain. The fighter intercept alone breaks the chain. The plot requires a perfect sequence of independent failures, each one compounding the last.
I was hoping
before
this
a
was
second
going to be
aircraft
about
becomes a weapon.
like
In
it didn't
2001, that
happen in the
sequence
past.
existed because none of the barriers existed. The system assumed hijackers wanted to land. The new system assumes they do not.
That's the most important detail, is that nobody ever fucking didn't land a hijacked plane before.
The aircraft does not reach its target. Whether the cockpit door holds, whether a passenger subdues the lead hijacker in the aisle, whether the fighters reach
I
weapons
believe
release
that they
parameters
delayed
first,
it
the outcome
already.
in any realistic modern scenario diverges
not
sharply
sure.
from 2001 before the aircraft crosses the coastline. The 19 men of 2001 succeeded because they exploited a system built around a threat model that had already expired. The system that had replaced it was built around them specifically, modeled on their exact methods, their exact tools, their exact timeline. It was built on the assumption that they would try again.
I am nothing like Family Guy. When I make jokes, they are inherent to a story. Deep, situational, and emotional jokes based on what is...
Do you turn on frame skipping?
Yep.
Does it help?
Yeah.
Okay. So it runs like a regular game now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Night and day?
Yeah.
Actually playable now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Europeans are here. They've realized that BBC has lied to them, and America is actually a pretty great place. Like, I feel like they had it in their
No.
hands we were under a communist
I don't think he
regime.
talked about the TSA. Really?
If you heard that right, Europeans, yes, the BBC has been lying to you. There's so much to unpack with this type of thing that it's unbelievable.
This is what
a
I had
Coca-Cola
open to play
freestyle
next
machine.
anyway.
They're not particularly rare. You can find them in America, obviously, but they exist in Britain, Germany, Denmark, plenty of other countries, depending on what restaurants you go to. It is 2026 after all. They've got them in Five Guys in Germany, Burger King supposedly, and Legoland. But when a German World Cup fan found one in America, he posted online,
Just so you know,
"LMAO,
sand-
how am I supposed to choose?"
Really annoying to dig in. It obeys
It
gravity.
regenerates?
No, it just like falls down on itself.
Ah, that's interesting.
I'm going back because I think I may have found like a boss area.
A cactus helmet.
Yeah, you can get a cactus sword too. It might be better than the copper short sword because it actually swings instead of pokes. Worm!
Choose from all this. This is overwhelming me. Americans found this adorable. So adorable, in fact, that within weeks, this completely anonymous tourist had received free luxury hotels, access to NASA, and an invitation to the White House. All very, very normal things. But yesterday, after gaining nearly 800,000 followers, Freddie suddenly deleted his entire account. Turns out the influencer life just wasn't for him. Or that he had some older posts resurface that might have blown his cover a bit. My name is Evan Edinger, and the interesting story here isn't whether or not this faceless World Cup tourist is a psyop or not, it's why so many Americans desperately wanted to believe that it's real. So to catch up to speed, who exactly is Freddie LA7? Well, essentially this was a German World Cup tourist. He was just an account that was posting about his love for football, he loves Cristiano Ronaldo, and he flew to the US to see some World Cup matches of his favorite footballer, Cristiano Ronaldo, as well as support his team, Germany. But Freddie quickly found his account was absolutely blowing up via the Twitter algorithm. He was posting some innocuous things like visiting Raising Cane's, and he loves it. His lives were changed visiting this chicken tenders restaurant. He visited a Waffle House and had a glowing review. And if you're unaware, Waffle House is usually pronounced without the W for Americans. It's just Waffle House. It's not really a good thing, but this German guy is
Fuck
visiting
off.
and saying it's pretty great, actually. It's not just Waffle House. He visited
How dare you.
Walmart. He's getting a chicken sandwich there. Every American is like, oh my God, this is so nice. This guy's so great. I love this German guy. He's praising us. He also tweeted, this is the most European mind can't comprehend this moment of my life. One of my friends said, punch me 5 times tomorrow and I'll still think this isn't real. Now, there might be some Europeans in my audience, particularly Germans, going, oh, what's What's so special about a stadium, though? Like, we have really big stadiums, in fact, huge stadiums in Germany. Yeah, that's true, but I think the issue that you're suffering from here is that you don't realize that you're not really the target audience for this. The target audience for this is more like this person on TikTok I found.
Are y'all following Freddie, the German guy who was here for the World Cup, which I didn't even know was going on, and exploring?
Oh, that's a good admission as well, like, which I didn't even know was going on. Like, it's really dumb. But now I'm interested because there's this guy saying nice things about my country. That's the point! It's the point, it's cultural exchange!
Well, the Europeans are here. They've realized that BBC has lied to them, and America is actually a pretty great place. Like, I feel like they had it in their heads we were under a communist regime.
Imagine being a lesbian
if you heard
and
that right,
fascist.
Europeans, yes, the BBC
Yeah,
has
that's
been lying to
embarrassing.
you, to all Europeans. And yeah, the BBC must have been informing us in Europe that America is communist. There's so much to unpack with this type of thing that it's unbelievable. I believe the word they were looking for might be fascist, not communist. I don't think anyone in any stretch of the imagination is imagining that the US is communist. Americans truly do not know what the word communism means. They will just throw it on anything possible.
We're all unsafe, and like there were curfews, and we couldn't go out at night.
Nobody is saying that there are curfews and you can't go out at night. The issue here
It
is
is
that this
better
is
than
the
the
target
sword.
audience. This type of person who has
Why
no
is
critical
the
thought in their
cactus
brain.
sword
They just
better?
go, oh my god, this
'Cause
this
the
German
copper
guy's using it for the
sword
first time,
sucks
saying such
dick.
nice
No,
things.
I had the
It
iron
must
one.
mean that all the negative stuff I've heard about the country, that the BBC is telling all the Europeans, no, can't exist. Okay. What exactly is going on then? If you want to know why this sort of content blew up so much, it's because it's cultural exchange content. It's quite rare to be able to have that sort of content. It involves travel, usually being able to post content about it, and it's pretty much the bread and butter of this YouTube channel that you're watching right now. I mean, my whole shtick
so
is that
good,
I was
bro.
born and raised in America, but I've spent over
It's a
13
really
years in
good
the UK.
weapon.
I started my
Bonk,
channel chatting with
bonk.
people that lived here,
Bonk,
and finding
bonk.
out these interesting differences between the country I grew
That's
up
why I
in
gave it to
and
you.
my now home. It's
that's
kind of
so
nice
funny.
and lovely and interesting. However, that's at the top level. I end up doing big research projects and finding out why really tiny minutia are different, and I learn so much and I share it with you. That's one style of cultural exchange content. At the other end
Daytime
of the
is
barrel,
coming, they're running
if there's
away.
money to be had online, you know that people will try to make money with as minimal effort as possible. And so rather than actually research, find any interesting differences, do something that you're actually interested in, the lowest tier of this
I can
is
sit in the
react
chair.
content. So these are the type of YouTubers that will just
Yep.
throw up a video
I have a chair
of a
and a
famous
table.
British sitcom,
I have a chair.
possibly one of my videos, or possibly
I'm sitting
many
in
other
front
on
of
the
the
internet,
fire.
and they
It's
just
pretty.
sit there in
I
the
have
corner
a
and they
chair.
go,
If you make a
Ah!
camp, you can make a campfire and it will
Already have.
regen your health.
I'm sitting at the chair at the campfire.
Oh, okay.
oh wow. Ooh. Wow, I didn't know that. You guys have washing machines in the kitchen? And then the viewers go, oh my god, that's cool. This American didn't know we had washing machines in the kitchen. And it is genuinely cool to see someone experience your way of life for the first time. However, maybe you find that when you go back to their channel and you watch another one, you realize, wait a minute, how did he just realize that we had washing machines in the kitchen again? How has he done that 3 times now? These are just content farms. None of these are authentic cultural exchange reactions. They realize that this is inherently interesting to the human mind, and so they just churn out as much slop as possible without doing any sort of thought. And it's frustrating because cultural exchange is a genuinely interesting topic, and it's a human nature thing to be super excited when someone that's not grown up in your culture gets to share it with you. For instance, I went to Florida with my friends from Ireland in 2019 for Play This Live, and it was so exciting seeing their faces when we walked into a Wendy's.
God, Chick-fil-A's closed.
That's so embarrassing.
Wendy's? Wendy's?
Wendy's!
Always fresh, never frozen! Can't believe Wendy's have decorated this place for the Irish. It's just so nice. Happy St. Patty's Day.
A Wendy's is just a standard burger joint, but to hear the Irish quote the commercials they'd seen online and be like, always fresh, never
Bro,
frozen.
Wendy's open
As an
in
American,
Australia.
I was like, oh wow, it's kind of cool. That's the
People are
experience you
waiting
get with an
for
authentic
hours
cultural
to go to
exchange.
Wendy's.
Or when I brought my British
And I
girlfriend
drive
around
past,
New Jersey, I wanted
see
her to
them
experience
in these
all
lines,
the food that
and
I
I
grew up
go,
eating. It was that
"Haha,
earnestness of wanting to
fucking
share my
losers."
culture with someone I love. That's the type of content that does really well online. And some people were very surprised, but the first place I took her to was a gas station, because I make great hoagies. Gas stations are a huge, huge thing for Americans. Why? Well, the whole country is essentially unwalkable. You gotta drive, and therefore you gotta stop by a gas station regularly. So gas stations have grown over time to offer different amenities that stand out from other gas stations. The one where I'm from, called Wawa, they've got good hoagies.
Wawa
The
is
ones in the Midwest,
the
called
shit.
Buc-ee's, they're just really big. They offer lots of other things. And so,
I
what
fucking
better
love
place for
Wawa,
Freddie to
bro.
go than this Buc-ee's? Look at this praise. This is a gas station? Yeah, man, look how big it is. You notice anything suspicious about it, though? Right? Americans are probably like, what do you mean? It's a big gas station. What's so wrong with that? The term gas station, right? You understand that. It's a gas station. It sells gasoline. Well, that's kind of an Americanism. In most of Europe, in the English-speaking world, it's referred to as a petrol station, short for petroleum, as most Europeans that learn English actually learn the English version from England.
cares?
Some actually are influenced by American media all the time, sure, but this is just one more extra clue of something is so off. His fluency in English is astounding and actually has so many American expressions
gas station instead of petrol.
I don't know. I'd be like, wow, I don't know where he learned English in Germany, but I guess I'm impressed. It's quite impressive, right? Let alone using actual memes that Americans use about Europeans as bait, but who knows? So he's praising the giant portions of food, the surprising stadiums that I guess they don't have in Germany, or the soda machines that I guess they don't have in his part of Germany, and the gas stations are so big, it's so exciting. But this is kind of like what he's doing here. Even though I'd seen this and I feel like it's harmless, who really cares? The Americans just eating this up, it's fine. That all changed when things got a little bit more suspicious. See, at some point during Freddie's giant journey and road trip around for the World Cup, he visited the US state of Ohio. Driving through Ohio, towns like this are why we're trying to avoid the interstates and take the slower roads instead. These are the kinds of places we want to see. This feels like peak America. And finally, some Americans had some alarm bells going off.
Cringe.
Like, okay, are we being pandered to? Is this some sort of psyop? Why would someone ever say this about
birds are
Ohio?
dangerous.
It's pretty shit. It's just roads. I've stayed in Ohio. I've been in Ohio a couple times. It's not really a great place. It felt like at this point, some people were like, is he purposely choosing places that are meant to be backwater, meant to be just like suburban sprawl and nothing really to be proud of, to point at, to be like, but look at this, isn't this great? This is peak America. And it's like an empty road that has no life on it except for some cars parked on the side and American flags. And then, well, as I said, Freddie deleted his entire account this week. And it wasn't because what he posted on Instagram, which was, I can't deal with the fame, and people are trying to be mean to me. Well, it's because people uncovered his story has quite a few holes in it. As reported by David Cavucci, says, well, supposedly, Freddie lived an entire year of his life in Santa Barbara in the US. Does that blow up his entire story? Not really. I mean, I've lived in the UK for 14 years, but I still find it very exciting finding little differences, so that's not necessarily too bad. However, he did do this same exact routine, this song and dance of, I can't believe it. Look at the roads, look at the restaurants, look at the tourist attractions for Saudi Arabia. And then went on to defend
me when I
human
joke
rights
about
violations.
Africa and go, hey, look, roads.
Maybe he just likes to travel and he just likes to defend regimes like that. Who's to say? Yet again, all of these in a vacuum don't really mean much. However, there was this one thing that he did that I think hopefully will make most Americans go, wait a minute, please, wait. So Freddie is a huge Cristiano Ronaldo fan. He's here to see the World Cup and see his favorite footballer play, supposedly. Now, these tickets to the World Cup are incredibly expensive, and he's got quite a few he's driving around to go and see. One of the early games, before any of this kicked off, was in Miami with Ronaldo, and it very well could have been Ronaldo's final game. So if you were a big fan of Ronaldo, there's no way you would miss that, which is why Freddie bought tickets to see the game. However, he then decided to ditch that game in Miami to go all the way up to Vermont to see a Little League game. So for those of you that aren't American, Vermont and Little League baseball are basically like a smash of just the most Americana childhood experience you can imagine. No tourist is visiting Vermont, no offense to Vermont. No tourist is going to a Little League baseball game. These things are inherently American culture and at its core a feeling of innocence. And to go thousands of kilometers out of your way, ignore a game you spent loads of money on to go to a Little League baseball game in Vermont, threw up even more flags for some Americans going, something just doesn't feel right. Almost as if, well, he wanted to see that game, but the content brief said, no, we need to get more of this rural, suburban, Americana type of vibe for the social media channels that we're promoting through you. There are quite a few influencers that have been paid by the US government to promote the country in a way that seems pretty standard. I think I saw a British YouTuber who smiled with Marco Rubio, and I was like, okay, I guess get your bag. And obviously you could say that it is incredibly suspicious that he pretty much was able to get any sort of access he could, including NASA, the White House, tweeted about basically wanting to see a certain musician, and then, he's got tickets to the show, and Gordon Ramsay comps him a place, this other...
All right, check this out. All right. 1 second. And then, boop. Okay. Come over to the water, right? Isn't that great?
Oh, you're able to manipulate the water.
Yeah, so it drains down the holes, so you can make channels to drain
Oh, interesting.
caverns and stuff. It's one of my favorite things to do.
A guy comes to a place in Texas, everything's just coming to him. And it could sound like, what a nice, wholesome story. Ain't America grand? However, I do feel like the more interesting story here is that it's just a sign of national insecurity. Americans have spent years hearing that the country is dangerous, its infrastructure is poor, its politics are unstable, healthcare is frightening, gun violence scares visitors, international opinion is worsened, and that countries in Europe have all these rights that they don't have in the US anymore. Then Freddie arrives from Germany and says, no, you guys are wonderful. Your food is incredible. Your city's beautiful. Ohio is beautiful. Giant soda machines. We would never have this type of technology in Germany. We don't have much in Germany, actually. Not even stadiums. Even though we play a lot of footy. Just don't think about it too much. Just know that you guys are great. Most American discourse online is a troubling slurry of propaganda and disinformation about what life is actually like outside the US to keep people complacent. You'll see Americans on one hand admonishing Europeans for their way of life that they heard about online, and they'll pick ghost fights with people who think it shouldn't be illegal to walk to the World Cup stadium. But on the other hand, they will worship any positive experience of their country experienced by a European, no matter how far-fetched it may seem. They're not seeking reality here. They just want to hear the nice things that confirm the American exceptionalism that occupies a large portion of their perspective on life. Like I mentioned in my video on why Americans aren't taught that much about life outside of America, Americans get incredibly defensive of any criticism about the country if not first padded out with banal praise for things like garbage disposals or air conditioners. It's just that in this case, that praise was big gas stations and big food. And if only we had those big gas stations in Europe. You Americans, you don't know how good you have it. But the truth is, America, like every other country out there, is full of good people. Of kind and caring people who love their country and love sharing it with others. That's kind of the whole point of the World Cup. You visit a country and you get to share and have this cultural exchange. But it's only really nice when it's actually real. Most Americans know that their system has corrupted beyond recognition, no matter which side of the pendulum they fall on for that topic, but they still understand that the people in their country are good. They just need to hope that the negatives get fixed at some point soon. And I understand why stories like Freddie's feel so good. They offer Americans a chance to appreciate the little things that they might otherwise take for granted. The problem is that this was never really a cultural exchange. Genuine cultural exchange involves surprise, misunderstanding, criticism, and comparison in both directions. It means discovering what another country does fantastically, maybe what it does terribly, and what each place could learn from the other. It's honestly the best part of travel. But Freddie's posts offered none of that. They simply took ordinary American life, presented it through the supposedly astonished eyes of a European, a proverbial YouTube shocked-faced thumbnail, and transformed it into evidence that America was exceptional all along. That is why Americans embraced him so enthusiastically. They didn't care that they weren't really watching a German discover America for the first time. He was giving them exactly what they wanted. In reality, they were happily watching America admire its own reflection.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm really clear here. I don't really think this person is involved in a psyop or anything. I do just genuinely think it is someone that was egging the algorithm on, giving it the lowest common denominator of reaction style, algorithmically in-tuned cultural exchange content that the Twitter algorithm is just in love with at the moment. Nothing's really organic or authentic anymore, and it might appear to be some sort of bigger scheme, but I think in the grand scheme of things, it's just everybody out to try and make money off of anything that they can.
My gold coins.
Wow, wild. I've made 2 videos about the World Cup now, despite not having watched a single match, because that is just not something I have any care to do. Well, judging from the fact that you're on this channel, I'm assuming that you enjoy genuine cultural exchange, which is good news for me, because that is, like I said, my whole channel. If you're interested in knowing how freedom of speech actually correlates between the US and the UK, more than the propaganda that's probably being fed to you via the online apps as we speak, I'll link my video on the topic above.
I think I know what caused the harpies to attack. There's literally a harpy statue.
Oh.
So if I touch it, I think they come. Yes. They killed me again.
Hope to see you there, and otherwise, I'll see you next Sunday. Goodbye.
Well, the Europeans are here. They've realized that BBC has lied to them, and America is actually a pretty great place. Like, I feel like they had it in their heads we were under a communist regime.
So, If you heard that right, Europeans, yes, the BBC has been lying to you. There's so much to unpack with this type of thing that it's unbelievable. This is a Coca-Cola freestyle machine. They're not particularly rare. You can find them in America, obviously, but they exist in Britain, Germany, Denmark, plenty of other countries, depending on what restaurants you go to. It is 2026 after all. They've got them in Five Guys in Germany, Burger King supposedly, and Legoland. But when a German World Cup fan found one in America, he posted online, LMAO, how am I supposed to choose from all this? This is overwhelming me. Americans found this adorable. So adorable, in fact, that within weeks, this completely anonymous tourist had received free luxury hotels, access to NASA, and an invitation to the White House. All very, very normal things. But yesterday, after gaining nearly 800,000 followers, Freddy suddenly deleted.
You can, out of mud, you can make mud balls to throw. They do 8 damage. Throwables are actually really good weapons.
His entire account. Turns out the influencer life just wasn't for him. Or that he had some older posts resurface that might have blown his cover a bit. My name is Evan Edinger, and the interesting story here isn't whether or not this faceless world...
We're officially in year 4 of Russia's special military operation, and things are going just perfectly exactly to plan. Despite the stunning success of Russia's campaign to destroy Ukraine's drone forces by intercepting them with oil refineries, there have been some hiccups in 2026. These are some of Russia's dumbest mistakes this year so far. First, we're starting off with that age-old question pondered by military strategists and philosophers dating back to the very dawn of warfare. What air defense doing? Well, it turns out that Russian air defense is doing a lot, but unfortunately for them, it's often the wrong thing. During the Cold War, the Soviets invested heavily specifically in their ground-based air defense systems, fielding the world's largest number, in order to offset against the American air power advantage. It's a fact that Russia's very proud of. Today, though, Ukraine uses those same air defense systems to shoot down Russian aircraft. Refusing to be second to anyone, though, Russian air defense began shooting down their own Russian aircraft at an alarming rate, scoring high points in the Blue Falcon Olympics. It's difficult to get a clear number given that Russia's not exactly keen on admitting it's shooting down its own planes, but to date, it's believed that as many as 12 strike aircraft and 6 helicopters have been Blue Falcon and blown out of the sky by their own guys. In March of 2026, Russian air defense made the giant mistake of shooting down yet another Russian helicopter as it was responding to a Ukrainian drone raid. In an attempt to fix this, Russian forces are now making yet another mistake by increasingly concentrating their best air defense systems in Moscow and around Putin's personal residences and official government buildings, while oil depots, bridges, and rail lines keep exploding in the meantime. Russia drastically removed air defense systems from key areas and then repositioned them. In Moscow region alone, they've amassed hundreds of launchers. Nearly 90 launchers have been redeployed from other regions of Russia. It's the anywhere but the face strategy. The problem for Russia appears to be an inability to do something that military planners call airspace deconfliction. And this is a major mistake. Air operations are a delicate ballet of offense and defense, where the goal is to leverage your air power against an adversary while defending against their own. Somewhere in the mix, your own aircraft have to be able to safely operate within your own air defense envelope without getting shot down. I'm looking at you, Kuwait. This careful coordination is known as deconfliction, and it's Russia's next biggest mistake of 2026. Russia never has been particularly good at deconfliction because on at least one recent occasion, Russian air defense systems appeared to have defected and joined Ukraine. It was the blast memed around the world when on June 18th, in the Moscow region, a Russian air defense missile on its way to down a Ukrainian drone changed its mind. Veering wildly off course, the Russian missile streaked across the sky and appears to have impacted a large Russian fuel tank instead. The event produced a secondary meme explosion across the internet, but it also fueled anger and speculation across Russia on why their own air defense systems seem to be doing as much damage as Ukraine's drones. The answer may be a drop in quality in Russian weapon components since the start of the war, as well as reliance on older stockpile of missiles. As you know, missiles, they go bad just like milk in the fridge. A Ukrainian analysis of caliber missiles,
I wouldn't say just like milk in the fridge.
Russia had been trying to offset its inability to
maybe Russian missiles are more milk
by
based,
designing things domestically during 2023 and 2024, but quickly changed course when quality proved lacking. Ukrainian Ministry of Defense experts noted that domestically produced components likely reduced the accuracy of Russia's cruise missiles, prompting a switch back to more costly and difficult to acquire Western and Chinese components. Nobody but Russia knows how far into the supply chain inferior domestic components may have gotten during those 2 years that they were being produced, but it's likely that they made their way into the highest priority systems, including air defense interceptors. A black market faulty seeker or microprocessor may be to blame for the most meme-worthy explosion of 2026. One of Russia's biggest mistakes in 2026 is their military has continued to fight like armored vehicles still dominate the battlefield. And there are now even new reports this year of tank crews abandoning their vehicles on the front line because they're running out of fuel. After the tank was captured, Ukrainian forces took a look at it, just hooked some fuel into it, and sent it on its merry way to the brigade's repair unit. There, the vehicle was fully serviced and adapted for their kind of fight, like how in Command & Conquer when you capture the enemy unit and turn it to your own team. During the Cold War, Soviet doctrine envisioned massive columns of tanks punching through NATO defenses by the hundreds. Today, those same armored formations are lucky if they can make a few kilometers before somebody wearing Crocs smoking a vape launches an FPV drone at them. Russian tanks are increasingly being parked several kilometers behind the front, acting like extremely expensive and inaccurate artillery pieces. Many Russian tank crews lob high explosive shells from concealed positions before quickly relocating. Russian tank warfare in 2026 is defined by a severe depletion of their Cold War-era stockpiles, as much as 70%. Moscow's operational tempo is heavily constrained by these equipment shortages. This has prompted a strategic shift from massive mechanized breakthroughs to localized, highly vulnerable infantry advances. Even the infantry has adapted in ways that would have sounded ridiculous 3 years ago. Assault groups increasingly move on motorcycles, civilian vehicles, or horseback because a column of armored vehicles has become one of the easiest targets imaginable for Ukrainian drone operators. A drone team hiding in a tree line can wipe out millions of dollars worth of armored vehicles before the infantry even reach the first trench. Russia spent decades building one of the largest armored forces on Earth, only to discover that the most dangerous anti-tank weapon is a guy named Alexander, who's like 18 years old.
A rolling cactus?
Goggles, three non-stop energy drinks, and a backpack full of
like
homemade
a tumbleweed
drones.
cactus.
The obsession wish monkey paw, where you wish for the biggest tank army, but boom, monkey paw, the tank army isn't the quality you need anymore. And to that point of drop of quality, in 2026, Russia started to lose its electronic warfare superiority, which was a big mistake. Early in the war, their EW could shut down Ukrainian drones easily. But by 2026, amid the era of allowing Ukraine to adapt and gain the advantage here, analysts believe sanctioned electronics are the reason for the fall behind in EW. The Russian Air Force in 2026 had to constantly relocate their strategic bomber fleet after repeatedly being struck by Ukrainian long-range fires recently. Russia started scattering their Tu-95s and Tu-160s all across the country, which has led to longer sortie times and maintenance crews spread thin. Some aircraft end up parked at bases that were never intended for regular bomber operations. But not to be outdone, Russia's Air Force
who would have seen Ukraine coming back in year 4
in the first few months
to
of 2026,
fuck their day up?
Independent sources confirmed that at least 25 Russian bombs were dropped either inside
to all those
Russia
people who were like, you should just surrender. How about you go fuck yourself? They're about to liberate Crimea.
Supposed to be targeting Ukrainian forces. According to independent Russian outlet
like
Astra,
Russia cannot
this is
hold
part of the
this
course,
if
with
they continue at this
143
rate.
bombs dropped on their own friendly territory in
Like
2025, and at least 165
it's crazy that it took
bombs
this
dropped
long
in
to just
2024. This was a major mistake.
This is probably a strategy that came
These are
from getting
independently
free
verified reports,
reign
meaning that the real
on the
figure
missiles.
is likely significantly higher.
Because they probably weren't allowed to hit Crimea.
Error probable of about 5 meters.
Because it was
That's the
considered
distance
Russian
that a
territory.
JDAM can miss its intended target by 50% of the time.
And
Russian
those fucking
bombs, on the other hand,
flamingo
appear to have a
missiles
circular
are
error
great.
probable of one
They're
entire
fucking
country as
low-flying
a measure.
fat
Russia's
fuckers.
Air Force may have a problem with dropping their load prematurely.
They're
a
just
perfectly
buzzing
normal
through the
problem
sky.
that can technically happen to anyone, but specifically if you wear that thing that I like, so
Fucking
technically it's your
awesome.
fault, not mine. From fighting fighters and bombers, though, to call sign Fighter Bomber, he's one of Russia's most
Yeah,
popular Z
yeah.
bloggers.
Like,
He's kind
it's-
of like me, except my bizarro evil twin version. With the
And
Kremlin
they just
enacting total control
they've
over
had
Russian
such a
mainstream
fucked
media,
run
many
of it.
people
Like
turn to
Russia
online
invades and then
bloggers
the
for
people
more
giving
accurate
them
reporting.
weapons to
Of
help.
course,
But like
these Z
you
bloggers
can't
still
hit
operate
Russia
under
with
a
them, by the
heavy
way.
veil of
Fuck yourself.
self-censorship, knowing
We're
very
helping
well
though.
that they might have a window-related accident if they
Make
fuck
sure
with
you
you.
don't
Fighter
fight
Bomber
back
has risen
with
to
these
prominence as
weapons.
one of the most popular Z bloggers.
Yeah, we're giving him to
While he
you, but
remains
don't
anonymous, Ukrainian
fight
OCR
back.
Don't you
open source
dare
intelligence
use
accounts
How
are confident
dare
that
you.
They identified him as Iliborovich
Don't
Dumanov,
even
a former
think
military
about it.
aviation officer who was likely a navigator rather than fighter pilot. His close contacts to Russian aviation has led to him consistently
Isn't it
releasing
funny
accurate
that,
information on aviation
Seymour
developments,
Hirsch and his
aircraft
whole
losses, and
America
general
cut
conditions
the
within
fucking
Russian
pipeline
aerospace forces.
blew up in his
But on
face.
the evening of June
The
20th,
Ukrainian,
Fighter
like
Bomber
we
made a
said from the
huge
very
mistake
beginning.
when he posted on Telegram saying, quote, "Word from
I mean,
the
I'm
hall
pretty sure
says
from the
fuel has
beginning I said,
arrived
I
in
do not
Crimea
care.
a lot."
Well, yeah.
Quote,
And
"Just hours
I was
later,
like, there's
Ukraine
100%
struck Crimea's fuel
like
infrastructure,
a
hitting
majority
targets on both
chance
sides
that
of the
this
Kerch
was a
Bridge,
Ukrainian
with the primary
operation,
targets
and
being a depot
Germany
on the
seems to think so.
Russian-occupied
Remember
side.
when they
And the
found
fuel
that
logistics
diving boot?
facilities at Port Kavkaz on Russia's side of the bridge, the attack was extremely
thanks,
successful,
Jackson
resulting in
Hinkle.
Crimea occupation authorities barring civilians from purchasing fuel amid limited supplies.
Really
so they
breaking
could be
those
ready for
news
military
stories.
use. The backlash was immediate, with Fighter Bomber being the target of accusations by the Z Mill blogger community that he had been responsible for the attack. For his part, Fighter Bomber released a statement deflecting blame and instead claiming that his statement had been a generality that would have made precise targeting impossible. There's just one problem with that deflection though. There's only so many places in Crimea that has a large amount of fuel that could be stored, processed, and distributed from. You don't have to have top secret access to CIA database to figure out where Crimea's fuel logistics facilities are located. We literally Googled that ourselves and were able to find it. You can tell that Fighter Bomber never had to give up any of his Saturday mornings or afternoons every 6 months for that biannual OPSEC training. But if he had, he might have known better than to give away the fact that a critical war-fighting resource, fuel, had been delivered to a location with extremely limited handling and distribution facilities at a time that Ukraine was waging its most intense campaign to turn Russia into a renewable energy superpower by destroying literally all their gasoline. For his efforts in helping Ukraine turn Russia green, the first separate unmanned systems center in Ukraine, the unit that's responsible for the most painful strikes against Russian energy, awarded Fighter Bomber their coveted Employee of the Month award.
That's
Many
hilarious.
mill bloggers were actually once infantry, but are no longer really on the front lines anymore. And Russia's next dumbest mistake of 2026 is that they've burned through their S-tier fighters. This new video dropped by the Russian Ministry of Defense shows how their infantry are yet again trying a new tactic to adapt to losses in 2026. According to Forbes magazine, Russian soldiers attempt to infiltrate through kill zones in a small group trying to get around Ukrainian-held positions. This we know, but the new part is that then, once they are forward deployed, these infiltration sites are used to establish a kind of localized air superiority, meaning very, very local, like your town local, except it's
Ouchie.
drone superiority. They're trying to
Oh,
establish
no.
what are called
Crawdad.
drone corridors. Then Russian infantry tried to assault Ukrainian positions with small units attacking from different directions under the cover of drone support. It's a bold strategy that has not yet worked in 2026. Wars consume equipment as much as they consume experience. One of Russia's biggest mistakes this year has been repeatedly throwing some of its best trained units into battles that offer very little.
Did you find the
strategic
sort
payoff. The type of
inventory
soldiers
button yet?
Who could have made their new tactics work have already been burned through. Units like their elite VDV airborne forces are seen fighting like ordinary mechanized infantry that are sent grinding through trench systems one tree line at a time. It would be like deploying Delta Force on guard tower duty. A
Yeah,
total
well, when
waste
you're
of
desperate,
$40,000
that's what
worth
you
of
do.
quad nods. These units were originally designed for sabotage and behind enemy lines work. Now, Russian naval infantry are also committed to costly assaults where elite training doesn't really matter all that much. It's more of a roll of the dice if artillery or FPV drone strike hits you. The result is that Russia often loses something much harder to
So,
replace than
if
metal
you
or equipment.
open your
They lose
inventory,
experienced officers.
on the like
It's
bottom
difficult to
right,
mass-produce 10
there's a
years of
sort
battlefield
inventory
experience.
button.
In 2026,
It's next
this
to the
has created a
smiley
vicious
face
cycle.
Yeah.
Heavy
thing.
casualties force Russia to accelerate recruitment, but new soldiers receive less training before arriving at the front. They are increasingly foreign mercenaries, brought in with little training. Each assault is chipping away at their institutional knowledge that has been built over decades. The fight on the ground is just as important as the fight in the Skynet on computers.
Tungsten
But
pickaxe.
Russia's cyberspace has long been a thorn in its own side. It's another major mistake here, with regulators attempting to crack down on various apps across Russia in a bid to control information and contain dissent. In 2024, Russia made an unforced self-own when they cracked down on the popular Discord messaging platform, and the move sparked widespread protests because of battlefield consequences. Incredibly, Russia's military was heavily utilizing Discord to communicate and even control drones. Live UAV feeds were transmitted via Discord to Russian headquarters elements,
Hilarious.
allowing senior officers to coordinate troops during assault operations. These same live feeds were used to correct artillery fire, while units down to the squad level used it for communications. It's kind of impressive that
Hey,
while the
nurse
US
has arrived.
military has Link 16,
So
Russia
increase
uses
my
the
health.
same app that millions log on to for commissioning NSFW Pokemon art. But at the same point, a random senior Russian military leader remembered his OPSEC training and decided that running the entire military via an American commercial application was probably not a war-winning move, and thus the ban was instigated. The fallout was immediate though, with Russian drone operations faltering for weeks as they desperately searched for an alternative. Well, in
there's a little
2026,
guy here.
Russia decided to revisit some of its own greatest
Who are you?
hits and move forward with a gradual Telegram ban.
Blip, blop,
The messaging
huzzah.
app is one of the most popular in Russia and is used by everyone from military bloggers to government officials to,
Pat.
you guessed it, regular
The pat
military
button does
units for
nothing.
command and control. It's not an outright ban, not yet, but instead a more gradual throttling of traffic in order to force the app to bend the knee to Russian demands. It's also not new because in 2018, Russia tried to outright ban the app because it was refusing to share encryption keys with their internal security, the FSB. During the ban, though, not only were regular Russian citizens still using the app, but so were many government agencies that led to a revoking of the ban in 2020. Then in late summer of 2025,
Right, the
Russia's
next
chief
goal is to
communications
find a
agency
golden
began a
chest
gradual
underground.
throttling of Telegram while pushing Max, a state-developed and government-sanctioned messaging app that was directly tied to Russian security services. It's basically, you don't need Telegram because we have Telegram at home. The goal was to fully replace all Western and Chinese messaging platforms with a purely Russian one, controlled by the Russian government and existing on Russian servers. Unsurprisingly, Max failed to become particularly
much
popular,
dedicated wham-
forcing the government to continue throttling
Hey, there's
access
a
to
chest.
Telegram. By late spring of 2026, many users were having difficulty loading anything into the Telegram app from inside Russia without a VPN or proxy. Russian citizens were getting stuck on loading screens as the government continued to pressure Telegram to comply with its demands,
Can of worms.
painting Telegram as a hybrid Ukrainian NATO threat. The Kremlin led with the narrative
Grenades.
that Telegram made the Russian military vulnerable to foreign spying and Russian people to Western
There's an
propaganda.
umbrella
Ironically, it
in
would be
here
the
that you
Russian
can hold
government
to fall
soft
slower.
ban that did
That's
actual
funny.
harm to the Russian military and to its own propaganda efforts. Russian soldiers have used Telegram to share photographs and recon imagery directly. Drone pilots were able to use the app to speak directly to artillery units and correct fires live. At the unit level, logistics personnel used group chats to manage equipment and vehicle repairs, delivery of spare parts, and the movement of personnel. On the propaganda front, Telegram is just as critical to the war effort, allowing Russian propagandists to gain access to global audiences. Popular Russian propagandist and editor-in-chief of RT, a Russian state-controlled publication, Margarita Simonyan, lost almost half her Telegram following due to throttling. A particular spicy poisoned apple, Simonon has been one of the most influential propagandists in modern Russian history, helping RT establish a global media presence that the Telegram ban was threatening to undermine. Even official Putin mouthpiece Dmitry Peskov warned that the Russian government was hurting its own efforts to influence a global audience. Speaking at a technology and media conference held at Moscow's Higher School of Economics, Peskov warned that Moscow's refusal to engage with Western and Chinese-owned social media apps was threatening to isolate the Kremlin's preferred narrative. Of particular concern was the ability to influence the Commonwealth of Independent States, a group consisting of former Soviet republics turned independent nations. We don't work with Telegram, so how are we supposed to get our message across? We will have to figure that out, said Peskov. The answer appears to be the Russian-developed Max app, which by legal decree comes installed on every single
Telegram
smartphone
Russian
and tablet
developed?
sold within Russia,
Yeah,
like a U2
but
album.
not state.
It's like if the U.S. government banned every
And
other
I believe
app
the guy who
pre-installed
designed it
Snapchat
had to
into your
flee the
device,
country.
forcing you to communicate exclusively through cute cat filters. But as usual, Russia is cutting off its own nose to spite its face. Since the February slowdown of Telegram, battlefield units have reported an inability to coordinate drones with artillery or command headquarters. While text messages can still get through the throttling due to the low bandwidth, the photos, videos, and large
I made
files
it
have
down to
become
where you were
virtually
digging.
impossible to share. Even worse though, many units are
Oh,
being
fuck
forced
me.
to use alternative means of communications, leading to a rise in the use of unsecure cell phones and civilian radios. This may not be a surprise considering at the start of the war, Russian strategic bombers were flying missions using unencrypted civilian radios to communicate. What? One time I got yelled at for saying okay instead of Roger over the radio, and Russia's over here flying strategic bombers with frickin' Amazon walkie-talkies? The fallout is also hitting Russia's mill bloggers hard though, and they have been some of the loudest voices against the ban.
Oh.
As audiences are increasingly unable to access their channels,
Widow
viewership plummets, and
crybabies.
with it, so does Russia's ability to shape domestic and global narratives about the war. The Kremlin finds
What air
itself
defense
between a
doing?
rock and a hard place. Z-bloggers are given a degree of independence because their global reach is beneficial to Russian narratives, but the app that they use to communicate is also used to ferment dissent within Russia. An element that the Kremlin may not have considered about its Telegram ban is also its use in fundraising operations. Like Ukraine, the Russian military also relies heavily on civilian fundraising for basic necessities like vehicles, drones, body armors, and dildos. You heard that right. Back in 2023, Ukrainian hacktivists broke into the online account of a Russian military fundraiser and used linked funds meant to purchase killer drones to instead buy $25,000 worth of dildos. The victim was Mikhail Luchin, friend of infamous Z-blogger Valden Tarsky, who was killed by Ukrainian security service personnel in a cafe explosion in St. Petersburg. He's a war criminal, volunteer blogger, and now dildo owner, said the Ukrainian hackers. If volunteers wish to provide more dildos to the Russian military, they'll have to find an
Dildo
alternative
owner.
means of doing so after the ban.
That's
Aren't we all?
No easy feat, given that Telegram offered a global audience and thus a global pocketbook. The current alternative, Max, is being pushed hard, not just on Russians, but in surrounding countries even. But efforts don't seem particularly encouraging. Russia recently celebrated its 100 millionth registered account, but provided no info on how many of these accounts are from outside of Russia, how many are bots, and how many are honest-to-God fundraisers trying to supply their military with a fresh supply of battlefield dildos. Russia's next biggest mistake in 2026 is that despite 4 years of war, it still hasn't solved one of the oldest problems in military history: logistics. Russia inherited one of the largest rail-based military logistics systems on Earth from the Soviet Union. That system was designed specifically to move enormous amounts of equipment toward Ukraine, and that was a huge advantage as well, but it moves through static, predictable hubs. During the Cold War, it was a strength. In the drone age, it's increasingly becoming a huge liability. Ukraine now looks for easy-to-attack bottlenecks. They hit fuel depots, they hit rail transfer stations, they blow up ammo warehouses in fireballs so big that they look like nuclear explosions. They collapse bridges and they take out innocent-looking ferries. These are the places where thousands of tons
innocent
of
ferry.
supplies have no choice but to pass through. It's the principle of shutting down one bridge during rush hour and suddenly the entire city is late for work. That's exactly what's happening to Russian logistics. Every time Ukraine destroys a fuel depot, Russian commanders have to haul fuel from further away. Together, these strikes create friction, and modern militaries absolutely hate friction. That's why Russia has spent much of 2026 constantly relocating depots further from the front. The supplies are still arriving, but they just take much longer, and they cost more money and require more trucks to get there. Each logistics mission burns more fuel, and creates even more opportunities for Ukrainian drones to find them. It's death by 1,000 paper drones, not cuts. Russia made the mistake of believing they could turn off the lights in Ukraine, which would eventually then throw in the towel. On paper, it probably looked like a smart idea. If you destroy enough power plants, enough substations, if you knock out
What's that?
enough transformer yards, and eventually the economy
I guess it
grinds
kills
to
you.
a halt. If I'm a Russian general, it sounds like it's
Pick up
time
my
for me to get
monies.
super overconfident with the plan that good. This would, in theory, mean that factories would stop producing, all of your trains would just stop moving, possibly the civilians would become exhausted.
Monsters!
And then that's when political pressure would mount. and it might have worked. But the problem is that Ukraine anticipated this sociopathic level attack and has spent years now preparing for exactly this scenario. Throughout 2026, Russia continued large-scale missile and drone strikes against Ukraine's energy system in these coordinated raids.
Yeah, that's the rolling
Yet
cactus.
Ukraine's electrical grid has proven far more resilient than Moscow or really
God
anyone
damn it.
would have anticipated. Now, why is that?
I was trying
Because
to break
engineers
it, and it
often
just triggered
restore
it to roll
damaged
into me.
substations in just a few days. Mobile gas
There's weird
turbines and
pulsating
decentralized
things.
generation and imported electricity from European neighbors and thousands of backup generators have made it much harder to knock a country offline for very long. Every prepper watching this just felt super vindicated by this information. See, I told you having 900 cans of beans is normal, and it is, and that's why I have them in my basement. Many were surprised to see no single giant power grid smashed with a sledgehammer. So Ukraine has gradually turned its energy system into something closer
can
to
we
a
sell-
12-headed hydra.
I wonder,
If
can
you
we
knock
sell my
out one
old gear
piece,
to this
several
guy?
others keep functioning.
Oh, I just
It's
threw it.
difficult to intimidate a country that has an
Yes,
electrician
you can
on
sell old
speed
gear
dial.
to him.
I'll have to ask my favorite fat electrician if that all checks out and if that information is accurate. Russia has also paid an increasingly steep price for these attacks. Every major strike consumes expensive precision-guided weapons that take a lot of time to replace. Even with expanded production of their drones, saturation attacks like this require enormous stockpiles and careful planning. Those are missiles that can't be used elsewhere. You can't attack Ukraine's military headquarters, the logistics hubs, or frontline targets that they'd normally be used for. So Russia's wasting a ton of their best weapons on attacking the city of Kyiv just in an attempt to terrorize them. Pretty lame. The biggest miscalculation here was that Moscow just assumed civilians would eventually conclude that the war wasn't worth it.
Oh, you can get the
after these
bug catching
blackouts.
that.
Something that every Air Force
Oh, interesting.
officer has dreamed since World War II is that their fancy planes can end the war. It didn't. Instead, repeated attacks largely reinforced Ukrainian
Where's my
determination to
helm?
continue fighting. After
What did
years
I
of
do with
adapting,
that?
many communities now treat power outages
Star.
more like an inconvenient Tuesday. When I was there, power went off just periodically throughout the day and people just went on business as usual. The campaign has certainly imposed real costs though. Homes have gone dark, you see business lose revenue, and critical infrastructure has definitely been damaged. But if the strategic objective was forcing Ukraine into capitulation, then the scoreboard remains pretty stubbornly unimpressed. Russia has spent billions of dollars trying to unplug a country that just keeps finding another extension cord. Now, let's talk about Russia's 2026 economic
Sup?
woes and mistakes.
Join
Turns
our
out
server.
that while lucrative in peacetime, specializing
Vote in
your
the poll.
entire economy around energy
Aye.
is a great way to give your adversaries a single lever to pull in order to cripple you. Russia's federal budget has always
I
been
can I
heavily
get a hammer?
dependent on oil and natural gas, making up as
You
much
can
as
make a hammer.
30% of all federal revenue in 2024 and down to 23% in 2025.
Fun you.
That's not a sign of diversification, though, but rather the economic toll of
Stinky.
sanctions and Ukraine's long-range green energy strikes. With Russia's all-important oil and gas sectors under
Where's my
siege by
money?
the world's most aggressive renewable energy campaign, you'd think that the
Probably
Kremlin
in
would be
a
cutting
hole.
companies
Where do I
already
see
barely
my
making
money?
a profit due to sanctions. They break.
It's
And you'd be
like,
wrong,
when
because
you're
this
trading,
is Russia.
it's
In May
like to the right
2026,
there
a
above
Russian
the
court
sort
threw out an
inventory
insurance
button.
claim worth 140 million rubles, or nearly $2 million,
see
after
now.
a
It'll be
drone
like
attack
how
on
many
an oil
copper,
depot
how
in
many silver, and
Krasnodar.
gold
I
you
The
have.
drone was, as always, successfully intercepted, only for debris to cause oil tanks to spontaneously explode as one, as that happens. That's totally normal. The Russian oil depot owners got a taste of what it's like to be an American when they went to their insurance, said that they'd been paying their premium for years only to have their claim denied. Initially, a local court sided with the owners and ordered the insurer to pay up, only for the insurance company VSK to file an appeal at a higher court. The appeals court judge quickly issued her decree stating there was no state of war in the Russian Federation, there were no military actions as defined in the resolution of the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation in the Krasnodar territory. The judge ruled that because there was no state of war, the attack had been of a terrorist nature and thus exempt from coverage by insurance. Her decision was protested, but with
What
Putin
is
not declaring a
yellow
legal state of war, the
marigold?
plaintiff had no ground to stand on and
Just
coverage
die.
was denied. And you know
Can
what?
I,
It's nice to see women
sell
getting a
it?
chance to be mouthpieces for a
Yeah,
corrupt,
yeah.
despotic government.
Right.
Hashtag girl power. Ladies, you can do anything, including being stooges for a tin pot dictator, but the Kremlin isn't blind to the needs of its private companies, and in May allowed private companies to purchase heavy air defense equipment, including large caliber weapons, anti-aircraft artillery, radar, road transportation equipment, and electric
Don't sell the
warfare
stars.
assets.
I
However,
sell
just
stars.
because they buy it
You need
doesn't
those.
mean that they get to
I can
keep
always
it.
get more.
Perhaps with memories of Prigozhin still echoing the halls of the Kremlin, all this heavy-duty firepower is then
Gerasimov.
legally transferred straight to the military,
Miss
where
that
it's
guy.
manned by reservists. So in a
What a
way,
goofball.
private companies aren't so much buying air defense equipment to defend themselves as they're donating it to the Russian military. And then that military is under no specific obligation to actually use the equipment to defend the companies that bought it, as evidenced by the recent order by Putin to move Russian air defenses so that they're concentrated around Moscow and other key sites. It's sort of like if your business kept getting robbed, so the government said, no problem, just buy yourself a vicious guard dog. And then you bought that dog, and the government came by later and said, okay, thanks. And then they took it so they could guard a random mayor's mansion instead. In Russia, the system just works. But I think the dumbest mistake Russia made in all of 2026 was not building enough mid-range strike drones quick enough. It's an interesting procurement oversight. They invested billions of more dollars into tank production, helicopters, cruise missiles, but they failed to invest in mid or long-range strike drones at the same pace. Meanwhile, Ukraine built hundreds of thousands of these. Russia prepared for World War III by bringing a knife to a gunfight, or I think that's how the
It's a lot of scary
But
bugs
Russia was
down here.
actually the first to heavily invest in long-range drones, but they failed to double down on them. This has so far been due to a combination of historical military doctrine and severe supply chain limitations.
Damn.
Historically, the Russian military
Can't afford the
prioritized
helmet.
investing in heavy, manned
The mining
aviation
helmet?
and
Yeah, it's
long-range
expensive.
cruise missiles rather than unmanned systems. The lack of a strong domestic
I'll find more
microelectronics
stars to
industry
sell.
and strict export controls.
Well, I was gonna say there's recall potions. Ah! I'm dead. There's
Nice.
recall potions, so if you end up having a lot of money, you can teleport back to town.
Haha.
They're in the chest there.
I pat the squishy thing.
Left Russia
It let you
heavily
pet it?
reliant on
Yeah.
imported Western-made components for navigation and guidance systems for their long-range drones. They couldn't scale up quickly enough with those limitations, though. Whether this mistake will continue into 2027 or not, we've yet to see. 2026 is halfway over, and Russia's already making more mistakes than it need to financing a sick 2016 Mustang at 30% APR to impress a stripper. While Zelensky just giving the green light for an intense 40-day campaign against Moscow and other major Russian cities, we're confident that there's plenty more dumb mistakes to come from the second most powerful military inside of Ukraine. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this, check out this playlist here or this video here. Ending transmission.
Thanks, bruv. See you later, bruv.
You know, obviously haven't had the opportunity to be live on the show since the
Here's an umbrella.
New revelations about Plattner came out, and since he's dropped out.
You can hold it to fall down holes.
Yeah, you told me. Boom. Yeah, Russia does suck. Fuck Russia.
Poof.
Russia's a cop country. We don't like cops. And by that I mean Nazi country. Let me get video.
Is relevant and has a point.
Because this is the episode where we rip on Family Guy. And so everyone, that's what most people want to talk to us about, you know, going, do you really not like Family Guy, or are you? And I just want to say for the record right now, like, we've seen Family Guy. We do hate it. We do hate Family Guy.
Really, Matt Groening is a friend of mine. I have nothing but warm feelings about that show. What about South Park? They can go to hell.
South Park versus Family Guy is one of television's longest rivalries. It all began in 2006 when South Park aired episode 1 of their two-parter titled Cartoon Wars. Both of these episodes are actually banned now. And no, it's not because of Seth, he's not that petty.
Ow, 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 ow.
Ow!
Trey! Come on, Matt. Just relax and let it happen.
This is a deleted scene from a season 6 Family Guy episode. Seth MacFarlane probably realized a gay joke wasn't very effective considering these two have literally made out in a feature-length film. Okay, we're already getting off topic. Why are these two episodes banned? Well, the idea came from a 2005 controversy. A Danish newspaper published 12 editorial cartoons depicting Muhammad, the prophet or founder of Islam. This sparked protests around the world, and some escalated into full-blown riots and even violence carried out by extremist groups. This is because in Islam, visually depicting Muhammad, especially in a comedic context, is considered blasphemous. Even a show like South Park wouldn't dare depict Muhammad. Oh, what's that? They did? All the way back in 2001? He's also in this intro that was used for years. So yeah, Super Best Friends had years of reruns, Muhammad was put in an intro for years, not a speck of controversy. Fast forward to 2006, Matt and Trey want to do another Muhammad episode, except this time, it's not okay. But Trey Parker tried really hard to make this happen.
As we were making the show, the argument was still going on with Comedy Central. You know, we were still saying, well, can we show Muhammad this way? Can we show him that way? Can we show a guy that says, I'm Muhammad, and then we say he's not, you know, and all of this stuff.
Comedy Central wasn't budging, so they did the next best thing. They used satire, social commentary, and crafted us a brilliant two-parter on censorship, extremism, and fear. But of course, 95% of people watching were just extremely hyped that South Park called out Family Guy. So in this video, we'll be exploring these two episodes, the relationship between South Park and Family Guy, as well as the effect this censorship still has, even 20 years later. I've been wanting to cover these episodes since I first created my channel, so I hope you guys enjoy. Here is Cartoon Wars.
Hey, there's a hot air balloon back there.
Yes, man. Remember when I auditioned to be David Hasselhoff's car?
The episode begins in a very chaotic way, with Randy in a full-blown panic. This scene pretty much looks like the start of every zombie apocalypse movie ever. It's just perfect how this guy is holding toilet paper. If COVID taught us anything, it's that when the world is in crisis, you better be damn sure that you have your toilet paper hoarded up. Most of the town rushes to the community center to get to safety, as if we needed any more reason to hate Butters' parents.
Oh my god, Steven, we've left Butters!
We can't go back out there, Linda. It's too late for him.
The boys still have no idea what's going on by this point when Randy breaks the news to them. He tells them that a cartoon is about to air on American television with the Muslim prophet Muhammad as a character.
So?
Stan's reaction here is not far off from how most of the world felt when they learned about the Muhammad cartoon controversy. Randy goes on to say that Muhammad is sacred to the Muslim people and that ever since those cartoons were published in Denmark, the rules have changed.
Hey!
So right off the bat, they're already referencing the Danish cartoons that caused all this outrage and gave them the idea for this episode. Here's what Matt Stone had to say about the controversy.
It was so strange to watch a new taboo being basically formed. And that taboo being formed by people getting threatened by violence if they were to put Muhammad in their cartoon.
Gerald asks Randy which cartoon would be so insensitive to have Muhammad as a character.
Family Guy!
The town starts asking each other why Family Guy would do something so terrible. And Randy starts going off saying how Family Guy doesn't care who they insult, they just care about their precious money. They're using Family Guy as the template, but they satirize their own show a lot throughout this episode as well. Stan finds this whole thing ridiculous, wondering if people are actually going to be that pissed off about a cartoon. Someone gets the TV working, and we see a news report on the situation. We learn that the announcement of Muhammad being shown on Family Guy has already sparked chaos all over the Middle East.
Muslim terrorist al-Zawahiri made this statement.
This is exactly why I put the video on, because this is so fucking funny.
They are so fucking funny. And, like, they'd have to be pretty tapped in as well. Like, this is so fucking clever. Like, the way that they go, I fucking love South Park. It's so stupid.
First of all, the fake subtitles are one of the funniest parts of this episode. This was a real guy, though. Al-Zawahiri was pretty much Bin Laden's right hand. He was seen as the brains of Al-Qaeda.
You come over to my house.
Strategist. After Bin Laden's death in 2011, Zawahiri became Al-Qaeda's until he got wrecked by a drone strike in 2022.
Yeah,
I always wonder if he or
desert.
Bin Laden ever saw these episodes, which sounds crazy at first. But when you realize they found terabytes of media on his hard drive, it's really not impossible that at least someone at his compound saw these episodes. I mean, the dude was playing Final Fantasy, Counter-Strike, GTA, and watching
No, he wasn't.
documentaries about himself. It could have been his kids, obviously, but it's a lot
It
funnier
was.
to imagine Osama bin Laden watching Chicken Little. Anyways,
It is.
Linda asks what they should do next. The town is obviously expecting some type of terrorist attack, and Randy gives us one of his best lines in the entire show.
If we're still alive in the morning, then we'll know we're not dead.
They wake up the next morning and realize everything is fine. Apparently, Fox Network decided to censor Muhammad at the last second. The boys decide to go to Kyle's house to see how Family Guy censored this. Kyle apparently TiVos every episode of the show, which of course disgusts Cartman. We then get to see what Family Guy looks like in the South Park universe.
You think that's bad? Remember when I auditioned to be David Hasselhoff's car? Hey there, Knight Rider.
After those bad guys, Kit.
So in the very first clip, we can already see what South Park is making fun of, gags or cutaways. This is the main reason Matt and Trey hate Family Guy, and they certainly aren't hiding it.
There's one thing we always try to avoid in South Park is gags. No matter what you're talking about and how deep of an issue or whatever character arc or whatever it is, they're just throwing out a gag. And it's just like, yeah, and then he says this. And it's like, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
After some more cutaways, we get to see the censored clip of Muhammad.
You mean like the time you had tea with Muhammad?
Come on, Muhammad. Let's get some tea.
Try my Mr. T. T.
It's just great how accurate that is to a Family Guy joke. Like, is it funny? Yeah. Is it also one of the stupidest jokes ever? Also, yeah. The boys are very confused after watching the clip, and none of them understand why this is a big deal. Except, plot twist, Cartman thinks it's a very big deal.
How would you feel, Cal, if there was a cartoon on television that made fun of Jews all the time, huh?
One of South Park's best meta jokes right here. Kyle's parents catch them watching Family Guy, and they
Here's a neat little trick. If you dig a hole, like, below where you're going, you can put torches in the holes. You see that?
immediately start freaking out, even smashing their TV. You know, instead of just
just
turning
'cause
it
there's
off.
water,
This scene is to highlight
so I
another
couldn't place
main point of
torches.
these episodes, that being fear, which we'll talk more about later. Kyle's mom thinks that the boys are just uneducated and says that they all need
This is
Muslim
my favorite
sensitivity training, which just so happens to be taught
Besides
by
the
Mrs.
Aswahili
Garrison.
subtitles.
Personally, I can't think of anyone better for the job.
Yes, them all to death. How about we get rid of all the Mexicans?
Well, yeah, but at least I got rid of all those damn...
Okay, maybe not, but this should at least provide some great content for us. The lesson starts off with Garrison attempting to explain why Muslim people are so upset about Muhammad being shown. Garrison then explains that Muslims cannot have sex before marriage, and that normally this would be okay in religion, except that Muslims also can't
jack off.
After that, Garrison tops it off by saying Muslim people live in sand.
Now put yourself in the shoes of a Muslim. It's Friday night, but you can't have sex, and you can't jack off. There's sand in your eyes and probably in the crack of your ass, and then some cartoon comes along from a country where people are getting laid and mocks your prophet.
Cartman then calls out Garrison for being ignorant and racist. By this point, every South Park fan watching knows that Cartman is up to something. He's arguably more racist and intolerant of certain religions than Garrison is. So, to see him suddenly showing this much empathy towards Muslim people, it's pretty obvious he's up to no good. We're not forgetting the time he said this.
Not all Muslim people are terrorists.
No, but most of them are.
The school randomly calls for an
found a
emergency
golden chest.
assembly, and we're told that the Family Guy episode was only part 1, and that next week they're gonna air part 2 with Muhammad uncensored. This is Matt and Trey foreshadowing their own show. Keep in mind, Cartoon Wars was only ever supposed to be 1 episode. Matt and Trey only made it a 2-parter because Comedy Central refused to show Muhammad.
Even as we made this whole first part, we still were in the argument, and that's why we decided to make it a 2-parter, because we're like, well, they're still not letting us show Muhammad, so let's make it a 2-parter and we'll argue about it for another week.
The news report goes on to say that the Family Guy writing staff has demanded that Muhammad be shown without censorship. We then see that more riots and violence are breaking out, and we get another Al Zawari clip of him trashing Family Guy.
لعدة أمور حتى يدركوا أبعاد المؤامرات الأمريكية
Using a
Ooh,
literal
I got a mace.
terrorist to tell your own thoughts about Family Guy is something only South Park could pull off. After the assembly, Cartman is trying to rally up the boys to help him get the episode of Family Guy pulled. At first, Kyle is against this. He says that the writers shouldn't be intimidated by fear. Cartman, being an expert-level manipulator, starts talking about all the people who could get hurt if this
Equip your
episode
first
goes on air.
grappling hook.
10 people died because Family Guy just had to have their little joke. Will you still think it's funny?
This conversation appears to make Kyle second-guess his opinion. Later that night, he even has a horrifying dream about his little brother Ike becoming a
think we have to
victim
kill
of terrorism.
goblins
As Cartman is preparing to
to
leave
get a
to Los
hook, and then
Angeles
we
to stop
buy
the
or make
episode,
it
Kyle
chain.
rolls up to tell him that he thinks he's right, and he wants to help Eric get the episode pulled.
People can really get hurt. And a joke just isn't worth that.
Kyle genuinely believes here that Eric is being sincere. Also, can we just talk about them planning to ride their big wheels all the way there? I love when they have these deep conversations and then South Park reminds us that they're literally 4th graders.
Alright, let's roll!
Kyle mentions that they have 6 days to get the episode pulled. If they keep their stops to a minimum, they should make it in time. Cartman slips up during the conversation and mentions that just a few weeks from now, Family Guy will be off the air forever. Eric goes on to explain that if you get one episode pulled, it will start a chain reaction, and anyone offended will be able to stop an episode until the show eventually dies. Kyle says that he still likes Family Guy and just wants this one episode pulled.
You should like that show. Your sense of humor is just like Family Guy. Don't you ever compare me to Family Guy.
At this point, Kyle realizes the truth. Everything Eric has said about Muslims or free speech has been a complete manipulation tactic to get Family Guy off the air forever. Eric goes on a rant about how he's tired of being compared to Family Guy. This is Nat and Trey speaking through Cartman, if you couldn't tell. Eric continues his rant about how his jokes are better. They're inherent to a story, deep, emotional jokes based on what's relevant and actually has a point. You might be thinking by now that South Park has some sort of childish jealousy towards Family Guy, and you would be absolutely right in thinking that. They even admit it themselves.
It's like the Justin Timberlake thing. It's like when you're a musician and you're doing your stuff and you're working hard and you're trying to do art, and then Justin Timberlake comes along and just rakes in all the cash and everyone thinks he's awesome. You're like, dude, come on, that's not that good. But that's how sort of everyone in this town feels about Family Guy. And again, it is like this childish jealousy too, because it's like, come on, our stuff's cooler.
Yeah,
but
it totally is childish because Family Guy gets like 4 times the ratings of us.
Kyle comes to the realization that Eric used fear to make him stop believing in free speech. So now Kyle's new goal is to make sure Eric doesn't get to Los Angeles.
Well then, Kyle, I guess oh my god, is that Tim McGraw? What?
Meanwhile, the town of South Park is trying to decide what they're going to do about the upcoming Family Guy episode. The mayor brings in a university professor to come up with a solution for how the town can stay safe. I always thought it was hilarious how fearful the town is, like some random small town in Colorado is going to be the target of terrorism. It's obviously South Park trying to satirize the global fear. I don't know, that's just always been funny to me. The professor says that the only way to stay safe from extremists is to let them know that the town has no part in what Family Guy is doing. How do they accomplish this, you might ask? Well, by putting their heads in the sand. Except, literally, taking tons of sand and burying their heads in it. This ridiculous idea causes Steven Stotch to give us a pretty out-of-character outburst. Steven tells the town that they need to do the opposite of this, and instead fight for free speech.
And if we aren't willing to risk what we have, then we just believe in free speech, but we don't defend it.
I like the sand idea.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, the sand thing sounds a lot simpler.
This is probably the only time Steven has ever sounded competent, like this is finally his big moment to be a respected character. Then it gets immediately shut down. Underrated moment of this episode for sure. The next scene shows us an epic high-speed chase of Kyle trying to stop Cartman, where they just casually get a couple police officers to crash their car. Cartman then uses some cheesy poof tech to get Kyle off course and crash his big wheel. It cuts to the town preparing for their defense against terrorism. Stan, of course, is the only one who realizes how stupid this is, but he's forced to go through with it anyways. Jimbo realizes that the last person isn't going to have anybody else who's able to bury their head for them, meaning they will appear to be part of the Family Guy audience. Suddenly, a random guy volunteers in a pretty dramatic way to be the hero.
Who are those people?
The concluding scene shows George Bush meeting with the network president of Fox. Bush is trying to negotiate about the Family Guy episode being aired, and the Fox network president tells him that his hands are tied, and we're left with a very intense cliffhanger.
There's something about the Family Guy writing staff I think you should know.
They follow it up with a little preview of the next episode. It's hard to describe how hyped this episode was at the time. In 2006, social media was still fairly new, but if this episode aired today, it would break the internet. I still remember having debates at school with people about South Park versus Family Guy. I mean, imagine your favorite content creators beefing. Now, times that by about 1,000. That should give you a decent understanding about how people felt about these episodes. So before we get into the next episode, let's talk more in depth about the reactions to part 1. First off, Family Guy didn't have much of an immediate reaction. What I can tell you is reactions from other adult cartoons.
I'm in the red area. I've gone beyond the desert.
From people at The Simpsons saying thank you, because
Crimson?
they actually hate Family Guy more than we do, even though they won't say it.
Is that what it's
And then we got calls from
There's some
people that work
scorpions
on
around.
King of the Hill.
Flying scorpions.
They said,
I'm
quote, you're
scared.
doing God's
I've locked
work
myself inside.
by ripping on Family
There are no
Guy.
doors.
Before Cartoon Wars, The Simpsons had their own beef with Family Guy, joking about them copying their format. When you look at it objectively, the shows are similar. Both are about working class, dysfunctional families with a drunken, dim-witted father and 3 kids. After this particular joke about plagiarism, Seth
Can you pick up
MacFarlane
the chairs
responded
and
with a
tables and
crazy
shit?
cutaway of Quagmire
just hit 'em
basically
with,
wiping out the
hammer
entire
or
Simpson
pickaxe.
family.
I'm not sure which one.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You shot my homie.
A lot of people thought this joke was really unhinged and even tasteless, but Matt Groening found it funny and didn't really care at all. They would eventually get over this beef, and they even did a planned crossover episode years later.
Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin are a great team.
So I told you at the start of the video about the Family Guy deleted scene where they were gonna make a gay joke about Matt and Trey, but
You should try digging like a hole and then throwing bombs in it.
Oh, I have a plan for this house. So notice how, well, you probably can't see it, but it's on the top of a hill. I've put it on the top. When it becomes daytime, I'm gonna dig it out, and I'm gonna have a massive house with multiple floors made into the mountain. I have a plan. I'll share my screen because my place looks great. Look at my little house.
I think the other thing we can do is if you
Look at my little
kill
house.
the eyes, they have a chance of dropping lenses, and you need a bunch of lenses.
Do you see what I mean by the flying scorpions? There's so many of them.
No, it's kind of dark.
You can see them kind of moving.
Yeah, I see them trying to hump your thing.
Uh-huh. There's no doors, because I'm scared. I'm just sheltering in place. Help
No, but
me.
I think that's where we need to be.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Alright,
I
well,
think
I'll
that's
build
one of
a
the
forward
areas we
base.
needed to find.
I'll build a forward base then. Actually, this could be pretty cool. I have some plans. Alright.
what else has Family Guy done when referencing South Park? Well, they've actually referenced South Park 4 times, but none of those references were really negative towards the show.
And a pretty good ribbon by those South Park guys.
Seth has given interviews where he does seem a little salty about it at times, but it's really not that deep in my opinion.
You know, because the two-parter that they did about us was very funny, and they. But then I read this article where they were just really like spitting venom at us and at our staff, and I was like, oh, that's kind of lame. It's like, you know, go after me all you want, but you know, don't go picking on writers you don't even know who are making much less money than you.
He also said this when he met Trey for the first time, which I
Pay
just
them more.
thought this was really funny.
Yeah.
I don't know them. I've met Trey maybe once or twice for all of 5 minutes. No, it's a very cordial you know, like when Churchill and Hitler would, you know, be in the same room together.
I haven't really given any of my personal opinions
Who's
on
Hitler?
Family Guy yet, which isn't very fair. So,
Obviously,
drum
he's
roll, please.
calling them Hitler, which is funny.
I think Family Guy is funny. I think it's good at what it does, which is entertain. It reminds me of short-form content today. Sometimes I like to be a degenerate and brainlessly scroll through Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts. Despite this, I'm always gonna think that a long-form video is better and a more respectable form of media. Family Guy is meant for quick, dumb laughs, not for clever, thought-provoking satire. Does it make me sad that there are people who actually think Family Guy is a better show than South Park? Absolutely, because it's not. And nobody will ever change my mind about that. That doesn't mean I hate the show or I think it has no place in media. I've been reading a lot of comments about South Park versus Family Guy while trying to make this video, and this comment stood out a lot to me. Family Guy, you remember jokes. South Park, you remember episodes. I remember the time Peter fell and did this for 30 seconds straight. I also remember laughing at the Cool Whip sequence, or Cool Whip sequence, for such a long time, even joking about it with my friends. Guess what? I have no idea which episodes those jokes even came from. It's not like I didn't watch a good amount of Family Guy either. I watched it a lot, probably in my top 5 background shows. To me, South Park is just more memorable, better at storytelling, and overall more thought-provoking. With that being said, I think we're ready to move on to part 2. If you've been enjoying the content so far, I'd appreciate it if you check to see if you're subscribed. Either way, here is Cartoon Wars Part 2.
And now, the thrilling conclusion of Cartoon Wars will not be seen tonight, so that we can bring you this Terrence and Phillip television special.
Okay, so I think when this episode first came out, a lot of people didn't get this reference. Back in the season 1 finale of South Park, they hit fans with a cliffhanger. Who was Eric Cartman's father? They made fans wait weeks, and instead of answering that question, they trolled their entire fan base with the Terrence and Phillip episode. Matt and Trey thought this was hilarious, but it actually pissed off a lot of people. They thought it would be funny to make people think they were getting trolled again, a double troll, if you will. This opening scene, however, actually ties into Cartoon Wars in a pretty interesting way. Terrence and Phillip wanted to show Muhammad on their show before Family Guy, but they of course end up getting censored by CBC. They argue with the network president, but he believes there's no way that Family Guy will actually go through with it, and guarantees someone is on their way to stop Fox Network right now. We of course know who that someone is. Cartman rides straight into the Fox building and demands he needs to speak to the president of Fox Network right away. He tells the lady at the front desk all of his concerns about Family Guy showing Muhammad, and she tells him to wait in line. We meet another kid who wants Family Guy off the air, Bart Simpson. So Matt and Trey never actually planned to put Bart in this episode, but after getting calls and even flowers from the Simpsons team, they thought it'd be hilarious to imply that they hated Family Guy too. And honestly, at the time, they kind of did. Cartman starts talking with Bart, trying to figure out what his plan is to get Family Guy off the air. Bart doesn't really have a well thought out plan, so Eric tells him his plan. That he's gonna use the whole Muhammad situation to scare the network into pulling the episode.
How do I heal?
I'm going to use fear to get them to do what I want.
idea. Click the item.
Isn't that like terrorism?
I'm trying.
No, it isn't like terrorism.
It is terrorism.
Bart thinks that he can pull off that plan, but Cartman is skeptical. He asks Bart to tell him the worst thing that he's ever done. And Bart replies by saying he stole the head off of a statue once. This is a reference to the episode The Telltale Head. It's one of the first really iconic Bart episodes, definitely a banger. After hearing this, Cartman sarcastically tells Bart that he's pretty hardcore. Then Cartman tells him the worst thing he's ever done. I think most South Park fans knew exactly what this was.
That's like this one time when I didn't like a kid, so I ground his parents up into chili and fed it to him.
Upon hearing this, Bart decides to let Cartman do the job. We finally get to see what Kyle's up to after losing his big one. He discovers a bunch of people with their heads buried in sand. I love how they make them look as stupid as possible with their hands sticking up like that. He wanders into the truck stop and finds a TV with a news report on. Apparently, the sand idea that was started in South Park has now spread to the rest of America, because of course it has. In this news report, we also get a statement from Osama bin Laden himself.
محمد عطا رحمه الله أن ينجز جميع العمليات خلال 20 دقيقة قبل أن ينتبه بوش وإدارته.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something he would say. Kyle runs into a guy who doesn't have his head buried in the sand, and this seems like another zombie apocalypse trope. He ends up being a fan of Family Guy, so he gives Kyle a ride to the network.
I know it's just joke after joke, but I like that. At least it doesn't get all preachy and up its own ass with messages, you know?
Another meta joke that shows us South Park is fully aware of the criticism they get. Meanwhile, George Bush is holding a press conference to announce that Fox is going through with their plan to show Muhammad. He also tells us that he learned something about the Family Guy writing staff, but it's classified, of course. He also adds that ultimately, they're protected by the First Amendment.
And what exactly is this First Amendment, Mr. President?
This scene is just peak satire. None of the journalists have ever heard of the First Amendment. They even asked George Bush why he came up with it. This must have been what Matt and Trey felt like, being told that they can't show Muhammad. We then see that Eric was able to get a meeting with the Fox executives. He tells a story under the persona of a Danish boy named Danny Pocket. I have no idea where that name came from, by the way. I tried to find out, though, if it was a reference or something. Maybe one of you know. Cartman's story is that his father worked for one of the newspapers in Denmark, and after showing an image of Muhammad, his building was bombed. Not only does he give them a sob story, he also uses his expert manipulation to tell the executives if people get hurt, it'll be their responsibility. The executives are actually fine with not showing Muhammad, but they tell us that if they use censorship, the Family Guy writing staff will refuse to work. They ask little Danny Pocket if he would be willing to talk to the writing staff and tell them his story to see if he can change their minds.
Yes, and the Family Guy's as good as dead.
What was that?
I said thank you. Thank you for listening.
The next scene shows us Kyle wandering around Fox Studio looking for the main network office. He runs into Bart, who is spamming "I hate Family Guy" on the wall in chalk. He asks Bart for directions, but reveals too much about his intentions, not realizing that Bart hates Family Guy. He points him to a random janitor building, which Kyle naively believes. Let's be honest, this is a minor plot hole. Kyle isn't that stupid.
Hey. I'm building a house.
Meanwhile, Eric is being escorted to have a meeting with the Family Guy writing staff. This gives us one of the biggest reveals of all time. The Family Guy writing staff is composed of manatees. My favorite part of this reveal is that Cartman is not even surprised. He's just like, yeah, that makes sense. The staff member explains how the manatees write Family Guy. They use idea balls that each have a verb, noun, or pop culture reference. They take these balls to the other side, and when you put 5 of them together, they always make a perfect Family Guy joke.
Remember the time I won a date to Mexico with Gary Coleman?
Que paso, señors?
What you talking about, Willis?
This is such a creative jab. I mean, they've already told us through Cartman and, well, even terrorists, how they think Family Guy jokes are all interchangeable and irrelevant to the plot, but making the Family Guy writing staff literal manatees, just comedic genius here. Cartman then asks a pretty valid question. How did the manatees demand that Muhammad be shown? We're then told that when they tried to pull the Muhammad ball out of the tank, the manatees stopped working. Eric attempts to give his sob story to the manatees when he's interrupted by the staff member.
Don't you know anything about manatees? They're the only mammals that are completely unmoved by terrorist threats.
Back in the janitor's room, Bart has Kyle completely tied up. Cartman comes in to rub it in his face. Bart asks Eric if he was able to get the episode pulled yet. Eric replies that he hasn't, but he now knows a way to get the Family Guy writing staff to stop working.
That's good anger you're showing there. See that? That's emotional character development based on what's happening in the storyline.
a whole complex under here.
This episode always reminds me of how underrated a character Kyle actually...
There's inside this Crimson area, there's going to be these shafts. And we basically have to throw bombs down the shaft to uncover Crimson hearts, and then we can hit the hearts with the hammer.
Okay. Oh, you put a door in. Good. What the fuck?
Actually is.
What did you do?
He's easily the least liked of the 4 boys.
What did
I mean,
you do?
he rarely ever makes it into the top
ruined my
10
door,
in fan
my
polls.
front.
But without Kyle, half of the plots in the show
You
would be
ruined my
lacking.
design.
Cartman's best
I made
episodes
some- I
often
got
work
some
so
wood.
well because
You
Kyle
fucking
is
ruined
the
my
perfect
design. It looks
contrast to
shit
him.
now.
The Tourette's episode, the AIDS episode, the entire Imagination Land trilogy. The more I actually break down South Park episodes, the more I like his character. Anyways, off-screen, Cartman sneaks back into the writer's room to remove a ball from the manatee tank. He uses some more manipulation to convince the network president that the manatees have stopped working because Fox gave in to them last week. Now, all they have to do is stop working to get whatever they want. The network president thinks that the manatees are just abusing the situation and showing him up, so he decides to have the Muhammad episode pulled, meaning that Cartman has succeeded.
I am God!
While celebrating his victory, he's interrupted by Kyle. Kyle used one of his iconically gay speeches to convince Bart to switch sides. Kyle tells Cartman that he's gonna make the network president realize that he's been manipulated, and then we get the most epic fight scene in all of South Park.
Let this be our final battle.
But first, a reference some people might have missed.
Yes! Let this
Here, I got you this.
Okay, it's actually the most pathetic fight to ever happen, but it's pretty hilarious. During the fight, they end up in the King of the Hill studio. Matt and Trey did this to sort of shout them out for their reaction to Part 1. Like I mentioned earlier, they were one of the shows that thanked Matt and Trey after Part 1 aired. I just think little animation shoutouts like this are really cool. This whole fight sequence actually reminds me of Family Guy a lot whenever Peter fights the chicken. I'm not sure if they did that on purpose, but I wouldn't be surprised. Also, can we just acknowledge that Cartman is fighting a lot better than he usually does?
Come on! Come on!
The fight comes to an abrupt ending when Bart knocks out Cartman with his skateboard. It cuts to the network president who's about to give his orders to pull the Family Guy episode, when suddenly Kyle barges in the room in an attempt to save Family Guy. He tells the network president that pulling this episode could be the end of the show forever. Cartman interrupts this conversation by sucker punching Kyle, and the network president is torn about what he should do. Kyle represents free speech, and Eric represents fear and censorship.
Look at this guy.
But Cartman makes it easy and pulls a gun on him. He resorts to violence to get his way. Or, in other words, terrorism. This doesn't stop Kyle from trying, though. He acknowledges that people can always get hurt. That's how terrorism is. But if you give in to those threats, then you're allowing terrorism to work.
If you don't show Muhammad, then you've made a distinction between what is okay to poke fun at and what isn't. Either it's all okay, or none of it is.
This is one of the most powerful scenes in any animated media I've ever seen. And it's pretty ironic that an episode with this message is currently banned from streaming services. Matt and Trey have always fought for what Kyle is saying in his speech here. Either it's all okay or none of it is. Thanks to Kyle's words, the network president is finally able to make his decision.
Family Guy goes on air as planned. Uncensored.
It cuts to the Family Guy episode, and just as Muhammad is about to be shown, we see this. Comedy Central has refused to broadcast an image of Muhammad on their network. A lot of people were confused by this and thought it was some type of bit. No, Matt and Trey put Muhammad in the scene. There's no gimmick here. Comedy Central just refused to put him on their network. I'd also like to remind people that they weren't being threatened by violence. A lot of people confused these episodes with 200 and 201. In the airing of those episodes years later, Comedy Central, Matt and Trey were all threatened by extremist groups. That wasn't for Cartoon Wars. I just want people to be aware of the difference here. Was Comedy Central scared of potential violence? Most likely. But Matt and Trey were willing to fight for free speech, and this episode shows us that. Alright, let's finish this banger of an episode. It cuts to George Bush, who just finished watching the Family Guy episode, and he acknowledges that it wasn't even that bad. Suddenly, they get a call that says the terrorists are retaliating. What is their retaliation? Well, making fun of Americans, George Bush, and Jesus Christ.
Iran, for real.
Me to clap on you, Mr. Bush?
I actually like how they use Jesus in this, showing the hypocritical double standard that exists. They even comment on this part.
And this is where we kind of agree with like the super Christian. It really is open season on Jesus. Like you can do whatever you want with Jesus.
But because you're scared of them blowing you up, you can't make fun of the Muslims.
Yeah, you can't make fun of Muhammad.
After their retaliation of showing America defecating all over each other, we get the perfect ending scene. These episodes are just peak South Park. The perfect mixture of satire, social commentary, along with calling out a fellow animated TV juggernaut. They're highly rated on IMDb, so it seems most fans feel similar. It's really just a tragedy that you can't legally stream these episodes anymore. Notice how I said legally. You can definitely find them on the internet if you're motivated. Feel free to leave your guys' thoughts about these episodes. As always, thank you for watching.
Hello, Governor. We haven't been paying very close attention to UK politics as of late because we've got more than enough to deal with here at home.
Yes,
Things here in the U.S. are so chaotic,
trying to hide from
embarrassing,
monsters.
corrupt,
Give me a
and downright
second.
evil that we barely even noticed a few weeks back when Keir Starmer resigned as Prime Minister. But it's just the latest data point showing that, like the U.S., the UK has been an absolute mess politically since 2016, when they got Brexit and we got Donald Trump.
On this episode
got
of
a
What's
burger.
Going On with Shipping, it's week 19 of the Strait of Hormuz crisis. All is well. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano, and all is not well, let's be clear. I am on the road this week in a conference center in a hotel giving you this report, but man, there is a lot of ship to talk about, and we're going to
A lot of ship to talk about.
If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. So this is the latest news as of July 13th, 2026. This is the GFS Galaxy. And according to Lloyd's List, Iran has hit the UAE-owned container ship in the Strait of Hormuz, leaving the vessel on fire and prompting the crew to abandon ship, marking the fourth attack on commercial shipping in the waterway since July 6th. The U.S. has responded with a third wave of strikes on Iranian military targets, while Tehran again declared the Strait of Hormuz closed, although merchant vessels continue to transit via the southern route. Maritime security has been raised to severe, with naval authorities advising ships to ignore Iranian radio warnings and coordinate transits with coalition forces where possible. So this is the latest advisory out 12 July from the Joint Maritime Information Center. They have the report there on GFS Galaxy. On their operational summary, they note this: commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz continued at reduced levels, with vessels transiting via the southern Omani corridor and the northern Iranian control route. Traffic patterns continue to reflect operator caution following the recent attacks. Now, the Joint Maritime Information Center also sent out this advisory notice. The maritime security threat level in the Strait of Hormuz remains severe, despite the July 12, 2026 Iranian proclamation that the strait is closed. The southern route remains
Hey, there's a
available
heart.
and has been expanded to
I dropped
accommodate
31
traffic.
silver.
Mariners should expect VHF hailing from naval forces and be cognizant of the mine danger in the traditional traffic separation. Mariners are reminded that they are strongly encouraged to maintain engagement with NCAGs, that's the Navy Control and Advisory Group on Shipping, and utilize established reporting and coordination procedures. Coordination with NCAGs is not mandatory. Ships may transit the southern route without coordination. It then has this commitment from the United States regarding freedom of navigation. The Strait of Hormuz isn't an international seaway and is not subject to coercion or control by any single nation. Despite Iran's claims that the strait is closed, U.S. forces are prepared to maintain freedom of navigation and safeguard lawful commerce in accordance with international law. The southern route of the strait remains open. Now, the Persian Gulf Strait Authority countered with this
Why you
on
call
X:
it Gulf?
we hereby inform all esteemed applicants, due to the recent illegal movements of the United
see how
States
the poll
military
is doing.
forces in the region, passage through the Strait of Hormuz is currently not possible. As soon as stability and calm are restored, all requests will be reviewed based on the schedule and the necessary permits will be issued. The only way to obtain a transit permit is through the website pgsa.ir. To receive the latest news and updates, follow our account on the Special Network X. We appreciate your patience and cooperation. I mean, it's almost surreal. I mean, it almost sounds like it's you're dealing with Ticketmaster, although I would say Ticketmaster in the United States is probably a little bit more
Of a
insidious
terrorist?
than perhaps the IRGC. I'm just kidding. Don't want to be sued by Ticketmaster. That's a joke. So you've got the US saying, hey, it's good to use the strait, and the IRGC saying, if you use the strait, use our side, and if you don't use our side, you may be attacked. And based on the track record, that's what we see. I think the crew of the GFS Galaxy would attest to that. Unfortunately, it looks like one crew member has been lost. Now, this is the threat level by the Joint Maritime Information Center. I'm not sure what it takes to raise this up to critical. I think the Strait of Hormuz should be critical. This is being very optimistic by the U.S. and the Joint Maritime Information Center that it's just sitting at severe at this point. And then these are transits through the Strait of Hormuz since April. Now, remember, the normal transits through the Strait of Hormuz is 138 ships. That is nowhere near on this chart. This only goes up as high as 70. We had that uptick happen back in June. June 24th was really one of the highest days we saw with about 60 ships going through. But now those numbers have cratered. So this is the Kepler replay over the past week through the Strait of Hormuz. So this takes you all the way back to 6 July. And one of the things you'll notice here is the high volume of traffic going through that northern route. That's the very upper route there. You can see those tracks of vessels using the Iranian lane through there. Not seeing a lot. Here comes a convoy forming up, going through the southern, but you'll see they turn their AIS off once they arrive into that area. Now, the traffic has been sporadic going through, largely due to the attacks that have taken place, but the northern route, that Iranian route, is being heavily used. Iranian vessels are using this along with those companies and ships that are making deals. Notice there a lot of GPS spoofing. When you saw all those ships kind of congregate together, that's massive amounts of GPS spoofing that was being seen. That was during the attacks on around 8 and 9 July in the Strait of Hormuz. So a total of 4 attacks in the Strait of Hormuz during this period. Obviously, that causes a lot of disruption between vessels going in and out. We were seeing a massive uptick last week in the number of ships coming out. That has substantially curtailed this week due to the Iranian attacks. This plays for the last 3 days, 10 July through 12 July. And again,
stinky
large
slime.
amount of traffic going through the Iranian side of the strait, whereas the southern side is not showing anybody on AIS, even though the Joint Maritime Information Center, U.S. Fifth Fleet, and Navy U.S. Central Command are advising that you can go through with your AIS on. So that's where we find ourselves as of 13 July. Let's go ahead and recap the past week. So we pick up on July 6th, the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, which is the UN shipping arm, had an open council meeting. This is their 137th council session in London. And obviously one of the topics, one of the most important topics, is this issue of maritime security, the Strait of Hormuz, and piracy. We have a rise in piracy going on off the coast of Somalia, and obviously Hormuz is on the agenda. Also, we would have to add the issues going on up in the Black Sea. If you're not aware of it, there were massive attacks on shipping by the Ukrainians up in that region. Somewhere in the range of 90 ships now have been hit. I did a whole video talking about this when it was 48 ships in 128 hours, but the Ukrainians have amped it up even more. So not part of the issue in the Strait of Hormuz, but this story, Panama Canal deepens draft restrictions as El Nino strengthens. Because of the disruptions being caused by the Strait of Hormuz, more traffic is going through the Panama Canal, and particularly energy from the U.S. Gulf Coast heading toward Asia. The problem is El Nino, last time this happened in 2023, 2024, caused massive draft restrictions in the Panama Canal. The canal operates because of fresh water on Gatun Lake. When the lake levels get low, they have to decrease the number of ships going through, and they have to decrease the deep draft on the big lane, the lane built in 2016 of the canal. And to get ahead of that story, what the Panama Canal is doing is already imposing those restrictions to reduce water usage. Tanker tycoon making millions on Hormuz shuttle run. So not to be surprised, there is a lot of money to be made in shipping disruptions, and we're seeing that. Synacor and a batch of companies had positioned themselves well ahead of this situation to really corner the oil market, particularly the very large crude carriers. But we're also seeing a lot of money being made by companies moving oil out of the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz to the anchorage at Fujairah and conducting ship-to-ship transfers, and this story talks about this. So definitely, I got a video coming up, going to drop it in the next day or two with me and Jay Mintzmeyer talking about the impact on oil and oil prices and tankers over the past couple of months here. He was on back in March when the Persian Gulf situation was starting, and we thought it was time to have a get-together again. So be looking for that over the next day or two. Qatar LNG ship struck in the Strait of Hormuz, testing U.S. talks. So this was the beginning here. This is when we saw the beginning of at least 3 ships getting hit, coming out via the U.S. lane. And in this case, it was a Qatari liquefied natural gas carrier, the most scariest ship to be on if you're going to be attacked, let's be clear. Liquefied natural gas is stored at super cool temperature, and the danger you have here is not so much explosion, but fire. Fire is really the danger on board a liquefied natural gas carrier. Japan's Mideast crude supply to rebound in July as stranded vessels exit Hormuz. So Japan made a deal with Iran to get its ships out. A whole slew of Japanese ships came out through the northern route, not the southern one. So Japan was making a deal because Japan is critically short on oil. Their strategic petroleum reserve is at record lows. They have been draining it at massive amounts. And Japan, more than any other country, is cognizant of the fact of what running out of oil looks like. Just ask them in the 1930s and 40s about that. LNG tanker El Rayak at risk of exploding after attack near Hormuz.
Nice.
So I'm going to put this story in here because, again, I think that's a little bit of hyperbole. I think people tend to over-exaggerate this. I'm a firefighter. I can tell you things tend not to explode as much as burn, and that is true with liquefied natural gas. Now, you can have a liquefied natural gas explosion, but you can, no doubt about that. But in this case, the ship was hit in the engine room, the ship was suffering a fire, and what begins to happen is the gas will begin to vent off and probably ignite and burn.
Get vented.
Very much like we saw with Arctic Metagas in the Mediterranean when that ship was hit by 2 Ukrainian unmanned surface vessels. 3 tankers attacked near Strait of Hormuz as JITMIC warns of severe threat. So this was the upgrade of the warning. Remember that we saw all of a sudden that the waters in the Strait of Hormuz went down to substantial, basically yellow code in that area, down from critical, which was a huge, change. But now we see it uptick to severe. I think they're underrating this. I think we're at a critical stage here. I think we're a little bit more than severe. But these 3 attacks were the principal initiating point. This is going to lead to strikes against Iran by the United States. Hormuz strikes threaten progress on European demining mission. This mission kind of has gone away. The Europeans are not going to be sending naval forces into the Strait of Hormuz if there is a threat to those vessels. So this is the 7th July story. U.S. revokes the Iranian oil waiver after Hormuz attacks, launches new military strikes. So the U.S. had given Iran the permission not just to sell their oil, but remove the waivers so that if Iran wanted to sell their oil to Japan, they could have. Now that's removed, although it does have a time limit on it. Some of the oil waivers still are in effect. I think it was until 12 July that Iran could dump its oil on the market when the new waivers went into effect. And this was on the eve of the first round of what becomes 3 strikes as of July 13th against Iran. Iran mining Hormuz to funnel ships into waters, according to the U.S. Navy. So we're getting more confirmation about Iranian mining. This story was really disturbing because we assumed that the U.S. was countering the mines with their mine countermeasures. Remember, they have 3 littoral combat ships, each equipped with 2 drone vessels that can do mine hunting, plus they have underwater mine hunting capabilities. This story makes it sound like the Iranians are still laying mines and trying to funnel ships into its waters. Now that is a disturbing feature there. And again, not a lot of comment coming out from Central Command. Trump says U.S. ceasefire with Iran is over after strikes. I think that the ceasefire has been one of the biggest, jokes of this entire conflict. The U.S. has been striking at Iran in retaliation for hits against vessels the entire time. The ceasefire was basically done to end coordinated strikes by the U.S. and Israel against Iran. It was also to get U.S. out of the 60-day requirement to invoke the War Powers Act. and therefore call basically the end of an operation and the beginning of a new one. Damaged Qatar LNG tanker awaits salvage after strike near Hormuz. So, getting on a tugboat and doing a salvage on a burning liquefied natural gas carrier when there are missiles and drones flying, that's a tough ask for a salvage crew. Don't get me wrong, there's some great salvage crews out there, and many of them will take that chance. But that's a dangerous prospect out there. And it's one of the reasons I talked about in the Red Sea why the U.S. needs to get its salvage capability out there, particularly the U.S. Navy salvage. They're building an entire class of new salvage vessels, but they're delayed. It's been inordinately long for the U.S. to build basically a commercial tugboat. It's crazy, yet we're still waiting to see the first of them come operational. The IMO urges ships to avoid Hormuz as U.S. strikes Iran over vessel attacks. Now, this comes on the heels back on June 25th, International Day of the Seafarer, where the IMO was coordinating an effort to get the 11,000 trapped seafarers and their vessels out. Well, that didn't quite work. They got about 3,500 out, several hundred ships. But now this kind of broke down, and now the IMO is telling everybody to hold fast. Again, it's the fainting goat strategy of commercial shipping. When in doubt, lock up, don't move, don't transit, just wait until the situation improves. Russia bans diesel exports after Ukrainian strikes threatens domestic supply. So this isn't Strait of Hormuz per se, but this was an interesting development. Russia has been exporting massive amounts of not just oil, but diesel. And they do it via their shadow fleet to go over the price cap set by the G7 and the EU. The problem is the Ukrainian strikes are so damaging to Russian refinery capacity that Russia is literally not just running out of diesel, but they're having to import diesel from India. They're actually taking Russian crude oil, going to India, refining it, and bringing it back. And now you have this ban on diesel exports in place by the Russians. Maersk expands Red Sea return with MECL service through the Suez Canal. So talked about this the other week. This is an interesting development. Maersk is going ahead and starting to move some of their larger ships through the Red Sea. One of the biggest variables we've been waiting to see anything from were the Houthis. And the Houthis really haven't done anything. And so Maersk is deciding to resurrect its service, not all of it, just one, the MECL service right now through that area. And it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, those ships are going to be going through with high amount of war risk insurance on them in case of damage. But Maersk obviously sees this as an opportunity, and they're going to go ahead and run with it. The U.S. escalates strikes on Iran after attacks on commercial ships. So this is that next wave, the second day of military action being initiated against Iran on July 9th. Oil tanker traffic through Hormuz at near standstill as attacks strain the MOU. At this point, this is what I was showing you on the Kepler replay. About midweek, we saw all of a sudden nothing really start moving through the Strait of Hormuz. It began to lock up. Hormuz war risk cover climbs as ship owners pull back. So this goes in conjunction with that Lloyd's List story we were talking about. War risk is hitting right around 2 to 6% the value of the vessel. So if you have a $100 million vessel, you're talking about $2 to $6 million worth of war risk insurance to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, that's not enough to really lock traffic up. I mean, people will just roll that into the charter rate and the costs. In truth, the shipping firms don't really see this cost because they're just going to transfer it over. The issue here isn't so much the war risk that's causing the ships to lock into place, it's the security. War risk repays you for the lost ship, crew, and cargo. It doesn't repay you for lost future services. And if you have a ship and you don't want to lose it for the next 10 to 15 years, you're going to hold it in place. More liquefied natural gas. Japan-linked vessels travel Hormuz despite renewed Mideast tensions. So Japan is obviously negotiating with Iran to get its vessels out. It is at a critical need for fuel, both oil, diesel, and liquefied natural gas, along with aviation fuel. And Japan is making that deal with Iran. UAE's oil output surged to a record high in June, IEA says. So the UAE was using its tankers, ADNOC and a few other tankers, to move massive amounts and actually hit pre-war levels. This has to be one of the triggers for Iran to target the ships going through the Southern Strait. They were not coordinating this with Iran, and this led to the attacks. So within the United States, the issue of the Jones Act still in full force. That Jones Act waiver is in place until August. And what we're seeing right here is that American mariners are protesting against the use of a Chinese tanker used again, in this case, to move asphalt. The issue really has to do with the use of foreign ships with foreign crews in the coastal trade of the United States. The Transportation Institute, the American Maritime Partnership, and other groups in the United States are protesting against the waiver. There was a letter signed by over 50 members of the U.S. Congress, House of Representatives, asking President Trump to end the waiver. But again, as long as we keep seeing this uptick and surge, it's going to create problems. Intertanko, which is a advocacy group for independent tanker owners, had this: Hormuz tanker transits via southern route fall to single digits after renewed fighting. Not a big surprise there. Countries must reject Iran efforts to control Hormuz, UN agency document says. So this is coming out from the International Maritime Organization. The IMO and the UN, which has the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas, is very specific on this. Even though Iran and the United States are not signatories to the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas, the right of transit passage predates that treaty. And Iran cannot, by its own decision, restrict that passage. Iran only has territorial waters for half of the Strait of Hormuz, and nations within the Persian Gulf have the right to access the open ocean. Trump declares Iran ceasefire over as U.S. unveils new sanctions. So it's the most unsurprising headline of the week. To quote my favorite movie, I'm shocked. Shocked to find out that gambling is going on here. I'm shocked to find out that anybody thought the ceasefire was going to work. This goes back to the issue that the U.S. did not acknowledge or even prepare for a closure of the Strait of Hormuz. They didn't think it was going to happen because it didn't happen back in July of 2025. And then when it did happen, they didn't really have the mechanism to reopen it while they were waging their offensive campaign. And they should have known this from the issue that happened in the Red Sea with the Houthis. That was already kind of baked in. U.S. launches fresh Iran strikes as Tehran declares Hormuz closed. So this is within the last 24 hours. This is that series of third strikes, and this is Iran declaring the Strait of Hormuz shut down. One Indian national missing after attack on vessel off Iran. This is off the GFS Galaxy. So
once Wendy tells me she's voted,
this would make the 12th merchant mariner potentially killed. Go back to the earlier ones. 8 had been killed by Iranian attacks. 3 were killed by an American attacks on vessels out in the Gulf of Oman. This fatality would be number 12. U.S. launches their third round of strikes on Iran after container ship attack in the Strait of Hormuz. So full-fledged attacks against, again, Iranian targets. But as we've seen repeatedly, Iran can keep drones and missiles and attack boats, away from the coast, in caves, camouflaged. It's very difficult to make it completely
I got a banana
safe.
split.
And while you
Medium
can knock out
improvement to all
99%
stats,
of everything,
10-minute
it is
duration.
the 1% that causes concern for commercial shipping. It's the Dumb and Dumber defense here. You're telling me there's a chance, and as long as there's a chance, we're going to see shipping lock up. We're going to see insurance rates go higher.
Isn't that
it's not hard to
Ace
really
Ventura?
understand this. And then finally,
Or is that Dumb
oil
and
jumps
Dumber?
as conflict over Hormuz
No, it's Dumb and Dumber.
escalates with fresh strikes. So we shouldn't be surprised that we start seeing this escalation all of a sudden happening with oil and shipping rates. So that's our recap for the week. Again, on the road, so a little bit abbreviated here, not as in-depth as we've done, but hey, I wanted to be sure to get this together for you to recap it. Where does it go from here? Who knows? We're not sure exactly what's going to happen next. So I am on the road for the next 2 weeks or so. So I'm going to be trying to do videos like this on the fly. You'll get different backdrops because I'm on the move. We'll keep you up to date and try to bring you some videos too of some great locations we're at, showing you shipping in maybe a different light than I get to do sitting at home in my office in North Carolina. Actually going to be on some boats here. So hopefully you'll be able to get a feel for a different maritime element as we go on with our trip. We'll, of course, do our weekly updates on the Strait of Hormuz. I have a feeling this isn't going away. We can remain calm all we want, but things definitely seem to be escalating in the region. I hope you enjoyed today's episode or got something out of it. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come in. Leave a comment, share it across social media, give it a big thumbs up, and if you can, support the
Did Wendy
page. How
do
you
the
do that?
thing?
You hit that super thanks button down below, or head on over to Patreon
Wendy.
and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. Till our next
Wendy.
episode, this is Sal on the road. Signing off.
Wendy.
Brad Lander went on
Wendy.
CNN and spoke with Dana Bash a few days ago. And, you know, what's interesting is that Brad, who is going to be my next representative, and I, you know, campaigned for him. I believed in him
What do you
unseating
want, a
Dan
fucking
Goldman. He's
trophy?
not where I am on the issue of Israel-Palestine. He describes himself in this interview as a liberal Zionist. And, you know, there are contradictions in what he says here. One is that, and I just want people to look out for it before we play it, that Israel can be both Jewish and democratic. It cannot be that, because that would
anti-Semite.
still maintain a Jewish supremacy that has led to the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And there are millions of Palestinians in the West Bank. There were, 2 million Palestinians in Gaza who would change the demographics, and that's why they're trying to force them out. For a full state, Israel controls the West Bank and Gaza and East Jerusalem, and those Palestinians would have to be full citizens, which would not make Israel Jewish, but it would make it democratic. So that is a contradiction that, if we were dealing in facts, Dana Bash would push back on Brad Lander and say, how is that possible? But that's not where she goes. She's legitimately upset that he doesn't describe himself as just a Zionist, that he describes himself as a liberal Zionist. This was astonishing.
One of the big reasons you won your primary here is that you separated yourself from the incumbent Democrat Dan Goldman on Israel. You use the term genocide. He does not. You don't want to have the U.S. funding Israel militarily. You call yourself a liberal Zionist. What is a liberal Zionist?
I believe in the vision of a Jewish and democratic Israel. I care about the place, but I don't think it's possible for it to be democratic
Is this
while it's
that guy
occupying
from
the West Bank
Benchwarmers?
and Gaza.
The
And
guy
I
with the
don't
big
think
nipples?
that Israel's conduct in Gaza, which I do consider a genocide, is
How
consistent with
do
Jewish
I see
values. So to me, it's
I
like you stand
can't
up and you
with this
call it as you see it. I don't want to keep sending U.S. military aid to Israel while it's violating international
Wendy?
law and Palestinian human rights, but I want it to actually honor international law and Palestinian human rights so it can be the Jewish and democratic Israel that I grew up believing in.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. You said that you don't think it's a democratic Israel?
I want it to be a Jewish and democratic Israel. Right now, I don't think it's modeling democracy while it occupies the West Bank and Gaza, and half the people under its sovereignty can't vote. But I believe that when occupation ends, then it can be Jewish and democratic, and that's what I am going to be I'm fighting for.
Why are you not just a Zionist? Why do you say liberal Zionist? What do you think the difference
Hi,
is?
you're running in the United
Declaration of
States. Why are we
Independence
talking
that
about a
founded
foreign
Israel
country?
says it would be a place
This
for
is
the
like
ingathering
Americans
of
being like,
exiles
oh, well, I
and
care about
full civil
Australian
and political
democracy. I don't
rights
care.
for everyone living
Shut the
there.
fuck up.
But Palestinians living in the West Bank facing settler
The only
terrorism,
thing that matters
or
is
living
that
in
America
refugee
is
camps in Gaza
fucking
because their
funding a
schools and
genocide.
hospitals
Shut
were
the fuck up.
destroyed, they don't have full political and civil
Yeah,
rights.
I know
so
it's still
it is
up.
not living up
I'm
to it,
waiting
its
for
founding
Wendy.
vision. And to me, believing in Jewish and democratic
Before I
means
flip
you
it
got to fight for the
completely.
human rights of Palestinians at the same time as you fight for the safety of Jews. I guess maybe a shorthand way of saying it is, I don't think Israelis will be safe until Palestinians are free, and they both need that.
Can I just ask you point blank? Do you not call yourself a Zionist because it is a term that many people on the hard left have started to use as a slur against Jews?
Oh my God!
liberal Zionist is
He uses the term. He's just like to say
This
liberal.
is liberal in
Zionist.
front of it.
Yeah.
Wait, is that the end of it? Or just 20 more seconds? Hold on.
Oh yeah, no, we've got it. This is psychotic. This is
I
somebody,
know.
This is Dana Bash having literally like a nervous breakdown on television.
She's calling him a
bunch
bad
of
Jew
pots
in her
down
head
there
the
with his
entire
torches,
time.
It's like she forgets she's on camera. She's like, why don't you though?
Oh,
But look at her face.
Squirming.
Look
She's
at this right
she,
here.
She actually
What do
genuinely
we have
seemingly
here?
can't comprehend what she's hearing. This man who's just talking about Palestinians as human beings.
Should add that while this interview is taking place, I don't know if it exactly lines up, but CNN reporters in a car in the West Bank with Jasper Nathaniel, actually, who I know you're going to have on
Wednesday,
are being attacked by Jewish settlers in the West Bank. And they are doing so under the auspices and the watchful eye of the Israeli military. I mean, so it's just just a bizarre sort of line of questions. Go ahead, continue.
I don't think Israelis will be safe until Palestinians are free, and they both need that.
Can I just ask you point blank? Do you not call yourself a Zionist because it is a term that many people on the hard left have started to use as a slur against Jews?
Well, no, I mean, a liberal Zionist is a Zionist. I just want to make clear I'm not a Zionist like Ben Gvir or Smotrich who want to eliminate Palestinians. So that's why I say it.
You can be an American and not believe in what Donald Trump believes in.
To me, that's what I am here. I believe
a liberal American.
American isn't Israel, but it's got to change if it's going to be that.
Also, I will tell you, there are Israelis who are not Zionists. There are people who have been born in Israel.
I left you stuff in the chat.
Reject Israel as a Jewish state.
I'm just trying to get around this red
in fact, in fact, I think probably like my first understanding of the Nakba came from an Israeli who rejected the Zionist project, and years and years ago before I did this. I mean, so this is baby brain stuff. I mean, like it's sort of
wiped me out.
If you want to make the case that
There's all the
many
monies, though.
American Jews have been effectively brainwashed, you would take this interview as a primary case of Dana Bash, who is a host on CNN, who's a news person, who has ostensibly been reading into this and understands the nuance of things, is completely befuddled by what is an incredibly mainstream position in this country.
How'd the zombie get in?
If anything, to the
You let a zombie into my
right of the
fucking
mainstream
cave?
position of American Jews.
What the fuck?
You just dug out the cave.
I mean, I just want to make the point.
Yeah, and
real
I
quick,
sealed
like
it
John
off
Kerry,
before I put a door there.
On his way out as Secretary
Have you
of
seen
State,
the
which
complex
I'm pretty
of
sure
tunnels
Dana
that I
Bash
have?
was
Why
in
there's
the
a
press at this
spider?
time, said Israel can either be Jewish or it could be democratic. It cannot be both. He explicitly said that.
Get the fuck out of my cave.
We just
How are they
decide
in
we
here?
don't have to remember
How
things
did I
that
die?
were in our frontal lobe at some point. It's crazy.
It really is, and
Dude,
this is just
my
a quick
tunnel
clip to
system is
underscore a little bit
extensive.
what's going on at CNN here, because no doubt Dana Bash is a Zionist
Now I need to
fundamentalist
get
and a
back there.
zealot,
Fuck.
but this
You
is
just
how
go
Jake
left, it's not
Tapper
that far.
and Trump's interview ended yesterday. And Tapper and Dana Bash are auditioning for the Ellisons and have been for some time, letting their freak flag fly, as it were, and just editorializing constantly and putting forward their Zionist belief system. This is how this interview
We
ended.
call them Zios.
And put this in the context of Jake Tapper basically, yelling at everybody and talking about how Graham Plattner and supporting him was awful, and how the CNN is framing it, where Trump has been accused of sexual assault many, many times by dozens of women, including found liable in court for sexual battery of E. Jean Carroll, and Jake Tapper is like sucking up to him like this.
Well, I know you don't want to talk about any other issues out of respect for Lindsey Graham, but we would love to have you back sometime, because I do have a lot of other questions for you, sir.
Sure. We'll do that. We'll do that.
Thank you for calling
We're trying
in.
to
Yeah.
have CNN go in a normal path, and we'll do that.
Well, I'm on a normal path right here, sir, and I appreciate your time,
Good,
and thank you
you
for
are.
calling in.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. We'll be right back after this quick break.
You and
you
I
so
don't even
much.
address each other with that level of
I know.
of ass kissing.
What an
and,
ass
I mean, it's
kisser.
ridiculous.
Yeah. But I think
That
that's
was
what Dan and
gross.
Bash is doing to a degree, where it's like, you know, this is the direction they think the network is going, and they're trying to jockey for position. And like, I'm not saying she doesn't earnestly believe it, but she's giving herself immense license to essentially call Brad Lander a bad Jew on television.
It's shocking, and the conflation of Zionism and Judaism at this stage is just it's
Jew.
obscene. It's obscene,
Wendy.
Frankly. And if there was a functioning and legitimate Anti-Defamation League, they would take moments before they issued a press release saying how disgusting Dana Bash's line of questioning was. I mean, I take it as anti-Semitic, frankly, and it's shocking. It really is shocking. What else should we get on here?
Do you want to do your Jaylen Brown thing in case we don't get to it?
Yeah, we should do this.
I can intro it, Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we do that. I mean, I know you've talked, obviously, about Lindsey Graham.
Oh, yes. Unless you want
untimely death. No, I will say this, Joe, just before on the Lindsey Graham thing, because I get limited time here, but what's interesting is, and I cannot remember the name of the woman who was running against him, but the most recent polling showed that she was in within 5 points of Lindsey Graham. And I don't think that that it was likely that you were going to have a Democrat win this seat in the fall against Lindsey Graham. But Donald Trump has called for the installation of Lindsey Graham's sister to hold the seat. Her term would run until January 20th, more or less, 2027.
Okay, we lost Sam again.
I'm back.
All right, come on.
Can you
bring you
hear me?
back.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks. I know how frustrating this is. If it makes you feel better, I'm very frustrated by it too.
Wendy.
Guys. It keeps happening. I know. All right. Something's going on.
Now it
All
should
right.
be back.
All right.
Sorry, folks. Someone's going to run in this primary. In South Carolina, they've got to do a primary relatively quick. It may be Lindsey Graham's sister. It may not be who's actually going to run, but somebody's got to run. And that election, once that election happens, that person's only going to sit in that seat for, a couple of months later. So South Carolina, it's a long shot, but the Republicans are going to have to spend a lot more money there than they thought they were just, a week ago. And so that's gonna be helpful. And also, Lindsey Graham, horrible person.
Yep.
In a multitude of ways. Somehow, the narrative is his worst thing he did is he ultimately bent the knee to Donald Trump.
They are kind of going with that
very
narrative.
Responsible for, this guy was a house manager for Bill Clinton's.
I found a loom in an underground
impeachment.
mansion.
And the rife hypocrisy involved in all that was astonishing. And I would love to crack open Lindsey Graham's.
I bet you'd love to crack Lindsey Graham open.
And see
pervert.
Israel already has it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I bet. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily.
All right, she can't say that we never give her a chance to vote.